This happened when my now husband and I were moving from the east to the west coast of the US. This had been our second time making this trip, and this one was just to pick up a few last things and grab our 2 dogs. At this point, we were just trying to make good time since we were tired of being on the road and would only stop for food and restroom breaks. So we weren't strangers to rest stops at odd hours of the day. I can't remember what state this happened in because we do a lot of traveling, and rest stops have all blurred together over the years. Anyways, my husband had been driving for a while, and it was time to switch off, walk the dogs, and stretch our legs. So we pulled into a rest stop around 3 o'clock or 4 a.m. There was only one other vehicle in the lot, most likely with someone sleeping inside of it, and not that many truckers in the truck area, so the rest area was fairly empty. I jumped out of the car and let my husband know I was going to run into the restroom before I let the dogs out. While I ran in, he was going to hang out by the car to have a smoke and keep an eye on our dogs. However, we parked our car by the dog area, and to get to the restrooms, you had to walk over this hill. You couldn't see the restrooms from our car. Being late at night, my husband decided to walk most of the way with me to make sure I got there okay. I wasn't worried but didn't mind the extra comfort of having him there. I finished up in the restroom and came out to walk the dogs and let my husband take his restroom break. Even though it was late and I felt a bit cut off from the lighted area of the rest stop, I wasn't worried. I'm small and don't weigh much, but my dogs are German Shepherd mixes and very protective of me. Plus, I was taught self-defense at a young age and feel capable of defending myself if the time came. So I'm walking my dogs and letting them do their business when I noticed that one of the semi-trucks, which had been sitting on the far side of the stop, starts up and slowly drives in my direction. This didn't seem worrisome to me because they were on the trucker's side, and I assumed they were heading to the exit to get back onto the highway. I grabbed 2 doggy bags to clean up after my dogs and started heading to the trash can. As I'm walking, I'm suddenly blinded by bright headlights. I looked in the direction of the lights and saw that the semi, which I thought was leaving, had pulled up as close to the truck lot and car lot divide as possible and now had its brights aimed directly at me. Pissed off that someone was blinding me with their brights, I quickly tossed the poop bags away and started walking back to my car. As I'm walking away, the dude starts flashing his lights over and over again. I'm almost to my car, wondering if I'm missing something and becoming more and more irritated. He starts creeping his truck in my direction again while flashing his lights. My dogs sensed my irritation and immediately went on alert, staring in the trucker's direction. I finally made my way to my car, and the guy is still flashing his lights while stopping his truck in my direction again. I don't scare easily, so I decided to stand there and glare in his direction. Then he finally stopped flashing his lights. Good, I assumed he was done and started getting my keys out to unlock the car. Suddenly, my dogs stiffened beside me, their hackles raised, and they began to growl. I heard the sound of a door opening and turned back in the trucker's direction. I saw his door was now opened, and I saw a foot starting to exit the truck. I'm sitting there thinking this guy is a complete idiot when, at this point, my husband shows up and wraps his arm around me while flipping the trucker off. The trucker's foot disappears back into his truck. He shuts his door and leaves the rest stop pretty fast. I told my husband about him flashing his lights, and he explained that truckers use this method to flag women down at rest stops for sex. I was grossed out. I'm guessing he thought I was alone because of how the rest stop was set up. However, I was in no way dressed like someone interested in random sex at a rest stop. I was wearing layers because it was cold and driving a newer car. Plus, what idiot thinks it's a good idea to try to approach someone with 2 huge dogs? Although I was never scared during the whole thing, I do think the situation was creepy because the guy was obviously not quite there and was acting pretty abrasive. This was the year 2017. When I was rushing a frat in college towards the end of our pledge process, our entire pledge class took a trip to an abandoned hospital a few towns over. It was a sort of tradition that each pledge class would do. I carpooled with a few of my pledge brothers. There's honestly just too many names to list, so I'll just name my pledge brother that I spent most of the night with, James. James and I, and a couple of others, carpooled to the hospital, which sat next to a big park. So all of us parked in one of the parking lots in the park. We waited till everyone was there, then started walking down a pathway in the direction of the hospital until the pathway cut right, and at this point, we had to walk through the small patch of wood separating the park from the hospital. I honestly wore the wrong shoes for this. I was complaining about wearing my white Air Force Ones. After making our way through the woods, we got to the property of the hospital, surrounded by trees and a parking lot on all sides. Seeing such a tall building, once full of people and lights, standing completely dark in the night was really creepy. It was my first time ever exploring this building. A couple of the guys in the group knew the secret ways in, one of which being simply climbing through one of the lower windows that was smashed through. I followed close to the back of the group. One by one, we stepped down through this window leading to a level beneath the ground. The floor on this level was wet, making me really regret my shoe choice now. James and I stayed in the back, following behind the rest. There were like 10 of us, so being in such a large group took away most of the scariness of being in a place like this. We went up the stairs, everyone's steps echoing through the building. We traversed the creepy hallways that had been abandoned for decades, the walls surprisingly not littered with graffiti. James, one of the guys who was very experienced with this place, said not a lot of people break in because no one thinks to cut through the park to avoid the security in front of the parking lot. Eventually, the group started to split up a little bit. A small group of guys went this way, a small group of guys went that way. We were on, I think, the second floor when James and I decided to go down a separate hallway/corridor. Some of the rooms in this place seemed like they hadn't even been gone through since the place closed down. Others looked like they had been rummaged through and had small amounts of graffiti in them. James and I were in a hospital room with the bed and medical equipment still in there when we heard someone walk past the doorway to the room. We both turned and caught just a glimpse of a black shadow walking past the door out of view. We both looked at each other, then said, "Yo, who is that?" I walked into the hall, and at the end of it, I saw someone standing there. I couldn't tell if they were facing me or facing the wall. All I saw was their body. I said, "Who is that?" Then whoever it was walked into the room next to them. James came into the corridor now and was confused at what I saw. I told him someone was here, we should just go back to the group. We left down the opposite direction, back towards our group. We eventually started to hear the echoing voices of our pledge brothers as we were getting closer. All of a sudden, there was an almost deafeningly loud, blood-curdling scream of a woman coming from the direction we just came from. If I had to describe the screams, it sounded like a woman being brutally stabbed to death. I noticed the sounds of our pledge brothers went silent now, or maybe the screams just overpowered the sounds of their voices. We ran back towards our friends and screamed, "Go!" All of us ran back downstairs to the lower level where we entered from. Somehow, I found myself in the back of the group again. One by one, we all crawled out from that window. The screaming stopped, but now we heard footsteps stomping down the stairs. They weren't the footsteps of anyone in our group. Screaming, "Go! Hurry up!" Finally, After James crawled out, I crawled out. The whole time fearing someone would grab my feet. We booked it back towards the cars through the woods. After we got to the cars and caught our breath, I told everyone I saw a person in the corridor where James and I were. That's where the screams were coming from. We all left shortly after that, definitely freaked out. I'm not really interested in urban exploration anymore. There was a house by me nicknamed the Ghost House because construction was never finished on it for the longest time, and it had been sitting vacant and unfinished for years. It was on an already kind of sketchy block with a lot of houses that appeared to be either vacant or the owners of the houses just didn't care about their properties because there was a lot of overgrown grass and weeds. My friends Rose, Louis, Eva, and I were bored, just driving around town late one night. We got some fast food, then Louis floated the idea of checking out the ghost house, like actually checking it out by going inside. The girls were on board, and so of course, so was I. Then we parked a few houses down. This street only had one street light, the rest of it was dark, and a lot of the houses didn't have any lights on, so it really was a dark and kind of creepy block. Like I said, the neighboring houses seemed abandoned too, even though they weren't, due to cars being in some of the driveways. We were all sure to be extra quiet getting out of the car and walking over to the ghost house. Seeing this unfinished two-story house in the dead of night gave off eerie vibes for sure. Next up, we had to figure out a way in. Of course, we tried the front door, and it was locked. We then walked around the house, trying every window until one of them slid right open. Rose was the smallest, so she climbed in through the window and then went to unlock the back door for us, only it was already unlocked, meaning anyone could have just walked right in. We entered the house that smelled like a mix of wood and some kind of rotten cat piss kind of smell. The first floor was a lot more finished than I was expecting, and it was pretty big with lots of rooms, but there was no furniture. We kind of all split up, going different ways. I went up the stairs to the second floor, and up here was a bit more unfinished, with a lot of the wall framing exposed. I heard rustling around from downstairs, the sounds of my friends being a bit too loud, so I went really loud down the stairs. Upstairs was pretty empty. So I went back down to run into Rose, who asked what's upstairs. I said it's a bit unfinished up there. She then proceeded to go upstairs and check it out anyway. I proceeded to look for the basement, and I found it beyond a brown door right under the stairs leading upstairs. As soon as I opened it, I got a whiff of that cat piss type smell I was talking about. I started walking down the steps, and as I got to the bottom, I could see the basement looked a little more decrepit than the rest of the house. The concrete floor was stained with some brownish rusty-looking material. My first instinct was to think paint, but the color could also match blood. I looked around the mostly empty space and found in one corner a small wooden chair and a little table with a book on it. It was the Holy Bible. I heard footsteps coming down the steps. I said in a volume slightly above a whisper, "Yo, come check this out." When I heard no response, I turned around but didn't see anyone by the stairs. I said, "Who's there?" Then I noticed a girl sitting down, leaning on the wall, only it took me a second to realize it wasn't Rose or Eva. It was some random woman with extremely long and messy hair looking right at me. Then I heard one of the girls upstairs screaming, followed by Louis calling my name, saying, "Let's get out of here." The only words I could muster up were, "Holy," and I ran out of the basement and up the stairs. I saw my friends running out through the back door. I had no idea what they had seen, but I was right behind them. We ran back out front towards the car and didn't stop until we were in. I asked them as we started to drive away what they saw because I saw some deranged-looking woman come down to the basement. Everyone was talking over each other, but one of the girls finally managed to explain that they saw two men standing in one of the empty rooms on the first floor. They saw some dark objects on the floor in that room, but they couldn't find out what they were in those brief seconds before running away. They didn't get a look at their faces, but they were men based on their statures. I don't know what the hell was going on in that house and if we ran into some satanic cult or if we just ran into some homeless people. You couldn't pay me to ever go back to that house again. I don't live in that town or state anymore, so I don't know what became of that house, but based on the most recent Google Maps picture from 2019, it still wasn't ever finished. This was the year 2017. When I was rushing a frat in college, towards the end of our pledge process, our entire pledge class took a trip to an abandoned hospital a few towns over. It was a sort of tradition that each pledge class would do. I carpooled with a few of my pledge brothers. There are honestly just too many names to list, so I'll just name my pledge brother that I spent most of the night with, Silas. Silas and I and a couple others carpooled to the hospital, which sat next to a big park, so all of us parked in one of the parking lots in the park. We waited till everyone was there, then started walking down a pathway in the direction of the hospital. Until the pathway cut right, and at this point, we had to walk through the small patch of wood separating the park from the hospital. I honestly wore the wrong shoes for this. I was complaining about wearing my white Air Force Ones. After making our way through the woods, we got to the property of the hospital, surrounded by trees and a parking lot on all sides. Seeing such a tall building, once full of people and lights, standing completely dark in the night was really creepy. It was my first time ever exploring this building. A couple of the guys in the group knew the secret ways in, one of which being simply climbing through one of the lower windows that was smashed through. I followed close to the back of the group. One by one, we stepped down through this window, leading to a level beneath the ground. The floor on this level was wet, making me really regret my shoe choice now. Silas and I stayed in the back, following behind the rest. There were like 10 of us, so being in such a large group took away most of the scariness of being in a place like this. We went up the stairs, everyone's steps echoed through the building. We traversed the creepy hallways that had been abandoned for decades, the walls surprisingly not littered with graffiti. James, one of the guys who was very experienced with this place, said not a lot of people break in because no one thinks to cut through the park to avoid the security in front of the parking lot. Eventually, the group started to split up a little bit. A small group of guys went this way, a small group of guys went that way. We were on, I think, the second floor when Silas and I decided to go down a separate hallway/corridor. Some of the rooms in this place seemed like they hadn't even been gone through since the place closed down. Others looked like they had been rummaged through and had small amounts of graffiti in them. Silas and I were in a hospital room with the bed and medical equipment still in there when we heard someone walk past the doorway to the room. We both turned and caught just a glimpse of a black shadow walking past the door, out of view. We both looked at each other, then said, "Yo, who is that?" I walked into the hall, and at the end of it, I saw someone standing there. I couldn't tell if they were facing me or facing the wall. All I saw was their body. I said, "Who is that?" Then, whoever it was walked into the room next to them. Silas came into the corridor now and was confused at what I saw. I told him someone was here, we should just go back to the group. We left down the opposite direction, back towards our group. We eventually started to hear the echoing voices of our pledge brothers as we were getting closer. All of a sudden, there was an almost deafening, loud, blood-curdling scream of a woman coming from the direction we just came from. If I had to describe the scream, it sounded like a woman being brutally stabbed to death. I noticed the sounds of our pledge brothers went silent now, or maybe the scream just overpowered the sounds of their voices. We ran back towards our friends and screamed, "Go!" All of us ran back downstairs to the lower level where we entered from. Somehow, I found myself in the back of the group again. One by one, we all crawled out from that window. The screaming stopped, but now we heard footsteps stomping down the stairs. They weren't the footsteps of anyone in our group. Screaming, "Go, hurry up." Finally, after Silas crawled out, I crawled out, the whole time fearing someone would grab my feet. We booked it back towards the cars through the woods. After we got to the cars and caught our breath, I told everyone I saw a person in the corridor where Silas and I were. That's where the screams were coming from. We all left shortly after that, definitely freaked out. I'm not really interested in urban exploration anymore. This was the year 2017. When I was rushing a frat in college, towards the end of our pledge process, our entire pledge class took a trip to an abandoned hospital a few towns over. It was a sort of tradition that each pledge class would do. I carpooled with a few of my pledge brothers. There are honestly just too many names to list, so I'll just name my pledge brother that I spent most of the night with, Silas. Silas and I and a couple others carpooled to the hospital, which sat next to a big park, so all of us parked in one of the parking lots in the park. We waited till everyone was there, then started walking down a pathway in the direction of the hospital. Until the pathway cut right, and at this point, we had to walk through the small patch of wood separating the park from the hospital. I honestly wore the wrong shoes for this. I was complaining about wearing my white Air Force Ones. After making our way through the woods, we got to the property of the hospital, surrounded by trees and a parking lot on all sides. Seeing such a tall building, once full of people and lights, standing completely dark in the night was really creepy. It was my first time ever exploring this building. A couple of the guys in the group knew the secret ways in, one of which being simply climbing through one of the lower windows that was smashed through. I followed close to the back of the group. One by one, we stepped down through this window, leading to a level beneath the ground. The floor on this level was wet, making me really regret my shoe choice now. Silas and I stayed in the back, following behind the rest. There were like 10 of us, so being in such a large group took away most of the scariness of being in a place like this. We went up the stairs, everyone's steps echoed through the building. We traversed the creepy hallways that had been abandoned for decades, the walls surprisingly not littered with graffiti. James, one of the guys who was very experienced with this place, said not a lot of people break in because no one thinks to cut through the park to avoid the security in front of the parking lot. Eventually, the group started to split up a little bit. A small group of guys went this way, a small group of guys went that way. We were on, I think, the second floor when Silas and I decided to go down a separate hallway/corridor. Some of the rooms in this place seemed like they hadn't even been gone through since the place closed down. Others looked like they had been rummaged through and had small amounts of graffiti in them. Silas and I were in a hospital room with the bed and medical equipment still in there when we heard someone walk past the doorway to the room. We both turned and caught just a glimpse of a black shadow walking past the door, out of view. We both looked at each other, then said, "Yo, who is that?" I walked into the hall, and at the end of it, I saw someone standing there. I couldn't tell if they were facing me or facing the wall. All I saw was their body. I said, "Who is that?" Then, whoever it was walked into the room next to them. Silas came into the corridor now and was confused at what I saw. I told him someone was here, we should just go back to the group. We left down the opposite direction, back towards our group. We eventually started to hear the echoing voices of our pledge brothers as we were getting closer. All of a sudden, there was an almost deafening, loud, blood-curdling scream of a woman coming from the direction we just came from. If I had to describe the scream, it sounded like a woman being brutally stabbed to death. I noticed the sounds of our pledge brothers went silent now, or maybe the scream just overpowered the sounds of their voices. We ran back towards our friends and screamed, "Go!" All of us ran back downstairs to the lower level where we entered from. Somehow, I found myself in the back of the group again. One by one, we all crawled out from that window. The screaming stopped, but now we heard footsteps stomping down the stairs. They weren't the footsteps of anyone in our group. Screaming, "Go, hurry up." Finally, after Silas crawled out, I crawled out, the whole time fearing someone would grab my feet. We booked it back towards the cars through the woods. After we got to the cars and caught our breath, I told everyone I saw a person in the corridor where Silas and I were. That's where the screams were coming from. We all left shortly after that, definitely freaked out. I'm not really interested in urban exploration anymore. I deliver food for an Asian eatery in my town. It's the best gig I could get at my age, simply for the tips alone. My friend and I work there together. We're actually the only two who are Asian. My friend usually works the counter and takes phone calls. I usually do deliveries, and that's the way I like it. My friend got off the phone during one night shift we had together and told me I'd be doing a delivery after the food was prepared. I was handed a brown paper bag and was off on my way. The address I was given led me to some small dirt driveway off the main road onto an enclosed property. Don't picture it as some luxurious private property, though. It was some old, unkempt excuse of a property, and the house seemed to be closed off, given that there wasn't a single light on in there and how high the grass was. I called my friend back at the restaurant, and he gave the phone to our boss. Unfortunately, our boss is a stickler, so he yelled at me in a steak Asian accent to knock on the door and don't waste the food. I got out of my car and felt grass rubbing against my shins, that's how tall it was. I went up the 3 stairs to the front door and knocked really loud since there didn't seem to be a doorknob. As I expected, after 30 seconds of waiting, there was no answer, so I got back in my car. The first thing I did was start texting my friend back at the restaurant. But when I looked up at the house, this time one of the upstairs lights inside the house was turned on. So, I went back to the door and knocked once again. Only on the first knock did the door push open slightly. Someone had opened the door, but there was nobody standing next to it. I pushed the door open a little more and called out, "Hello." My voice echoed through the empty house. I was waiting to hear footsteps come to the door, but they never did. Obviously, someone had to have opened the door, so if they weren't going to come to the door, I had to assume they wanted me to come in. I stepped into the house as my shoes made the wood floor creak. I called out one more time, and this time someone replied back. I heard the words "Paqui" and "Pariba." Now, I'm not fluent in Spanish by any means, but I knew that "Paqui" meant here and I knew "Pariba" meant up. So I put 2 and 2 together and figured they said up here. There was a stairway in the middle of the hallway, so I walked over to it. It stopped at the bottom step. I looked up the stairs and all I saw at the top was an arm reached out over the ledge, doing a little stiff "come here" motion. I used what little Spanish skills I'd gained from middle school and said something like "Tengo tu comida" as I walked up the stairs. As I got about halfway up the stairs, the arm wasn't there anymore. I got to the top, looking for whoever was just standing by the ledge over the stairs, and I noticed through the tiniest amount of light that the person was now inside a bedroom with the lights off. But I didn't see the actual person. Once again, all I saw was the person's arm doing that same "come here" motion. It was as if anything above the person's elbow was faded to black in that room. It was such an eerie sight. I knew for certain I wasn't going in that room, though, so I said firmly with confidence, "Buddy, I'm not going in there. You come out here with money or I leave." Suddenly, the arm pulled away into the darkness of the room ahead of me. After a few seconds of standing there in silence, I was hit by a flying object. It happened so fast that it took me a few moments to realize I had just been hit with a stiff, severed arm. It wasn't some plastic Halloween toy, it was a real arm. I ran down the stairs with the food still in my hand and got back to my car. I didn't even call my friend or my boss. I drove straight to the nearest neighboring house and rang that person's doorbell. When they answered, I told them about what their neighbor had just done to me, and the woman had the most puzzled look on her face. She said nobody's lived in that house for a year. I felt my stomach drop. Those words hit me. She said she would call the police after we talked about it for a good 5 minutes. Then I went on my way back to the restaurant with the food. I explained the best I could to my boss and he let it go. I sometimes wonder how things would have played out if I had gone into that room and who or what I would have found. I'm going to tell you a story that still makes me angry to this day, even though it happened back when I was a kid. This was when I was about 12 years old or so. I went to the local school and was a shy kid, but I did have several friends. I remember there was this one kid at my school named Edward. We had some mutual friends and certainly knew who each other were, but I wouldn't say we were friends and we never really hung out. I didn't know a whole lot about Edward, but we had a class together and sat sort of near each other, so I would often hear him talking to other people. When I was talking with my friends, he would sometimes stop by and talk with our group. I remember one of my friends said that he got invited to Edward's birthday party that weekend. Then, to my surprise, the next day Edward invited me to his party. He told me his address and the time and said to bring a present for him. He wrote that information on a post-it note, I remember, and then gave it to me. I felt good for being invited to his party. As a shy kid, I did not get invited to a whole lot of birthday parties. Edward was not really known as that cool or popular, but he certainly had a lot more friends than I did, and I thought well of him. I hadn't known that he considered me to be a good enough friend to invite to his party. So when Friday came, Edward's party was that night. I had gone out with my mom the previous day and got Edward a good present. During the school day, one of my friends who was also invited told me that he wasn't going. I guess he had to go to his sister's recital or something. Anyways, that made me more nervous to go to Edward's party because I would no longer really know anybody else there that well. So that night, my mom drove me to Edward's house. It was going to be a sleepover, and she said that she would pick me up the next morning. I was dropped off right on time and then I walked up to the house. I knocked on the door, and after a moment or two, Edward himself opened up the door. There was another kid with him who I did not recognize. He invited me inside, and I heard some other kids in another room, which sounded like it was at the other end of the house. Edward told me to follow him, and then he led me into the kitchen, which was at the back side of the house. Another kid then walked over from someplace else. Now it was Edward, me, and 2 other kids. Everyone else was still in some other room. There was a kitchen table with a bunch of presents on it. Edward told me to leave the present there, and I did. Then he told me to follow him. I thought he was going back to where everybody else was, but instead, he led me to the back door that was also in the kitchen. This led to the backyard. He told me to go outside, and I didn't know why, but I did. As soon as I was out the door, he slammed the door shut behind me and started laughing. His friends started laughing too. I thought that he was joking at first. I went back to the door and expected him to let me back inside, but then I heard him locking the door. He then said something like, "Later, loser," then he covered the window to the door and walked away laughing. At first, I didn't know if it was still a joke or what, but after standing outside for probably 5 minutes, I realized that it was no joke and he was not coming back. Then I felt really bad. I was too embarrassed to go knock on a door and try to get back inside. I didn't even want to anyways. I just wanted to go home, but I didn't have a cell phone back then. My mom wouldn't think to go back until the next morning. I was trying to figure out what to do. I ended up walking back into the street. I walked a ways down and eventually I ended up going to a random person's house. I knocked on the door, and luckily they answered. Then I asked to use a phone to call my parents, and I was able to. My mom then came to pick me up. When we got home, she was able to find out the number of Edward's mom, and she called her. I remember that Edward's mom claimed she had no idea that I was even invited. She drove Edward to our house later the next day and made him apologize to me in person, as well as give the present back. It didn't really make me feel that much better, though. I had been humiliated. After that, I never talked to Edward again. I saw him around in school the next year or two, but luckily we did not end up going to the same high school. In the summer of 2019, my partner and I, both in our early 20s, decided to take a road trip to Vancouver, Canada, and stay at Golden Years Provincial Park. We enjoyed camping, had spring break, and wanted to do something different to make the most out of our vacation. My partner had never been out of the US, and it seemed like a crazy new experience. It was a 6-day trip with Airbnbs in each state, and the grand finale was a reserved campsite at Golden Years, which was close to the water of Wet Lake. We packed poorly, bringing a giant tent, a bunch of fruits and veggies to eat healthily, but we stored them in a cooler that was too small. We also brought a cutting board and knife to prepare snacks while driving. We started in California and switched off driving our bright red Ford Fiesta. We drove through Oregon and Washington, finally making it to Vancouver. We spent a day or two in each state, drank a little too much, and stayed out late. Canada was the best part, and Wet Lake felt like walking in a painting. We walked barefoot on the rocks with our toes in the freezing cold water and hiked around, where we saw a beautiful waterfall. There was a couple taking pictures of each other for an hour, and we started modeling the same poses from far away. Everything was perfect, and the campsite was mostly empty, except for the other couple who went to bed early that night, making it quiet. I woke up to crackling sounds outside the tent while my partner was still asleep and snoring. I didn't think much of it at first because it was pitch black, and it was probably an animal. However, the crackling continued, getting closer to the tent. I sat up, grabbed my phone, and turned on the brightness, almost blinding myself. In those 2 seconds, I could make out a person right outside our tent. I froze, trying to assess the situation. They weren't moving but were close enough to unzip the tent. I started poking my partner because I had no idea what to do. They woke up, and I whispered that someone was outside the tent. Then I heard quiet footsteps walking away from our campsite. My partner started to mumble, "What?" repeatedly, still in a sleepy haze. I noticed a car or truck parked right outside our camping area, and to my horror, it started up and drove off. They didn't turn their lights on until they rounded the corner, and we were out of view, so I couldn't make out much, but it looked like a truck. Now I was shaking, and my partner couldn't grasp what was happening. I wanted to leave, but golden years locked the gate until 6 o'clock or 7 a.m., and it was only 1 a.m., so we were stuck for now. We decided to move to the Ford Fiesta and slept in the tightly packed car. My partner fell asleep immediately, thinking I was being paranoid, but I wondered if it could have been a park ranger. However, it seemed too strange for a park ranger's behavior. I sat there wide awake for about 2 hours. The car was locked, and I wanted to sleep but couldn't. I was in the passenger seat, while my partner was in the driver's seat asleep. And it was 3 a.m. Suddenly, I heard a car slowly driving up the road with its lights off. As it rounded the corner, I realized it had to be the same truck. My fear escalated, but my adrenaline was pumping. It slowly rounded the corner and pulled up directly in front of our campsite again, in the same spot. I felt like I was going to throw up. With no weapon but the kitchen knife we brought for the fruits and veggies, I grabbed the knife. I tried to make myself look angry, big, and intimidating. Sitting straight up in the passenger seat with the kitchen knife held at eye level, I stared deadpan at the truck in the pitch blackness, just like the father in the American Gothic painting. The truck stopped and turned off, and a light shone directly into my face from inside the truck. Terrified, I stared back from my bright red Ford Fiesta, clutching the large kitchen knife without blinking. The truck then started up, turned on its lights, and blinded me, before pulling out and turning around to go back to where it came from. My heart was pounding as I woke up my partner and insisted that we needed to get out of there. We packed up by hastily throwing things into the car and sat awake until 6 a.m. We drove home without stopping, continuously rehashing and trying to make sense of the bizarre situation. Ultimately, we decided that we both needed some sleep. My dad has been an MTA Transit subway station manager for 35 years. With this job, there has to be a manager on duty at all times, so he's practically done every single possible shift throughout his career. That means he's done his fair share of night shifts. Most trains were completely empty throughout the night. He said it was the only nice part about doing the night shift. He has a series of funny and weird night shift stories to tell, but there's one downright horrifying one. My dad had just boarded the train to move to his office at another station. He was alone when he got on, which was at about 2 o'clock in the morning. At the next station, someone boarded. My dad describes him as a white, tall, and skinny man wearing a heavy jacket and beanie. He shot my dad a quick glance before sitting in the farthest corner away from him. My dad said that he felt uncomfortable as the guy kept looking up at him every so often. When my dad's stop came, he got off, as well as the other man. He walked to his office door, unlocked it, and looked behind him. The man in the jacket was pacing around only about 50 feet away. My dad stepped into his office, shut the door, locked it, and sat at his desk. 5 minutes later, someone started to try and turn the doorknob. After the person on the other side of the door realized it was locked, they started to knock softly. My dad called out, "Who is it?" and they responded, "I want to talk." He told whoever it was to go away. He says he knew trouble when he saw it. He had a good feeling it was the guy from the train, as this station at a time like this was apparently always completely empty. My dad told the guy to go away. He continued to knock for a good 5 minutes. My dad finally pulled up the security camera screens and brought up the camera pointed at his office door. Sure enough, it was the guy from the train, wearing the jacket and beanie. Coincidentally, as soon as my dad brought up the camera, the man walked away. So, my dad did whatever his work consisted of for about half an hour in that office before leaving to catch the next train. He checked the camera to make sure that the weird guy wasn't out there. He locked up and walked down the stairs to the train platform, where he got on the train right away. Looking out the window, he saw the guy from before walking down the stairs to the platform and then stepping on the train into the same car as my dad. He sat down on the opposite side, a few seats to the right. My dad tried to look away and pretend not to notice him, but he knew the guy was staring at him. He at one point gave in and stared back, giving a slight nod and smile in some sort of truce attempt before looking away again. The man stared at my dad the whole ride to the next station, but my dad never looked back at him once after the first time. Now, you may be asking, why didn't he try to forcibly get the guy to back off? Well, despite my dad's intimidating size, he's always been a complete teddy bear, no bark and no bite. Plus, he says he feared that the guy was armed and that one small motion could lead to death. When the train stopped at the station, my dad practically ran all the way back up to the streets, constantly glancing over his shoulder. And yes, the man from the train was following him. My dad had to find the first public building still open to try and escape. He found a Wendy's that was open and stepped inside. He sat and watched as the guy following him walked up to the window, stopped, and stared my dad down through the glass for about 10 seconds before turning around and walking across the street and then down the sidewalk. My dad said he ate, waited a little longer, then left the Wendy's to get to his third and final station for the night. The scariest part, when my dad was in his third office, as he was checking the security cameras out of paranoia of the situation, he caught the guy from the train pacing around the outside only about 30 feet from his office. He then stopped, looked up at the camera, and, according to my dad, literally froze and stared for no less than a minute. When he finally lowered his head, he walked away out of the station to never be seen by my dad again. My dad doesn't know if he was followed after leaving the Wendy's, but that would only make sense. The guy was clearly disturbed, possibly homeless, or dangerous. Who knows what he actually wanted with my dad? In my mid-30s, about 10 years ago, I worked as security personnel at a cemetery. It was located in a not-so-great part of the city, so having someone on site 24/7 was necessary. Even then, we'd still get people sneaking in and spraying graffiti on the stones or even trying to dig up graves. Most of these stunts happened at night, which was good for me because I always worked the evening shift, usually from 2 to 10. Granted, I'd still have to be there alone for a couple of hours into the night, between 8 and 10, but it was still much better than the alternative graveyard shift. On this day, I was warned about some people coming by the cemetery at random hours and just sort of stalking the place. It had been going on for a few days, and the other workers weren't sure who they were or what they were doing. I said I'd keep an eye out. By 6 o'clock, the other workers had left, and it was just me. This was always my favorite half of my shift because I wouldn't have to worry about looking like I was busy the whole time. If we're being real, there wasn't ever much point to me being there when the other workers were around too anyway. If you don't already know, the job is made up mostly of riding around in a golf cart and making sure nothing is going on. From 6 to 8, I drove around and picked up a few pieces of trash left in the yard. There were a few more visitors that came, and at 8:30, I waited for the last people to leave. Then I went to lock up the front gate. While wrapping the chain around the bars and putting the lock on, I noticed a group of people on the other side of the road. They were facing my direction like they were watching me. I finished securing the gate, then got back in my cart and drove off. I knew that it was likely the group I was told to keep an eye out for, so I parked the cart in a spot where I could still see them. There were 3 people from what I could see. They stayed in the same spot for a couple of minutes before walking away. I drove around, making sure they weren't trying to find a way in on the sides, but I didn't see them. Around 9 o'clock, I parked by the front gate again for a few minutes when I heard a sharp sound echo through the field. I whipped my head around in the direction it came from, but it was too dark to see. I started the cart back up and made my way through the field. The sound was so echoey and loud that I couldn't tell if it was from inside the cemetery or from just outside of it. As I drove through, I started to see some figures in the distance, only 2 figures though, not the 3 I'd seen earlier. As I pulled closer, they noticed me, turning their bodies to face me but not running. I stopped the cart maybe 15 feet away and got out. The place closes at 8:30. "You gotta go," I called out. I took a few steps forward. "Do I really have to call the cops?" I said, getting more irritated and slightly more nervous. That's when I noticed one of them was holding something. It was a shovel, but they weren't really standing close to any gravestones. I looked down at the ground next to them, and there was a clear spot they'd been digging in. Then out of nowhere, I heard a guy behind me yell. The 2 started running, and the one behind me ran in a different direction. I got in the cart and turned it on to try and chase the one guy, but right away, I could feel that something was wrong with the cart. It was shaking and wobbling when I tried to drive it. I got out, and it was clear that the 2 left tires had been slashed. I frantically called the police and ran to the main building. Thankfully, the group didn't seem interested in chasing me, but seeing as they had likely slashed the tires with a knife and that there were 3 of them, I was terrified. When the police arrived, the group was long gone, but we did find the half-dugout hole they made. We were really confused by it until we found something else along the fence not far from the hole they were digging. We found a body bag. Yes, unfortunately, there was a body in it. After some days went by, it came out that the man in the bag was part of some gang and must have been killed in a shooting. What we think is that the group was trying to dispose of the body discreetly and thought that if they dug a grave and buried him in a cemetery, then it would blend in and nobody would find it. I can't say it was a terrible plan, but the execution of it wasn't the best. Although none of the men in the group were ever found or identified. This happened one time when I was sleeping over at a friend's house. I think I was about 10 or so. I had a really good friend named Jack back then, and I would go to his house sometimes to hang out. A few times, I stayed overnight, and he lived pretty close to me. I remember that one time when I went over to sleep over at his house, we were outside in the early afternoon. He lived in a pretty quiet neighborhood for the most part, but there were a lot of other houses nearby. Jack's yard was fairly big, so we were outside playing some kind of sport. I remember that he had a neighbor directly across the street. The neighbor was a man who was somewhat thin and had kind of blonde, messy hair. I remember that when we were outside, the guy was just kind of standing around in his front yard and looking in our direction. Jack told me that the guy always seemed odd to him. I didn't really ask why or anything, at least I don't remember. So I remember that the guy almost appeared to be watching us, which was strange. We moved into the backyard after that because he was kind of creeping us out, but it seemed like that sort of behavior was kind of normal for the guy. So eventually, we went back inside and were probably playing video games for the rest of the time. I just remember that when we went to bed, I was sleeping on the floor in my sleeping bag. I fell asleep rather quickly but was awoken sometime in the night. I remember being wide awake when I woke up, so I just started looking around. Everything was dark and completely silent. The only noise was the sound of a highway getting an occasional vehicle off in the distance. I'm really not sure what time it was, but probably like 1 o'clock in the morning if I had to guess. Then I suddenly heard the sound of somebody walking inside of the house. It was like there were footsteps somewhere on the first floor. This immediately seemed odd to me. Things had been so quiet, and I knew Jack's parents and sister had long gone to bed. I was hoping that maybe it was one of them. Then I heard the footsteps coming up the stairs and headed for the hallway that Jack's bedroom was in. Jack's room was at the very end of the hallway, so I could see the top of the stairs from where I was. As I was looking over, I soon saw a man walking up. He was moving pretty slowly, but I soon recognized that it was Jack's neighbor from across the street. As soon as I saw this, I knew that I had to do something. Jack's door had been opened for some reason, and I quickly left my sleeping bag, ran over to the door, and closed it. I then realized that there was actually a lock on his door, so I locked it. I heard the man walking down the hallway on the other side, and he seemed to be making a beeline for Jack's room. I went over to Jack's bed and shook him to wake him up. I then told him that I saw his neighbor inside the house. It was at about this time that the neighbor guy tried opening Jack's bedroom door. With it being locked, it wouldn't open. Jack was immediately just as scared as I was. We really didn't know what to do. There was no phone in Jack's room, so we couldn't call the police. After trying the door a couple of times, the man stopped and things were quiet for a few moments, but we did not hear him walk away. Then we heard this noise at the door. It sounded like the neighbor guy was perhaps trying to pick the lock on it, at least that's what we both thought. He didn't have a key, but the door almost sounded like it was trying to be unlocked. At that point, Jack just started yelling loudly. He started yelling for the man to leave and also yelling to call the police, and I then joined in after him. Hopefully, his parents would hear, and they had a phone in their bedroom. We were yelling that there was a man in the house and stuff. When this happened, not only did the noises at the door stop, but we then heard the guy starting to move away. Shortly after, we heard Jack's parents get up, and a door to the house opened and closed. Jack's parents came to his room and asked us what happened. When we told them, they of course called the police. The man had left and was noted at his house when the police arrived. We talked with the police for a while and let them know everything that happened. Well, the next day, I got picked up by my mom, and I heard from Jack later on in the day that the police had arrested the man. That made us both feel a lot better. That was by far my craziest sleepover experience that I've ever had. There was a house by me nicknamed Ghost House because construction was never finished on it for the longest time, and it had been sitting vacant and unfinished for years. It was on an already kind of sketchy block with a lot of houses that appeared to be either vacant or the owners just didn't care about their properties because of the overgrown grass and weeds. My friends Jolie, Lily, Mabel, and I were bored just driving around town late one night. We got some fast food, then Lily floated the idea of checking out the ghost house, like actually checking it out and going inside. The girls were on board, and so was I. We parked a few houses down. This street only had one street light, the rest of it was dark, and a lot of the houses didn't have any lights on, so it really was a dark and kind of creepy block. Like I said, the neighboring houses seemed abandoned too, even though they weren't, due to cars being in some of the driveways. We were all sure to be extra quiet getting out of the car and walking over to the ghost house. Seeing this unfinished two-story house in the dead of night gave off eerie vibes for sure. Next up, we had to figure out a way in. Of course, we tried the front door, and it was locked. We then walked around the house trying every window until one of them slid right open. Jolie was the smallest, so she climbed in through the window and then went to unlock the back door for us, only it was already unlocked, meaning anyone could have just walked right in. We entered the house that smelled like a mix of wood and some kind of rotten cat piss kind of smell. The first floor was a lot more finished than I was expecting, and it was pretty big with lots of rooms but no furniture. We kind of all split up, going different ways. I went up the stairs to the second floor, and up here was a bit more unfinished with a lot of the wall framing exposed. I heard rustling around from downstairs, the sounds of my friends being a bit too loud. So I went back downstairs. Upstairs was pretty empty, so I went back down to run into Jolie, who asked, "What's upstairs?" I said, "It's a bit unfinished up there." She then proceeded to go upstairs and check it out anyway. I proceeded to look for the basement and found it beyond a brown door right under the stairs leading upstairs. As soon as I opened it, I got a whiff of that cat piss type smell I was talking about. I started walking down the steps, and as I got to the bottom, I could see the basement looked a little more decrepit than the rest of the house. The concrete floor was stained with some brownish, rusty-looking material. My first instinct was to think paint, but the color could also match blood. I looked around the mostly empty space and found in one corner a small wooden chair and a little table with a book on it. It was the Holy Bible. I heard footsteps coming down the steps. I said in a volume slightly above a whisper, "Yo, come check this out." When I heard no response, I turned around but didn't see anyone by the stairs. I said, "Who's there?" Then I noticed a girl sitting down, leaning on the wall. Only it took me a second to realize it wasn't Jolie or Mabel. It was some random woman with extremely long and messy hair, looking right at me. Then I heard one of the girls upstairs screaming, followed by Lily calling my name, saying, "Let's get out of here." The only words I could muster up were, "Holy shit," and I ran out of the basement and up the stairs. I saw my friends running out through the back door. I had no idea what they had seen, but I was right behind them. We ran back out front towards the car and didn't stop until we were in. I asked them as we started to drive away what they saw, because I saw some deranged-looking woman come down to the basement. Everyone was talking over each other, but one of the girls finally managed to explain that they saw two men standing in one of the empty rooms on the first floor. They saw some dark objects on the floor in that room, but they couldn't find out what they were in those brief seconds before running away. They didn't get a look at their faces, but they were men based on their statures. I don't know what the hell was going on in that house, if we ran into some satanic cult or if we just ran into some homeless people. You couldn't pay me to ever go back to that house again. I don't live in that town or state anymore, so I don't know what became of that house. But based on the most recent Google Maps picture from 2019, it still wasn't ever finished. My greatest fear is drowning at sea. I have nightmares of being underwater with nothing around me but water. For many years, my family took a cruise each Christmas. We often sailed aboard Carnival Cruise, which has beautiful ships out of Florida to the Bahamas, our favorite destination. We also sailed other cruise lines that took unique ships to different destinations around Jamaica, Puerto Rico, and even St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands. This chilling nightmare occurred on one of these cruises from Fort Lauderdale to St. Thomas. We were midway on our cruise when we anchored in St. Thomas. We arrived just after dark, and the lights of St. Thomas were beautiful off our port side. We entered the dining room with the best view of the harbored lights. We had a fabulous Caribbean-style dinner of rock lobster and my favorite, conch in a delicious rice dish. After dinner, my sister and I walked on the promenade deck that runs the ship's length outside. The air was warm and fresh, but the Christmas season still required a sweater at night. We started up on the bow and reenacted the scene from the Titanic, leaning out over the railing with our arms outstretched, letting the night air wash over us. It was a beautiful night with amazing stars above. I haven't seen so many stars as you see on a cruise ship. We finished our games of Titanic adventures and began strolling aft to the stern of the ship, letting our dinner digest. We were about 2/3 of the way to the stern rail when we heard these dreadful screams. "No, Mom, no." My sister looked at me, and I looked at her in bewilderment. What on earth is going on? We ran to the stern, where a woman held a child, maybe about age 7 or 8, over the back of the railing. The child was screaming. Then the woman released her, and we heard her splash into the sea 3 decks below. The woman was laughing dementedly and waving. My sister and I were not sure what had just happened. We were so confused. Was this a game? The woman, perhaps in her late 30s, was nicely dressed in fashionable cruise wear. Her hair was brushed but a little blown in the sea air. She was beautiful, except for the laugh. The laugh went from quietly demented to full-on hysterical. My sister and I looked over the rail where this crazy woman pointed. We could see in the black ocean water, just barely visible in the ship's lights, a child thrashing, trying to stay afloat while crying, "Mommy, Mommy." My heart jumped in panic, and my sister turned and ran, screaming for help. The woman remained at the stern rail, throwing kisses and saying, "Goodbye, dear. Don't forget Mommy loves you." She then roared with laughter, and not a fun, happy laugh, but one that bit right to the bone. It was so strange. She was waving to the child as if she was sending her off on the school bus, and at the same time, laughing like the devil himself. "Mommy loves you." I was terrified and did not take my eyes off the child for an instant as she drifted further from the ship. I was thinking to myself, this can't be real. This isn't happening. Seconds later, 3 loud blasts burst from the ship's horns, the signal for the man overboard. Crewmen were already racing to the stern with my sister behind them. One had a life preserver in his hand and an orange life vest strapped around his body. I pointed to the child and said, "There she is." He didn't hesitate a second but leaped over the rail and dropped in a splash in the ocean. The second crew member had a spotlight and lit the water. Somewhere aboard, a lifeboat was dropped into the water, and its engine could be heard coming fast. The rescue swimmer had the child in his arms. The deck was filling with passengers curious about what had happened. You could hear everyone saying, "Is someone overboard? Are they alive?" I didn't see the rescue crew bring the child aboard, but the rumor was that she was safe with her father. Ship security took the mother into custody, and a police boat came out from St. Thomas to take her to shore. Some passengers said the woman was telling everyone she passed, "No more children for me. I'm a free woman," and she would cackle that demonic laugh. "See you later, alligator." I'm free. I don't know what happened to the woman, but she must have been committed, for she was insane. I'm currently 17 years old and I live with my parents. Next door, there is an abandoned house that has been vacant since we moved into this neighborhood. We have lived here for just under 2 years now. We live in a kind of rough part of town, and abandoned homes are very common around here. I didn't really like the idea of living next to an abandoned home because it was sort of creepy, but really, I didn't care that much and I would hardly ever think about it. However, there were a few times that I can think of specifically where I could have sworn I heard something coming from that house. I thought maybe they were squatters, so I decided to mind my own business. Have you ever heard of that saying, "Curiosity killed the cat"? Well, I figured as long as they weren't bothering anybody, it was probably best to stay away from the situation altogether. One hot summer night, I couldn't sleep, so I lay awake all night tossing and turning, trying my best to get some shut-eye when all of a sudden, I heard screaming that sounded like it came from the abandoned house. It only lasted a few seconds, but I panicked. Thinking back, I can't believe that I did this, and I truly have no idea what the hell I was thinking, and I don't blame you if you think I'm stupid. But I grabbed my switchblade that my father gave me as a birthday present one year, and I quietly snuck out of my window and made my way over to the house. I had to jump a fence and get through some bushes, and I did so as quietly as possible so I wouldn't be heard or spotted by anyone. I crept my way up the back porch, and to my surprise, the sliding glass door was actually unlocked. My heart was pretty much beating out of my chest by this point, and I even almost turned around and went home. But I didn't. I should have, though, and I wish I would have just called the police instead and let them figure it out. I made my way inside, and right off the bat, I could see just how dark it was. I pulled my iPhone out and turned the flashlight on so that way I could see at least what was in front of me. That was a bad move on my part because almost as soon as I turned my flashlight on, it startled someone, and he made his way over to me. I was standing in the living room with my back up against the wall, waiting for whoever it was to walk past me, and I turned my flashlight off. I'm almost 100% sure that whoever it was noticed I was there because of my light. The person turned the corner, and I was met with a much larger man than myself. Immediately, he punched me in my face, then grabbed me by my arm and my shirt and began dragging me. My survival instinct kicked in, and I did everything I could to break free of him. He then opened a door, and I realized right away he was trying to put me down in the basement. I managed to kick him in the balls, so I pushed him down the stairs and ran like hell out of the house and all the way home. I snuck back into my window and shut it and locked it as fast as I could, but I didn't think anyone else saw me, so that helped me feel a little better. I rushed to make sure that both the front and back doors were locked as well. I then called my mom, and she told me to get the police over there as soon as possible. I hung up the phone call with my mom and dialed 911. I told them what was going on and that they needed to send an officer over pronto. They told me to keep an eye on the home while I waited for the police to get there, so I did. I looked out of our living room window, and that's when I saw the creepiest thing I've ever seen in my whole 17 years of living. There was a man staring out of the window, looking directly at me in that abandoned house. I could barely see what he looked like, but I assumed that it was probably the man I had just pushed down the stairs. He made eye contact for probably 10 seconds before he shut the blinds and disappeared from the window. By now, I was even more terrified that he was going to come for me. I hid in my room and waited for the police. I was really hoping that he would still be there when the police arrived, but with my luck, he was already long gone by the time the cops showed up. I wasn't surprised by that at all, only I was freaked out that he was going to come back for revenge. The police didn't find anyone or anything suspicious in the house either, which makes this whole thing even creepier. What the hell was going on in there that night and all the other nights I heard noises coming from that house? I have not a single clue, and I probably won't ever know. I can't imagine it's anything good. It was December 2019. My fiancé and I had bought a house together a few years ago. It's a cute house in a decent neighborhood, a nice area to raise a family. That's why what happened 2 years ago was all the more shocking and disgusting. We know all of our neighbors, both our next-door neighbors and the 3 closest neighbors across the street. Everyone is friendly enough, but you truly never know the skeletons hidden in someone's closet. Our neighbor Leo, to the right, always seemed nice the few times we'd speak, but he never really spoke too much. I'd see him outside almost every day, either coming or leaving for what I assumed was work, though I never knew what he did for a living. At this time, I hadn't seen the guy in a few days, and his car hadn't moved from his driveway. Obviously, that in itself isn't any cause for alarm. All the neighbors, including Leo, had their lights up already. I found it interesting how Leo, a single man in his 40s, would put lights up. I actually found it kind of nice. I was late to the party putting my Christmas lights and decorations up outside. One night, while doing so, I noticed Leo's Christmas lights out of nowhere started flickering like crazy, all of them, not just one strip of lights. It looked like it could have just been faulty wiring or some electrical glitch. The next day, I left for work around 9 o'clock and noticed again Leo's car was still in the driveway. I also noticed all the blinds in his house were still closed. Even when I got back from work, the blinds were all closed, but his Christmas lights were on, so he was definitely home. I joked with my fiancé that he must have been on some kind of hibernation. Later that night, my fiancé came inside and told me of Leo's Christmas lights acting up. I went outside, and it was the exact same thing that was happening the night before. The flickering wasn't happening in a way that would appear programmed, it was happening in a very glitchy sort of way. So, I figured I'd be nice and go let him know and also see if he's okay since I hadn't seen him. I knocked on the door, and when there was no answer, I rang the bell. All the blinds were closed, and I couldn't tell if the lights were on or not. When there was no answer, I rang one more time. Finally, the door opened, and Leo greeted me. I let him know about his flickering lights, which I just noticed weren't flickering anymore. I promised him I wasn't making it up. He said he wasn't aware of that and thanked me. I asked if he was all right, as I hadn't seen him in a while. He said he was just feeling under the weather. He was acting a bit off. Then I heard something from inside the house. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but it sounded like a child screaming for help. Leo didn't have any kids. I was about to ask him, "Did you hear that?" but on the spot, I decided not to. I said goodbye and walked back to my house. Then I told my fiancé to call the police right now. I think Leo has a child in his house. His reaction was literally, "What did you say?" I said, "I think Leo kidnapped a child." So I called the police and said, "I think I heard a child screaming inside my neighbor's house," my neighbor who doesn't have kids and hasn't been leaving his house the past week or two. I asked to keep who made the call anonymous, though I knew Leo wouldn't be so stupid as to not know it was me who made the call. Sure enough, the police arrived and entered his house on an emergency. When I heard what they found, I was appalled. There was a young boy locked in the basement. He had been locked down there for 4 days. The boy had been kidnapped from a completely different town. As for the flickering lights, the boy was a genius and somehow found a way from the basement to flicker the Christmas lights as an attempt to call for help and get someone's attention outside, probably whenever he saw someone through one of the blocked-off basement windows. I reckon he saw his chance to call for help when someone was at the front door. Clearly a very smart kid with great survival instincts. I'm glad he was reunited with his family. I don't want to know what was done to him, but I hope he lives a normal life and has put this behind him. Knowing how serious a crime child kidnapping is, Leo won't be getting out of prison anytime soon. This took place a while ago when I was 14. It happened on Halloween. One of my friends and I had plans to go trick-or-treating that night. Now, I realize 14 is a bit old to still be trick-or-treating, but my friend and I figured we still had 1 year left in us. We lived in a really nice neighborhood. However, this meant that there was about an acre of front yard for each house, so it took about 3 minutes to walk between each door. But this was made up for in the number of full-sized candy bars we were given. The neighborhood basically got its reputation as one filled with a ton of rich older people who would all give out full-size candy bars. Because of this, it wasn't unusual to have a lot of other people come from nearby neighborhoods to trick-or-treat. Anyway, my friend and I had been trick-or-treating for around an hour when we came across this one house. It had an old white van parked in the driveway, and the house itself was a lot older than most of the other houses in the neighborhood. But we could tell the house had lights on inside and even some small Halloween decorations hung up outside, so we figured the people inside of it were likely to be handing out candy. Once we got to the front door, we rang the doorbell. After a few seconds, a middle-aged man dressed in a Scream costume opened the door. At first, my friend and I were both excited. Typically, if the house owner was dedicated enough to dress up in costume, we could be sure we were in for some tastier candy. We both said, "Trick or treat," and the guy handed us our candy without saying anything. I don't even remember what candy we were given, but what I do remember is what happened next. We said thank you and started walking off, but the guy told us to wait. He said he had more for us, but that we had to come inside and wait while he went to go get it. It was odd, but we were 14 and figured free candy was free candy. We walked inside and were met with a full wall of Polaroid pictures of different children in Halloween costumes. The man then came around the corner with a camera and explained how he always liked to take photos of the kids every Halloween because he loved seeing their different costumes. My friend and I looked at each other and back at the man. I said we shouldn't and that we should get going because our moms were waiting for us in the car. This wasn't true, but I didn't feel comfortable in that situation. It was honestly really creepy. The guy didn't say anything and just looked at us with his Scream mask as we walked back outside. As we were walking down the driveway, I glanced back at the front door. The man was just standing there, still looking at us, completely motionless. We tried to forget the whole situation as we continued trick-or-treating. 30 minutes in, and we'd practically forgotten all about it, but that's when we noticed a lone white van parked on the street in front of us. This instantly made me think back to the van in that guy's driveway just 30 minutes ago. We slowed our pace a bit, both realizing there was a chance that it was the same van, a small chance, but still. Once we walked past it, it shifted out of park and into drive, now slowly inching behind us. We tried to calm down, reasoning that it was most likely just some parents driving their kids from house to house. This was more common than you would think, as like I mentioned earlier, the houses were a good 3-minute walk from each other. When we got to the next house, we noticed the van parked somewhere behind us. We waited a bit, and that's when we realized there were no kids getting out of that van. It had to have been the same guy from earlier. Dude, what do we do? We were only 10 minutes away from my house at this point, so I responded saying we should make a run for it. My friend agreed, and right as we booked it, the van did the same. We were now 100% positive this guy was following us. I looked behind us and the van was literally right there. We weren't gonna outrun this thing. There was no chance if we stayed next to the road. And we both knew this. So, we jumped a fence and cut through a field that ultimately led to my house's backyard. When we got there, we ran inside and locked all the doors. We had lost the guy. I still occasionally think about this encounter from time to time. This is by far the most disturbing thing I have ever experienced, and it would mark the last time I would ever go trick-or-treating. This all happened in July 2004. I was 12 at the time, and my parents brought me to Kona, Hawaii. Needless to say, it was an amazing time and just about the last place you'd expect something creepy to happen. That is, until the second to last night there. My parents and I were tossing around a ball in the ocean when I overthrew my dad, and a kid my age caught it. We invited him to join in, and after a while, my parents got tired and went back to the beach while he and I continued playing. A woman who appeared to be his mother was walking around taking pictures of us over and over, and when my mom tried to start a conversation with her, the woman completely ignored her. It turned out Jason lived in Los Angeles and was headed back tomorrow, just as we were. We were connecting through LAX, and thank God we didn't share a flight. Once it got dark, we went back to the beach and didn't see Jason's mother anywhere. After searching all over the beach, we headed back to the hotel. To clarify, the hotel was directly behind the beach with a pool and bar in between. You could vaguely see the beach through palm trees, depending on the floor, but certainly not your child. We took Jason up to his room to see if his mother was there, and he said hello to a man on the way up as if he knew him. My mom asked if the man was his dad, and he said no, as his father had run off 5 months after he was born. We knocked on the hotel door several times and could hear the TV on, but no one answered. We were all hungry, so we went down to the lobby to use the phone. Jason called up to his room and left a message that we were going to the downstairs restaurant to eat. We had buffalo wings and soda and talked about SpongeBob, etc. He seemed like any other kid. It was a bit strange, though, when we were in the ocean and lost one of our floats. He went swimming after it way too far, and my dad called him to come back. Otherwise, who knows how far he'd have chased it and possibly drowned. Now, it had been at least 3 hours since we saw any sign of his mother until we headed back up to the lobby. She was there by the concierge, screaming at us that she had called the police. Knowing how crazy this was, my dad called them as well. They arrived rather quickly, and we told our story, all the while Jason's mother was shouting, "You're just trash," at us repeatedly. I don't recall Jason saying much of anything. Eventually, the situation died down, and we went back to our rooms, placing a desk in front of the door. Fortunately, we didn't run into them on the way back. When I was a kid, maybe 6 or 7 years old, this was in the mid-1990s. We took a family trip to the beach in Florida. We were staying in a beach house a short walking distance from the beach. One day, we went to the beach, and I was supposed to stay inside of my mom, but I wandered away, and before I knew it, I was lost. A lot of the houses looked the same, and I wasn't sure which one was ours. Plus, I couldn't see my mom anywhere. It started to rain. I came to a path that I was pretty sure led back to our house. Only it didn't lead to a house at all, but instead to a parking lot. There was a big, dirty van parked there. It was the only vehicle around. I was about to turn back when I noticed an overweight woman with brown hair, a hot pink tank top, and those big, clunky, thick glasses that were popular in the 80s waving and smiling at me from the passenger seat of the van. She said something like, "Oh my, it's raining. Where's your mommy? Let us take you to her. It's dangerous to be out here in the rain, you could get struck by lightning." She was very friendly, almost overly so. In the driver's seat was a very overweight man without a shirt on, a hairy gray chest, and some clunky-looking gold chain. He was wearing yellow-tinted Elvis shades and staring at me intently. He was also smoking a cigarette, which I knew was bad. The woman stepped out of the van and kneeled down to me. She asked how old I was. When I told her, she gleefully remarked, "Oh my, we have 2 boys your age at our house. You should come over and spend the night. We've got movies, Nintendo, and in the morning we've got all types." Back in 2018, I worked for Domino's. It was my first night. I was just starting out. I was only working there because I needed the money for college supplies for my dorm. That night, I was being trained. When you're being trained, you're accompanied by the manager on your first few deliveries to see how you do and evaluate you. It was late, around 8 o'clock, and we got an order. Our store wasn't electronic like they are today. We couldn't see where the locations were on a big TV. We had to look them up on our phones for directions. We got the directions and the pizza. I still remember the order, for large pizzas with 2 bottles of PIB. We loaded them into the car, and it was my car since I was the one being evaluated. So it was me, my manager, and another trainee who I didn't know. The house we were heading towards was way out of the way, in the middle of nowhere. My town was old, though, so it was fairly common to go miles without anything. It took us around 15 to 20 minutes to get there. The house looked old, really old. It was an old 2-story home, and it was completely run down. The wood was chipping, some of the windows had boards on them. It was not a house you'd expect people to be living in. I remember asking my manager if we had to go up there, and he told both of us yes, but that he'd come with us and hand them the pizzas and sodas. I hesitantly got out of the car and noticed that the other guy, who was new, was very nervous as well about walking to that front door. We finally started making our way to it when the other trainee said he thought he saw someone watching us from the furthest window from us upstairs. Our manager told him he's just paranoid and that this shouldn't take more than a minute or two, making sure to tell us to stay calm and be nice. I don't know how I had the courage to ring the bell, but I did, which of course didn't work, so my manager pounded on the door. No answer. We waited about 15 seconds and knocked again, harder this time. Still no answer. We were all getting impatient, and there was a smell of something rotten. We couldn't tell if it was the house or if something inside had died. Finally, after about a minute of impatiently waiting, someone opens the door, but not completely. They opened the door only showing part of their face and asking who we were and what we wanted. My manager said we had their pizza. The guy quickly unlocked the door and acted all friendly towards us. It freaked the 3 of us out. It was an older gentleman, in his 50s at least. He told us it took him a while to open the door because it's hard for him to get around or something. Our manager handed him the receipt and asked if he was paying with cash or a check, and the man told us he'd be back with the money. He left the front door open, so I looked around to see what the house looked like inside. Empty, completely empty. No furniture or anything in that house, just the floor and a couple of blankets. Obviously, this guy was homeless and was just living here since no one else was. That's when we heard footsteps coming from upstairs. More than one person, too. That's when we got uncomfortable about the situation. The realization of what the other employee said became true. Someone was probably watching us as we walked to the front door. My manager yelled out if the man had the money yet, but he never got a response back. The footsteps stopped. Everything just stopped. It became silent. You could just hear the 3 of us breathing. My manager told us to stay at the front door in case the man came back, and that he'd go around the house to see if the man needed help or something. We nodded at him, and he walked towards the back. The 2 of us heard footsteps, but not from upstairs. They were coming from below us somehow. We both looked completely puzzled and confused and honestly uneasy about this entire situation. That's when we heard our manager scream and heard frantic running. He ran to the front of the house where both of us were and told us to go back into the car and that we're leaving. I've never driven a car faster in my life. My manager explained to us that when he was walking around to the back, he saw a group of people in the darkness surrounding a sort of makeshift campfire, but it was very small. He got closer to them and noticed in the middle was a baby deer. The group of men were sitting around laughing at it as if they found it funny. The minute he said that, my heart almost stopped. The new guy and I quit right after, and I heard the manager quit a month after this. I'd never worked a delivery job again. Obviously, we walked into some kind of cult meeting, and I'm just glad we left when we did. It was a Friday evening, and I was getting home from school. I was 13 years old and really excited to go hunting. I love hunting, especially at the ranch we go to in Alice, Texas. I've been going there since I was 4 and have so many memories of the place. It was my grandpa, my dad, and I going. There were going to be a few other people, like the ranch owner's family. We were packed up and ready to go. It was deer season, my favorite season. Just the feeling of seeing a big deer right in front of your eyes is a wonderful feeling, and of course, shooting it. People say that it's wrong to kill animals, but I disagree if you're actually eating it. We got to the ranch, and it was 10 p.m., so it was pretty dark out there. The ranch is 300 acres, I believe, and the campsite is an old little shack, probably the size of a normal bedroom. There is electricity there, but it's not a huge cabin where most hunters sleep. However, there are little beds there, but one time my dad found a huge snake shed in one of the beds when I was little. So from then on, we slept in a tent. The camp is surrounded by woods with a small field up ahead, probably a little less than the size of a football field. We used that field for dove hunting. Anyhow, we unloaded and chatted for a while around the campfire, telling jokes and whatnot, when we heard this scream. It was the most disturbing thing I'd ever heard. It sounded like a human hybrid or something. The scream sounded not too far away. All of us jumped from our seats and looked at each other. Every man there was freaked out. I could see it in their eyes. The ranch owner was the first one to say, "What the was that?" He then told us and one of his family members to go check it out. He's a pretty old guy in his 70s, so that's why we went to check it out. We took my grandpa's ATV and did a quick search around the perimeter, only to find nothing. I was still traumatized. I was even scared to go in the blind by myself. As all hunters know, we have to wake up before dawn and get up into the blind to be unseen by the deer. I went to sleep in the tent with a gun right beside me. I woke up to the alarm and got ready. I was scared of being left alone in the dark, even though it was only an hour or two before dawn broke. I was still petrified by the scream, and it still echoed in my mind. Today, my grandpa dropped me off at the blind with his ATV and left. My dad was already in his position. My grandpa's not a soft grandpa, he expects you to know and do it. Him being him, he just left me in the dark, expecting me to find my way up to the blind myself. So I began climbing up the ladder and began navigating with just my hands. I got into the blind and waited for the sun to peek out. 20 minutes passed, and it was still dark out when I noticed something in the middle of the trail. I couldn't see well, so I thought it was the right time to use a night vision sight that my uncle had given me. I was excited, expecting a big deer. But when I put my eye into the sight, what I saw still haunts me today. I don't care if you believe me or not. But I was expecting a deer, only to find a person walking towards the woods. It was distorted looking but had the same outline as a person. I don't know how it spotted me, but I saw it turn and face towards me. Now, the night vision is not super clear, so I couldn't see its face, but I could see it was looking straight at me. Then, what I heard next will stick with me for the rest of my life. It gave out the exact same blood-curdling scream as the night before, only louder. At that moment, I cannot describe the fear I felt. The word fear is not enough to describe how I felt. I managed to break free from whatever shock I was in and managed to grab the .22 and started to fire the entire clip into the path it was standing in. I was still frightened, so I got my rifle and fired all the rounds into the path. When I looked back into the night vision, it was gone. I started to get texts and calls like crazy, mostly from my dad. I told him what happened, and he had heard it, too, and so did my grandpa. We still go there to hunt, but it has not been the same peaceful hunt. Now, when I hunt, I go with my dad because I'm scared that thing might come back. I don't know what that thing was, but whatever it was, it survived 25 rounds from a .22 and 4 rounds from a .243 because when we went to check, there were no signs of blood or anything, not even footprints. I know it was still dark when I fired all those rounds, but I know for sure at least one of them had to hit whatever that thing was. A few years ago, I used to play video games and stream them online. I was not really popular or anything, I just did it for fun. I would stream on Twitch for my friends, and usually anywhere from 1 to 3 or 4 of them would watch. Sometimes they would play with me in the games as well. Every now and then a few other random people would watch the stream too, but I never got more than like 10 viewers at once. I wasn't trying to become famous or anything. One night, I was streaming Fortnite. It was almost a nightly thing for me to do at the time. I was playing with my friend Luck, who was also watching the stream. I remember that at one point, I saw there was another viewer, and soon the new viewer started talking in the chat and leaving comments. I did not recognize the username to be any of my friends, and I realized it was a new person. I said hi to them and welcomed them to the stream. The person responded, saying hi, but a short time later, their comments turned bad. It started with basic insults, calling me names and cursing at me. I assumed it to be some teenage kid just messing around on a Twitch account. I remember asking on the stream why he was so angry. My friend was thinking that it was really funny, though. The comments then got threatening. The user said something like they were going to find me and they knew where I lived or something along those lines. Obviously, I didn't take the threat very seriously. I really had no idea why they would act this way because my stream was always pretty fun and lighthearted. The first comment the person made that really raised my eyebrows, though, was when they mentioned my real name. They said they knew my name, and when I asked what it was, the user commented it. This shocked me because my name was not my username or anything, and this person knew my last name as well. It was then that I figured it had to be one of my friends messing with me, and that's what Luck thought as well. I remember Luck asking who it was, going through a list of friends that he thought it could be. The person denied it all. After going back and forth for a bit, the person eventually left, and I ended the stream a short time later. But the very next night, the person was back. I went back on what I usually did and was playing Fortnite again. Luck also joined, and it was just the two of us like the night prior. Well, maybe 30 minutes into the stream, the mystery person returned. They started commenting again, picking up right where they left off, but this time they said they were going to my house. I was kind of like, okay, buddy, let's see it, and still not taking it seriously. They went quiet in the chat for a while, but then out of nowhere, the person commented that they were at my house. Then I heard this loud knocking coming from the front door. I lived in a house that I rented with a roommate during this time. My roommate was gone at work, and I was at home by myself. After I heard the knocking, I told Luck about it, who seemed shocked. This definitely had to be a friend, I said. I was getting up and went over to go look. After leaving my bedroom and starting to enter the living room, I could see somebody through the front window. There was a man standing on the front step who was wearing all black and a ski mask. He did not resemble any of my friends, but I guess it could have been one of them. I just had a bad feeling about it, though, like this was somebody else. I went back into my bedroom and asked the guy through my stream what he wanted. He did not respond to this, but loudly knocked again on the front door. I was not going to answer it. The mysterious man then made a comment that he hated my car. I don't know why he said this, but then he left the stream. I really had no idea as to what was going on. Me and Luck talked about who it could be, and I told him that I thought it was someone totally random. Luck was telling me that I should go out and confront the guy. Eventually, I left my bedroom to go check, but the guy was gone now. I looked out of every window and didn't see him. Well, the next day, I was leaving for work. When I got to my car in the driveway, there was a big dent in the driver's door, like somebody had hit it with something. I remembered the comment the guy made about hating my car, which is a Pontiac Aztec. Now I knew none of my friends would go so far as to damage my vehicle. After that, I decided to stop streaming for a while. I told all my friends about it, and like I expected, none of them knew who it could be. It remains a mystery to me to this day. I don't live in that house anymore. I did stream on Twitch again a while after it happened, but the guy never joined another stream or at least never said anything. This is one of the craziest things that's ever happened to me. This story takes place when I was a junior in high school. For context, here's a little background information. Back in the day, I was a pretty involved student, took all the hard classes, and was in a few varsity sports. In one of these ways, I was always busy and didn't have much time for myself. Part of me was thankful for that. It provided me an escape from a world where my parents had recently parted ways and my older brother had just gone to college. It was just me and my little brother then. He also was a swimmer and a smart kid in his own right. We were really similar, even to this day, but probably because of the stress our family situation put on us at the time, we didn't get along well at all. One of those wet winter days in the Midwest, I'd put in my time at school and swim, and I still had to sit down for several hours of homework. This time, I had to write an essay for some advanced class that I wasn't really interested in. I dropped my swim bag at the door when I got home and looked around my house to see if anyone was home. Empty. Dad must be out with Carwin at swim practice. His club team had the slot at the pool after the high school team was done. I popped in a mouthful of Cheez-Its and headed down to the basement to my office to get some schoolwork done. The house was a middle-class two-story with an unfinished basement, with the exception of what I referred to as my office. From a career past, my dad used to work from home but no longer did. I was the only one who used this place, so my family, or what was left of it, just called it Azaria's office. So I made my way across the concrete floors and unattached carpet scraps down there to the one finished out room in the basement. I flicked on the CFL light. It was like any other night after practice. I still had hours of homework to do, so I turned on the computer and started typing away. I was typing for what seemed like an hour, trying to bring words to what the concept of hedonism and the picture of Dorian Gray meant to me as best I could, or as convincingly as I could. Out of the dark, I heard my little brother call out to me, "Azaria, Azaria, come up." Almost reflexively, I called back to him, "Carwin, I'm working. What do you need?" We would yell through the house like brothers do, but it took me a minute to realize I didn't hear him come home. I got no response, only for a couple of minutes, though. Again, I heard my little brother's voice sing out, "Azaria, Azaria, come up." It felt strange hearing those words carry across the dark concrete floor. He's supposed to be at swim practice. I called back out to him, asking if he needed anything, but again I received no answer. I thought about just starting my essay again, but the family situation was delicate at best, and I didn't want to be in trouble if my little brother actually needed something. I made the decision to get up and go find out for myself. I bounded up the basement staircase the only way a high schooler can, and I called out again for my brother, Carwin. "What's up? I'm really busy." I checked all around the main floor looking for my little brother or even signs he was home. No shoes, no backpack, so he wasn't home, and there was no car in the driveway either. The only reason my dad would be gone right now would be to pick him up. Satisfied, I turned back for the stairs when I heard my little brother's voice ring out again, "Azaria, Azaria, come up." This time, every hair on my body stood on end. It just didn't make sense. He had to be at practice, and if he really needed me, he would have come to me. I got to the base of the second floor stairs and called out to him one more time, "Carwin, what's going on? Are you okay?" For a minute, no answer. "Carwin, I'm really busy. Can you tell me what's up?" It was quiet for way too long as I stared up the dark staircase. Logically, I had no reason to believe anyone was up there until I heard Carwin's voice calmly speak this time, and not call out in his sing-song way those same 4 words, "Azaria, Azaria, come up." "What?" I asked under my breath. I couldn't comprehend the situation. I did a quick inventory of any probable scenario: break-in, wrong voice, a prank. I would have seen something at this point. It had to be Carwin, and maybe helping him would make me a good brother, so I began up the stairs. My heart pounded with each step, and I was about to make the landing to the dark second floor when I heard the buzz of the garage door motor. I ran back down the stairs and looked out the window. It was my father's sedan, and he and my little brother got out. I stumbled from the window to the hall where they would enter, and I felt my heart almost stop beating. I collapsed on the floor and just started to cry uncontrollably. So this is way back in the 80s when we didn't have dashboard GPS or Google Maps or whatever to help us out on the road. All we had was our trusty old coffee-stained road maps to guide us on our way. But before you all start thinking that this is me reminiscing about happier, simpler times, don't get it twisted. I wouldn't turn back the clock for $1,000,000, because if I'd had GPS back when I was a young man, I mightn't have gotten into half the trouble I did while driving. I have 2 incidents to talk about today. The first one occurred south of the border down in Mexico. I was making the 40-mile drive from Morelia to Ciudad Hidalgo, and back in those days there were only 2 routes you could take. One was the National Road, which wasn't all that bad, but then there was the old National Road, which was, I'm pretty sure, designed by an actual sadist. It's a hilly highway known to the locals as Mil Cumbres, meaning 1,000 curves, and for good reason too. That thing is like riding a roller coaster in sections. And I've heard of other drivers getting actual motion sickness when they've attempted to traverse it. But ironically, as horrible as it is to drive, it has some of the best views of any drive you are ever likely to experience. If you take it real slow and careful, it can actually be quite pleasant. My grandpa in particular used to love driving up there. People said he was loco, and he probably kind of was, but he was right about Mil Cumbres. Sometimes the rewards really did outweigh the risks. So on this one particular day, me and my grandfather drive up on the Mil Cumbres, and we're just cruising while we watched the sun go down over Michoacan. When it was full dark, Grandpa decided to take one last run along the highway before we returned home. I'm looking out the window marveling at the stars in the sky. It's amazing how much clearer you can see the stars down there, and it was always one of my favorite things to do whenever I went to Mexico as a kid. I was just lost in how vast the universe seemed when suddenly Grandpa slams on the brakes of the car so hard I violently lurched forward in my seat. I thought we'd only narrowly avoided an accident or something, but when I looked onto the road ahead of us, there were no other cars to be seen. I asked my grandpa what's going on, thinking it might have been a false alarm or something, but he looked seriously freaked out as he starts backing up and turning us around. There's my giant, tough-as-nails abuelo, and he's terrified by something, so naturally, I start freaking out too. I turn in my seat as he turns the car, trying to get a glimpse of whatever he's obviously fleeing from, but still there's nothing in the road. Yet as we're speeding away, I see something move out of the trees at the side of the road. It was only a silhouette, but it was obvious it was a person, and they were carrying something long and heavy, something I only later realized was a gun. I found out years later that bandidos used to operate on those roads. They usually only targeted cargo trucks or the flashier cars of businessmen driving to and from Ciudad, Mexico. But when my abuelo saw those dudes just walking out of the trees towards us, he didn't want to take any chances. Definitely the scariest story from when I was a kid, but I think it was rooted in seeing how scared my abuelo was. On the other hand, I have a story from my 30s that happened when I was driving alone, and I didn't need any sense of childish wonder to get the complete life scared out of me. This isn't nearly as long as the Mexico story, but as you'll see, it doesn't need to be. I'm driving over to my parents' place in rural Illinois. This is a drive I've made countless times before, so I'm completely on autopilot. So when I catch a glimpse of a deer in my peripheral vision, I slam on the brakes trying to avoid plowing into this thing while doing 60. My heart is pounding while I'm just sitting there waiting for the thing to run out into the road, only nothing shows. Now, since the light in my car happened to be busted, I kept a small flashlight and a map on the passenger seat next to me. So, wondering where the deer disappeared to, I grab the flashlight and start shining it out into the trees at the side of the road. After a second, I see the deer's eyes reflecting some of my flashlight back at me, so I know it's still there, just staring at me. Only when I actually light the thing up, I see it's not a deer at all. It's just a deer's head, staked into the dirt, facing the road. I have never hit the gas so hard before in my entire life. I raced away from that thing like it was a nuclear bomb about to go off. I was burning rubber, man, and as hard and fast as I pushed that old truck, it still didn't feel fast enough. I don't know if it was just a case of some local hunters playing a pretty grisly prank or if it was something, I don't know, evil. But you can bet your butt I never drove that road on autopilot anymore, 'cause I didn't want to meet whoever cut that poor thing's head off. When I was a kid, my best friend's name was Sarah. We lived only a few miles away from each other and would hang out all the time. I remember that many times I would go sleep over at his house, and he would also stay over at mine sometimes. Both of our houses were pretty average for the most part, although Sarah's was a little bit nicer in my opinion, and it was also a little larger. This event I'm going to talk about took place when we were both 10 years old. Sarah and I went to the same school, and one day late in the school year, I went over to his house after classes. The plan was to sleep over, and I was excited about it. I brought my sleeping bag and would sleep on the floor of his bedroom. After school, I went over to Sarah's house, and we hung out for the rest of the day. I don't remember much, but I'm pretty sure we just played video games and stuff. We had to go to bed at probably like 10 or 11 p.m. So I set up my sleeping bag, and then Sarah turned out all the lights and got into his bed. At his house, every single light was off, and I didn't really like that. In my bedroom at home, I always kept a small lamp on in the corner that gave a little bit of light, and before that, I would have a nightlight in the corner of my bedroom. I just didn't like things to be completely pitch black. I really could barely see anything, but I remember that Sarah's bedroom door was open, and there was a small light from something. I think it was maybe the thermostat. Anyways, I remember trying to fall asleep. Sarah seemed to fall asleep pretty quickly, but I didn't. I really wasn't that tired for some reason. I was lying there awake and eventually tried falling asleep, but after a while, I just couldn't. Sarah's bedroom was towards the end of the hallway where the other bedrooms were. Everybody else in his family had long gone to sleep, and the house was completely silent. But then I thought that I heard the sound of somebody walking. I thought maybe it was Sarah's parents or something. It was very quiet because basically, the entire house was carpet, so it wasn't easy to hear the footsteps, but you still could, especially when it was this quiet. I looked over and then thought that I saw somebody coming into view. I could only see a small part of the hallway through the open bedroom door, but then it seemed like somebody walked towards the doorway. It was so dark that I couldn't see very well, but I kept watching. Then I saw much more clearly a man walking into the doorway of Sarah's room. When I saw this, I realized that even though it was really dark, I could tell that it wasn't Sarah's dad. I had no idea who it could be. I closed my eyes and didn't move a muscle. I was pretending to be asleep even though I wasn't. The man kept standing there for a little while. After probably like 30 seconds, I opened my eyes again, and he was still there. He was just standing in the doorway and facing us. I couldn't completely tell if he was looking at me. I didn't move my head at all and just opened my eyes very carefully. I closed my eyes again and pretended to be asleep. I just hoped that the man wouldn't enter Sarah's room. Then I heard the guy sort of walking away down the hallway. I really didn't know who this guy was or why he was here. I also didn't know if he was going to come back or not. As I laid there, I just kept closing my eyes and didn't move. During this time, I didn't really hear any more noises. I was really too scared to get up and wake Sarah up or do anything else. Eventually, after I'm not even sure how long, I fell asleep. The next thing I knew, I was waking up, and it was still dark out. Sarah was tapping me on the shoulder telling me to wake up. After sitting up in my sleeping bag, I noticed that Sarah's bedroom door was now closed. He then told me that there was a man in the house and the police were on the way. We were supposed to stay in his bedroom and not leave. Then we waited inside Sarah's bedroom and didn't really hear much, but after a while later, the police arrived and we continued to stay in the bedroom. After a long time, Sarah's parents finally came and told us what happened. We found out that a man was located hiding in the basement. I guess he tried opening Sarah's parents' bedroom, and it woke both of them up. The man fled, and Sarah's parents called the cops. Then they knew that the man was at the other end of the house, and Sarah woke up from the noise. He then left the bedroom to see what was going on, and when he returned, he woke me up. I guess it was the same man that I had seen. I'm really glad that the man didn't cause any harm. I never found out why he had entered or how he had entered the house. I slept over at Sarah's house multiple times after that, and luckily nothing like that ever happened again. It was a cold, rainy night when the stranger walked into our cafe. I had been working the late shift, trying to pass the time by wiping down tables and refilling sugar jars. The usual crowd of night owls and insomniacs were scattered around the place, each absorbed in their own world. The bell above the door jingled, signaling the arrival of a new customer. But this one was different. I looked up, and my heart skipped a beat. The man who walked in was drenched in blood. It soaked his clothes, streaked his face, and dripped from his hands onto the floor. His eyes, however, were calm and clear, as if the blood didn't bother him at all. He walked to the counter and stood there, staring at me for a moment. I couldn't move. I just stared back, my mind racing. Who was he, what had happened to him, should I call the police? But before I could do anything, he spoke. "I'd like a coffee, please," he said, his voice steady and polite. "And a candy bar." I hesitated, my hand hovering over the phone. His request was so ordinary, so out of place given his appearance. Finally, I managed to speak. "Are you okay?" The man gave a small, almost reassuring smile. "Don't worry," he said. "It's not my blood." Those words sent a chill down my spine. If it wasn't his blood, then whose was it? I didn't dare ask. Instead, I nodded and went about making his coffee. My hands were shaking as I poured the hot liquid into a cup and handed it to him. Then I grabbed a candy bar from the display and placed it next to the coffee. "Thank you," he said, still calm and composed. He took a sip of his coffee and then picked up the candy bar. He stood there for a moment, looking around the cafe. The other customers were starting to notice him too, their conversations dying down as they took in the sight of the blood-soaked stranger. Without another word, he turned and walked out of the cafe, the bell above the door jingling. I watched him through the window as he disappeared into the night, leaving a trail of blood drops behind him. I was left standing there, my mind a whirl of confusion and fear. The rest of the night passed in a blur. I kept glancing at the door, half expecting him to come back or for the police to show up asking questions. But neither happened. The customers slowly returned to their conversations, though the atmosphere in the cafe remained tense and uneasy. When my shift finally ended, I couldn't get the stranger out of my mind. I kept replaying the scene over and over, trying to make sense of it. Who was he? Where had he come from? And whose blood had he been covered in? The next day, I scoured the news for any reports of violence or missing persons, but there was nothing. It was as if the man had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. The only evidence that he had ever been in the cafe was the bloodstains on the floor, which I had scrubbed away as best I could. As the days turned into weeks, the memory of the blood-soaked stranger began to fade, though it never completely left me. I started to wonder if I had imagined the whole thing. But the other customers had seen him too. We occasionally exchanged nervous glances, a silent reminder of the night's strange events. Months later, I was working another late shift when a woman walked into the cafe. She seemed normal enough at first, until she approached the counter and handed me a small blood-stained envelope. My heart skipped a beat as I took it from her. "He wanted me to give this to you," she said quietly, her eyes filled with a strange mix of fear and sadness. Before I could ask what she meant, she turned and left, leaving me alone with the envelope. With trembling hands, I opened it. Inside was a single piece of paper, stained with blood and written in a hurried, shaky script. It read, "Thank you for the coffee and the candy bar. I'm sorry for any trouble I caused. I had to do something terrible that night, but it was necessary. The blood was from someone who had to be stopped. You won't hear from me again, but know that you helped make the world a safer place." There was no signature, no indication of who the stranger was or what he had done. I stared at the note, feeling a mix of relief and unease. The mystery was far from solved, but at least I had some small measure of closure. I never saw the blood-soaked stranger again, but I often thought about him, especially on cold, rainy nights. The memory of that night remained with me, a constant reminder that the world is full of mysteries and that sometimes the scariest stories are the ones that have no clear ending. It was Halloween night of 2016. I was 23 at the time and lived in my own two-story house. Now, Halloween in 2016 was a lot different from anything I'd seen before. There were a few months back then where all anyone could talk about were these killer clown sightings and things of that nature. Of course, that year Halloween took place right when the talk of killer clowns was at its peak. I remember a lot of parents not allowing their kids to do any trick-or-treating that year because of it. I myself didn't really have anything planned. I was going to hang out with a couple of friends while handing out candy to the kids that came by, but that was pretty much it. Eventually, toward the end of the night, when the doorbell ring started to slow down, the three of us, which was me and my two friends, who I'll call Thomas and Kenny for the sake of this story, started talking about general scary Halloween stuff. At one point, Thomas brought up a haunted house down the street. He explained how we should go and see how scary it was. Now, I figured I was to the point where I was too old for all that kind of stuff, but Thomas said it was the real deal. Not that scary, but not scary enough to keep the kids away type of haunted house. Rather, this thing was legit, or at least that's what he said. So, we all agreed to try it out. It was about a 5-minute walk to get there. I didn't say this out loud, but when we did get there, it didn't look like all that Thomas had made it out to be. Honestly, it looked like some teenagers had set it up in only a few hours. We walked inside, and I quickly realized the place was decently packed. There were a lot of other people walking through. The whole thing wasn't that scary. I got jump scared a couple of times, but that was about the extent of it. Though, that was until I saw these 3 clowns. I have to admit the costumes were really good. You could tell they spent a lot of time on them. What was weird, though, was how after they scared us, they continued through the house following us. All of the other people dressed up would just scare us once and wait for the next people to walk through, but these guys literally followed us until we got back outside. This put me on edge, but I didn't say anything. We all walked back to my house, and shortly after, Thomas and Kenny would leave. Maybe 30 minutes after they left, my doorbell went off. Obviously, it wasn't uncommon to get late-night trick-or-treaters, but by this point, it was around midnight. There was no way this was some kid looking for candy, so I ignored it, but just a minute later, I heard footsteps walking around my backyard. I was now just annoyed. In my mind, I was almost positive it was just some teenagers trying to mess with me. I flickered my back porch light on and off multiple times as a way to scare them away. I looked out the window to see if it worked, and that's when I saw 3 men in clown costumes running into the darkness. My mind instantly jumped to earlier that night at the haunted house. But how could they figure out where I lived unless they followed me back home? I went upstairs and texted a group chat with me, Thomas, and Kenny, saying, "Guys, I think those 3 clowns from the haunted house were just in my backyard." Kenny would send a text back saying, "Dude, call the cops." I figured that wasn't a bad idea. At the very least, the cops come here and I file a report for trespassing. As I was dialing 911, the heart-dropping sound of one of the windows from downstairs shattering filled my ears. My phone was still ringing by this point. I locked my bedroom door and hid in the closet. When an operator answered, I whispered that some men in clown costumes had just broken into my house not even a minute ago. I was told to lock myself in a room and hide while staying on the line. A few moments passed when I swear I heard footsteps slowly making their way upstairs. I tried to stay as silent as I could, but for the life of me, I couldn't keep my breathing down. This went on for what felt like forever when the relieving sound of police sirens could be heard outside in the street. Shortly thereafter followed by quick footsteps downstairs and out the back door. After the police made their presence in the house known, I would meet them downstairs. I explained how I heard the intruders leave through the back door, and they would call for backup. Those 3 clowns would not be found that night, and because they were wearing masks the whole time, there's a good chance they'll never be identified. I was left with a broken kitchen window, but surprisingly, nothing was stolen. Though I don't necessarily see this as a good thing, as it proves they weren't there to rob the place. They likely had much worse intentions. Why they targeted me specifically, though, I'm still not sure. In the year 2015, I frequently used the app Uber because I wasn't able to drive for 12 months due to some DUI charges. Just a stupid mistake overall. There's this nightclub bar in my town that I would sometimes go to on the weekends with my friends. Sometimes I would get a ride home with a designated driver if we had one, and sometimes we would catch an Uber. This night, I wasn't feeling too great, so I left a little early. It was somewhere between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning. It was way too cold to walk home, so I called for an Uber. A guy nearby named Jack popped up. I got to be honest, he was a little creepy looking. He was older, didn't really smile in his picture, and he had a grayish goatee with a black beanie cap on. He was only 2 miles away, so I didn't really care. It said he had a Chevy Malibu, which sounded nice, so I requested he come pick me up. I waited on the bench outside the club next to the bouncer, who stood still like a statue, hands folded together. About 5 minutes later, a silver 2003 or something Chevy Malibu pulled up in front of the club. I stood up, a bit disappointed it was such an old, ratty-looking car. The guy didn't call me over or honk or anything, he just waited by the curb. So I got up and entered the back seat of the car. Right away, things got uncomfortable. He didn't say hello, he didn't shake my hand, he didn't even turn his head to look at me. All he said, in a very quiet voice, was, "Where are you headed?" To which I replied with my address. We began moving down Main Street, but in the wrong direction of my house. I told him this, and he turned left at the next intersection. Now we were moving away from the main roads and down the quieter residential areas. He didn't put my address into his phone, so I felt really strange. I didn't know if he was expecting me to direct him or not. I ended up putting my address into my own phone so he could listen. When the GPS said, "Turn left down the next street," he completely missed it. I made a confused hand gesture. He noticed it and said, "I just got to make a quick stop. Don't worry, I'll give you a discount." Even though I was drunk, I still knew something bad was going on. That's when I noticed the handgun sticking out from his middle glove box next to him. By now, I was trying to figure out how to get out of this car. At the next red light, I tried the door handle very quietly, but it wouldn't open. I saw that the child lock was on, and from this point forward, my heart was racing. The man was driving farther out of the direction of my house. We must have been 2 towns over by now. I was getting desperate. I couldn't call the cops because I didn't know what this guy might do. I figured my best option would be attempting to flick the child lock switch next to him by the front seats. I had to somehow slide over to the opposite side of the back seat behind him without him noticing. This was one of the most tense moments of my life. I lost my sight on his head through the rearview mirror, making sure he wasn't looking. I very casually slid behind him. Thankfully, he didn't notice. Now came the scariest part. I had to reach for the button up front at the next red light before he could do anything. Each light we passed, I felt more and more tension build up as I was waiting for one of them to turn yellow. Eventually, one finally did. He slowed the car at an intersection that would usually be busy during daylight hours. It was a perfect escape point. The car came to a stop. I knew this light wasn't very long, so I had to be quick. A car was stopped at the opposite side of the intersection, which made me feel a little better. With all my courage, I reached my hand up to the lit-up child lock button. I must have startled him because he jumped 2 inches out from the seat. He screamed at me, and as I feared he would, he went for the gun right next to him. I was able to open the door and flee to the nearby Cadillac Escalade, where I banged on their windows asking for help. They drove off completely avoiding me, but it didn't matter because the man in his Chevy Malibu was already gone down the block. I ran into a nearby grocery store that was open 24 hours, where I called a taxi this time. This was a very sobering experience because I don't remember being drunk at all in that store or during the taxi ride home. I reported the driver to Uber, who said they would escalate the situation to the authorities. It wasn't until a whole week later that an officer finally showed up at my front door for some questioning. That was the end of that. I have no idea what became of that guy, but I've never used an Uber since. I had a pretty low-key beach wedding, mostly just family and friends. My wife, who I'll just call Mary, invited more people than me for sure. She even invited her ex-boyfriend Tony. I didn't know exactly how I felt about that at the time, but I acted accepting and fine with it because I knew they remained close friends. There were about 50 people at the wedding ceremony, including Tony. I didn't pay him much mind the day of the wedding because it was such a big day and my mind was obviously racing. Tony was friendly to me, but throughout the wedding reception, I noticed Tony would constantly be talking to Mary, and when he wasn't talking to her, he'd be looking in her general direction. I mean, Mary and I were married now, it's not like he had any shot at all. So at the time, I started to think maybe I was just being a little too paranoid. Even if it was slightly annoying, Tony came alone to the wedding, which I thought was just a tad weird that he didn't bring a date. My wife and I stayed in a fancy waterfront hotel that night, and the next day we went back home. A couple of people who didn't make the wedding came by the house to congratulate us and drop off gifts. Surprisingly, Tony stopped by as well. Mary and I had recently moved into a new house together, and Tony claimed to have stopped by to check out her new place and to drop off his gift that he didn't get to give us yesterday. He handed us, well, Mary specifically, an envelope and a little foot-long teddy bear holding a heart. On the heart were our initials, which I actually found to be a nice, thoughtful gift. We gave Tony a tour of the house and he stayed for a beer, but after that, he said he'd better get going and congratulated us once more before leaving. Inside the envelope was a card containing $100. As nice as I thought the gifts were, I still believed he had some serious feelings for Mary, and I asked her to ease back on the friendship a bit. She couldn't see what I saw though, apparently. She swore up and down that they were just very close friends and that there were no feelings left on either side. Mary put the teddy bear next to some of the other gifts on our dressers. While my wife and I were in bed together having a romantic moment, I stopped her when I heard this weird noise. I couldn't put my finger on what it was, but it sounded like a small electrical component. I looked around for my phone and found it was on my nightstand. I chalked it up to being a vibration from a text notification. Like half an hour later, laying in bed with the light off, I once again brought up Tony, asking if he'd texted her since the day before. She said he has, and I got a little annoyed. I repeated myself, saying I don't want her talking to him anymore. She got a little mad at me for accusing her of being interested in him at all. I assured her he was still interested in her. Why else would he stick around in his ex's life like this? She got back at me with her assurance that she doesn't view him romantically at all, that she's no longer attracted to him, and that she broke up with him for a reason. She followed this with she will ease back on her contact with him. I apologized for coming at her like that, and we went to sleep. The next day, When I got home from work, Mary exclaimed that Tony randomly blocked her on Facebook. When she texted him asking what's wrong, he replied, "What do you care? I heard the things you said." When she tried texting back, asking what he was talking about, she saw that he blocked her number now too. I wondered if maybe she but dialed him on her phone while we had that conversation the previous night, but when she checked her call history, his name wasn't there. I wasn't angry, though him blocking her meant I was right that he did still have feelings, and now he be gone. That night, while in bed, we talked about it some more. Then I heard the little electronic vibrating sound again. I looked at the teddy bear on the dresser, then I got up and went to pick it up, and my heart dropped. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen and started to tear the bear open. Mary realized it immediately too. The inside of the bear's head was a square electrical component wired to what was very obviously a camera behind the left eye and a microphone box wired to the left ear. This was connected to some kind of Bluetooth device that would probably allow a phone to send and receive data. We went to the police that night with the teddy bear and filed a police report. We then hired a lawyer and pressed charges against Tony for invasion of privacy. The judge ruled in our favor and required Tony to pay us $15,000 each. Mary also got a restraining order against him, and that was the end of him in our lives. Though we still do sometimes worry that he may pay us an unexpected visit. If he was crazy enough to wire a teddy bear to spy on us and possibly watch us in bed together, who knows how far someone like that is capable of going. This happened on July 29, 2022, which was just a few weeks ago. I turned 25 the day before. All the restrictions had ruined my previous 2 birthdays, and I was more than ready to make up for lost time. My boy Manuel would be joining me for the celebrations. We met the first day of kindergarten and had been best buds ever since. We've been trapped inside for too long, and this night was our excuse to party like we were 21 again. Our 2 goals were to drink to excess and hook up with some hot chicks. Obviously, we very nearly achieved both, but a crazy incident derailed any hopes that we had for reaching the latter of the 2. The festivities kicked off at about 5 p.m. It was probably too early in retrospect. I was so drunk by 10 I had thrown up and taken a bit of a break. The night was far from over, though. After we stopped for a big dinner and a couple of cups of coffee at IHOP, we were back on the prowl. A friend of ours tends bar at this hole-in-the-wall downtown. We got to drink for free for the rest of the evening. And drink we did. And we didn't just drink, though. Remember, our second goal was to hook up, and the bar was packed full of potential. A table with 2 girls caught my eye, and I grabbed Manuel for the approach. We got the okay to sit down, and things progressed nicely from there. By last call, we were all sufficiently loaded. I can't remember who made the suggestion, but an Uber was called, and we all piled in. The girls shared a small house a few miles away, and this was our destination. Manuel and his girl were all over each other. The girl I was with was considerably less affectionate. I'll admit I was jealous. My girl seemed kind of nervous, and that can sometimes be a bad sign. The ride was only a few minutes. Our driver pulled onto this long gravel driveway. The house sat about 50 yards at the end. We reached the house, and the girls got out first. The doors were still open. I was fumbling around for my phone when I heard a male voice yelling and looked up to see 2 guys. They must have been hiding and waiting for us to arrive. And from what I could make out, one of the guys, the one with the golf club, was my girl's boyfriend or ex-boyfriend. He was calling her all sorts of terrible names, and the second guy just stood back and watched as all this occurred. Manuel and I stayed in a car and waited to see what would happen. Both girls began yelling at this boyfriend, and he wasn't having it. He pushed one into the other, and they both fell to the ground, and things were starting to get real. I wanted to leave, and my decision was made final when the boyfriend began yelling to Manuel and me to get out of the car. He started calling us all types of names, and I guess he thought this would make us mad, but it did the opposite. In fact, I looked over at Manuel and said, "Screw this, man, let's get out of here." He nodded, and we slammed the doors shut. I leaned forward and told the driver to go. He didn't need me to ask twice. He slammed the car in reverse, and we spit gravel everywhere. The boyfriend began chasing us and caught up when the driver stopped to turn. He shifted quickly, and we were away, but not before the boyfriend managed to get one hit on the rear fender. The driver didn't appear to care, and we were all just happy to get out unscathed. It may be hard to believe, but I was stone cold sober after that. It was like a switch had been flipped. When we arrived back at our place, we all got out to examine the damage. It wasn't major, but bad enough to see in the dark. The Uber driver told me not to worry because he had insurance, but I felt bad all the same and just gave him an extra $100 in cash. He'd earned that just for saving our butts. He thanked me and took off. Had I been thinking, I would have gotten his name so I could hire him if I needed him in the future, but I was a little distracted. Since then, Manuel and I have laid low. I'd really like to go out again, but the events of that night have got me shook. Some of you may attack me for not standing up for the girls, but I made it a rule not to get involved in fights between a man and a woman, especially between partners. A lot of men have found themselves 6 feet under because they stuck their nose in where it didn't belong, and I refuse to be one of them. Maybe after another month passes, Manuel and I will go see our friend at the bar. If the girl I was with that night happens to see this post, I want you to know Manuel and I had a good time with you and your friend, and I hope everything worked out with your boyfriend. But for all of our sakes, we should probably never meet again. It was a cold, quiet night at the gas station where I worked. The clock on the wall showed 2 a.m., and the only sounds were the hum of the coolers and the occasional car passing by on the empty road. I was sitting behind the counter, trying to keep myself awake by reading a magazine. The gas station was always slow at this hour, and I was looking forward to the end of my shift at 3 a.m. Suddenly, the chime above the door rang, announcing the arrival of a customer. I looked up and saw a man walk in. He was tall and thin, wearing a dark hoodie with the hood up, casting a shadow over his face. Something about him made me feel uneasy, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Maybe it was the way he moved so deliberately and slowly, or the way he seemed to be looking around the store with too much interest. He walked up to the counter and asked for a pack of cigarettes. His voice was low and raspy, sending a shiver down my spine. I reached behind me and grabbed a pack, placing it on the counter in front of him. He didn't pick it up right away. Instead, he pulled out a crumpled $10 bill from his pocket and handed it to me. As I took the money, our hands briefly touched, and I felt a jolt of cold run through me. I rang up the purchase and gave him his change, which he stuffed into his pocket without counting. He picked up the cigarettes and then, as if remembering something, asked if he could also get some gas. I nodded and asked how much he wanted. "Just $20, he said. I punched the amount into the register and handed him a receipt. "Thanks," he said, still in that unsettling voice. He turned and walked out of the store without another word. I watched him through the window as he filled up his old beat-up car. There was something off about him, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just encountered someone dangerous. After he drove away, I tried to go back to my magazine, but I couldn't concentrate. My mind kept drifting back to that man and the strange feeling he had left me with. I kept glancing at the door, half expecting him to come back. The rest of my shift dragged on slowly, and when my relief finally arrived, I was more than ready to go home. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of my phone buzzing. It was a news alert from the local station. Groggily, I picked up my phone and saw the headline, "Gas station robbed, attendant brutally assaulted." My heart started pounding as I read the article. The robbery had happened just an hour after my shift ended, at a gas station only a few miles away from where I worked. The description of the suspect matched the man who had come into my store, tall, thin, wearing a dark hoodie. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized how close I had come to danger. The news report said the attendant had been badly beaten and was in critical condition at the hospital. The suspect had taken all the money from the register and had disappeared into the night. The police were asking for any information that might help catch him. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, replaying my encounter with the man over and over in my mind. I kept thinking about the way he had looked at me, the cold touch of his hand, and the unsettling feeling he had left me with. I wondered if he had been planning to rob my gas station too, but had changed his mind for some reason. Maybe he had been scoping out different places, looking for the right moment to strike. That night, I had to go back to work. But I was more nervous than I had ever been. Every time the door chime rang, I jumped, expecting to see that sinister stranger again. I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me. I kept imagining what might have happened if he had decided to rob my store instead. A few days later, I saw his face again, this time on the front page of the local newspaper. The police had caught him after he tried to rob another gas station. He had been involved in a high-speed chase and had crashed his car, ending up in the hospital with serious injuries. The photo showed his face clearly for the first time. His eyes were cold and empty, and there was a twisted smile on his lips that sent a shiver down my spine. As I looked at the picture, I couldn't help but feel a strange mix of emotions: relief that he had been caught, feared how close I had come to being one of his victims, and a lingering unease that I couldn't quite shake. The memory of that night and the sinister stranger who had come into my store would stay with me for a long time. Working at the gas station was never the same after that. I was always on edge, always looking over my shoulder, and always wary of late-night customers. The world seemed a little darker, a little more dangerous, and I couldn't help but feel that a part of my innocence had been lost forever. So this happened a little over 2 years ago now. It was 2017, and I had just started a new job at a motel. It was low pay, but I needed an office job. One of my friends, John, got me this job. For a few days, I did training with the owner in the mornings. For 2 nights, John trained me. Our job was the 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift, nothing exciting, just checking guests in and doing paperwork. My boss, or the owner, went away with his wife on vacation for a week, which contributed to the swift training I had to endure. So it was my first night alone on the night shift. There was a monitor with security cameras around the motel's property and large glass windows all around the office building with a glass door. There was no night window like most motels have. It was fairly early in the night, at about 1 a.m. I was just doing my normal check-in paperwork when a man walked in and asked if we had any rooms available. Usually, if someone sketchy came in, my boss had me lie and say no. But he seemed normal at the moment, so without hesitation, I said yes. I began creating the reservation on the computer when I noticed he started swatting the air and making spitting noises as if he was being surrounded by flies. I tried to ignore it, As far as I was concerned, it wasn't my business, so I tried to check him into the room as quickly as possible. I gave him his key, and he was on his way. At this point in time, I could be described as very timid. I had a lot going on in my personal life, so I hope you can all understand my reaction to what happens next. The man came back from his room and slammed his hand on the glass door, causing me to jump, absolutely frightened. I looked up to see him just staring at me. He cracked the door and put his head through and said, "I can't get into my room. Why won't you let me into my room?" And my only defense is trying to be helpful, so I replied, "Maybe there's something wrong with your key. Let me give you another one." The look he had in his eyes was inexplicable. I felt like I was in absolute danger. I handed him his new key, and he went back to his room. I tried texting John because he's the one who trained me, though it was the middle of the night and he was asleep. I needed some guidance. With no reply from John, I noticed the man trudging down the stairs to come back. I went into absolute panic mode. I ran into the back office, locked the door, and pulled out my pocket knife. It's important to keep protection when working at night. I heard the man in the office yelling, "Hello? Hello? Why won't you let me into my room? Do you not like me?" Being an absolute idiot and not standing my ground or just calling the police when I was feeling scared, I decided to take the situation on alone. I replied, "I'm just on the phone. I'll be right out." I then started calling John over and over for help. No answer. I decided to take a few breaths and then step out of the office. The man was not there. He was in the bathroom. I started hearing him talking to himself angrily, saying, "Kill her, kill her." My heart sank. Still being an idiot and not calling the police, he came out, and I said, "Your key was broken. I'm sorry. Let me escort you to your room." He agreed. Thankfully, I was wearing a long-sleeved sweater, so with my arms down, I was able to hide my knife in my hand while holding it. I began to walk outside, and he seemed insistent on walking behind me. We began making our way to the staircase and up towards his room. I was sweating from how nervous I was, continuously looking behind me to make sure he wasn't going to make a move. He stopped at a room, and I stopped at his room a few doors down. I smiled and said, "Oh, that's the wrong room. This is your room," as it was clearly said on the door. This whole time, he was going to someone else's room and trying to open the door. After letting him into his room, I quickly ran back to the office and locked the door. I found out there was a lone woman staying in the other room he was trying to get into. The next guest I checked in was a police officer from a few towns over. I felt bad for confiding in him about the guy, but he seemed willing to keep an eye and ear out. The next night, the man came back, but I had the doors locked and told him we were all booked up. I explained to my boss what happened when he got back from vacation. However, he didn't take it very seriously. I continued to work there on the night shift for the next year, where many other strange encounters happened, but this was one of the worst. Since this incident, I've always been leery of truck drivers. Back in 2013, I had just started an education, and after the first school period, I had to find an internship to progress. At the time, it proved almost impossible to get one, so while I was looking, I decided to take another job just to ensure we had food on the table. After searching for a while, I found out a friend of my fiance's family had his own handicap bus company, a kind of taxi service for wheelchair users or otherwise disabled people, and he needed someone to cover the night shift since it was a bus that had to be on call at least 22 hours a day. Seeing that I'm quite the owl, I immediately told him that I'd be happy to take the job, and after I got the needed license, I was hired. The job was pretty basic: pick up and drop them off where they needed to go, and sometimes use a machine to get wheelchairs up or down some stairs. When there were no trips, I drove to a designated area and did whatever while waiting. I quickly found a truck stop in the area where I could park and catch some Z's. There was a gas station where I could buy coffee in the early hours of the shift. On the other side of the gas station's parking lot, on the opposite side of the truck stop, there was a rundown restaurant with a motel connected to it. To avoid disturbing the sleeping truckers if I got a trip in the middle of the night, I usually parked on the restaurant side. After parking there every night for a while, I noticed one particular room had a lot of people coming and going. In the beginning, I thought nothing of it. Then, one night at the end of summer, while I was half asleep with the windows slightly open, I suddenly heard yelling coming from the motel. A dude came tumbling out of the room and started running. A few seconds later, a big guy came running after him with something in his hand that I could not make out. I thought it was none of my business and went back to my half-sleeping waiting stage. Not much time passed, and my phone went off. I had a trip an hour's drive away, so I turned on the bus and was leaving the parking lot when I saw the big guy coming around the corner. The rest of the night I had back-to-back trips, so I didn't park until I got home. The day after, I didn't get a return to home zone until 2 o'clock or 3 a.m. When I arrived at the parking lot, the area where I used to park had fist-sized rocks strewn all over the place. Not connecting the dots at the time, I just parked a few spots over and started waiting. I fell asleep pretty fast but was jerked back into reality when a car right in front of my bus honked its horn, flashed the high beams, and revved its engine. I thought it was just some idiot who noticed me sleeping and found it funny to try to scare me, so I jumped out of the bus, about to tell him to screw off. But instead of driving off or stopping, the driver made the start brake motion with the car, indicating that I was the one who should screw off. Then I connected the dots. Not wanting to seem like a pushover, I stood still and stared at the car, not that I could actually see anything with the high beams almost blinding me. After what seemed like a really long time, but must not have been more than 30 seconds, the car drove off. After that, I decided to park near the trucks from then on. A month or so passed, and nothing had happened since the car episode. I figured that nothing more would happen if I just kept parking by the trucks. Then, one night, I had a long 12-hour shift on a Sunday, and I didn't have time to eat dinner before work that day. During the first half of my shift, I had back-to-back trips with no time to eat. So when I got a return to home zone, I quickly parked in the far end of the almost empty truck stop and got ready to eat my now very late dinner that my fiancée packed for me. I wanted to watch some TV on my phone while eating, so I sat with my back against the driver's side door and got comfy. While turning my back to the door, I accidentally hit the door lock with my elbow, but that was my luck. As I was sitting there scrolling Netflix on my phone, I suddenly felt the bus rock and heard the clack of the door handle behind me smack back into position. I quickly turned and saw a dude with a hood over his head quickly crouching and proceeding to lay down on the ground and crawl under the bus with a big kitchen knife in his right hand. I quickly got up and made sure the other two doors were locked. Then I looked in all directions to see if I could spot him. He was still under the bus, and I was sure as hell not jumping out this time since the knife made his intentions pretty clear. I turned on the engine, turned on the spots on the back of the bus, and looked around to see if it had scared him off. Lucky for me, it did. I saw him run off into a bushy, woody area at the end of the truck stop. I never parked at that truck stop again after that night, and I made sure all doors were locked every time I was parked. My favorite month has always been October. It's that sweet spot temperature-wise. It's never too hot and never too cold. All the leaves start turning orange and brown, and you just get that nice refreshing October breeze. My friends and I always used to like to rake up the leaves into a big pile and have wrestling matches in them when we were young, like from the ages of 9 to 12. I think when we were about 10 or 11, it was towards the end of October, and a lot of the leaves had already fallen off the trees. Since my property was the biggest, my friends William and Adam were helping me rake up the leaves on my property into a giant pile. It was a cloudy, windy day getting a little late. The house we lived in at the time was a corner house with a huge space on the side next to the sidewalk, which ran into a short dead-end street with only 2 houses in it, one of which was owned by an old stoner couple who didn't care about anything. Across the street from that was a small disheveled house whose owner never seemed to come outside. So this allowed us to be louder and more obnoxious without worry of a lot of neighbors watching or caring. We wrestled around for probably half an hour, then we went inside after getting tired to have a snack and play video games. The 2 of them wanted to go back outside for a nighttime triple threat match in the leaves again. That's what we called our wrestling matches. We always acted like we were in the WWE. When we got back out there, it was almost completely dark, but a streetlight that stood in the dead end lit up this side of our property so we could see enough. It seemed as though there were a lot fewer leaves in the pile right off the bat this time. We tried wrestling a little more, but the pile just spread too far, so we had to grab the rakes and start building the pile again. William noticed a long, oddly shaped pile that we didn't notice from before. He went over to start raking it over to our main pile, but he seemed to be having trouble. He shouted, "There's something under the leaves." We came over to help him brush some of the leaves off whatever was underneath. And all of us screamed when we realized there was a grown man hiding underneath the pile. We stepped back and looked at each other and then back at him. We didn't know whether to laugh or not, like, was he playing some kind of early Halloween prank on us? The man's face was not yet exposed. William and I dared Adam to go expose the man's face. He walked up to the body on the floor slowly, looked back at us, and started lightly kicking the leaves away from where the person's face would be. As he kicked, he realized the body was hollow and hard. There was no face or head, it was a fake body that someone planted there, some kind of prank. But who placed it there? That question was quickly answered when we noticed someone hiding in my bush right behind the pile. We yelled, "We see you," to the man hiding in the bushes, and he came out laughing, exclaiming how he got us so good. But this man was older, he looked 60, and he looked scary and gross. Huge bulging eyes, crooked teeth, and he was breathing very heavily. He said he planted that fake body there because he always watches us play in the leaves and thought it would be funny. It had creeped me out, though, how he said he always watches us play in the leaves. William tried being nice, but I thought the man was weird, so I said, "Come on, guys, let's go inside," and we left the man there. I told my dad, and he went outside to check, but the man had already moved the fake body by then. We played video games the rest of the night, all having agreed that guy was a freak. My friends eventually left, and soon after, I went to my room. I had my window open as usual to get a breeze into my room. I was watching TV, and I heard a man's voice at my window. I jumped and looked up at the window, but I couldn't see who it was. The voice said, "I didn't mean to creep you out earlier. I live in the house across the street over there. I like watching you kids play in the leaves." I was in shock hearing a stranger's voice outside my window. I continued looking at the window, and eventually, the familiar face of that freak from earlier came into view. He reached his arm under my window, pushed it up further as he attempted to climb into my window. When he realized he couldn't fit, it seemed he started to try to reach for me. I screamed for my dad and ran upstairs to his room. I tugged him out of his bed and led him to my window. The man was already gone, but I told him he lived in the house across the street in the dead end. My dad charged over to the house with me, banged on the door, but the man didn't answer. So my dad called the cops, and when they came, he took me back to the house with the police, and this time with the police, the man opened the front door, and it was, in fact, the same man. I was too young to be able to tell, but the police and my dad picked up on it right away that he was on something, likely crystal meth, is what my dad says. I remember looking into the house from the doorway and seeing that it was an absolute pigsty. Thinking back now, it would fit the description for the home of a meth head perfectly. All those years living there, we were none the wiser that there was a creepy meth head living in that disheveled house, apparently watching my friends and me as we would play. Around 8 years ago, I moved out of my mom's house into my first apartment in the city of Chicago. The place was a nice 3-bedroom apartment on the south side of the city in a friendly neighborhood by the University of Illinois. I lived with 2 roommates, Patrick and Kelsey. Kelsey was a good friend of mine, while Patrick was a good friend of Kelsey's who I had not met prior, although we ended up getting along just fine. One night, about a month after moving in, I met up with a few friends of mine for drinks at a bar more in the center of the city, around 15 minutes from my place. It was a good time, and I ended up getting slightly drunk before getting into a cab at 1 a.m. and heading home. Upon walking into my apartment, I noticed that Patrick's door was open, showing that he was staying at his girlfriend's place, while Kelsey's door was closed with the light from his TV shining underneath the crack. I made my way to my bedroom and put on my own TV before lying down to prepare for sleep. After around 10 minutes, I heard my doorbell ring. Half asleep, I woke up, confused as it was 1:30 in the morning, so I ignored it. A few seconds later, the doorbell rang again, and then again a few seconds after that. It's important to mention that my roommate Kelsey had a good amount of side cash by dealing weed to a few people. He was also a huge stoner himself, so the idea that he fell asleep while waiting for a late-night customer to come over was not out of the realm of possibility. With this in mind, I went over to my intercom and asked who was there. A girl's voice answered back, "It's Kaylee. I'm here to see Kelsey." Thinking that my suspicions had been confirmed, I exited out of my front door and headed down the stairs. The door to the outside of our apartment building was made of tall glass, so you could easily identify any potential visitors. Here, I saw an attractive college-age blonde girl with glasses waiting patiently outside. I had never seen this person before, however, she appeared to be non-threatening. Besides having random customers over to grab weed, Kelsey would also have some random girls over to hook up with from time to time. Because of this, I let my guard down slightly and cracked the door open. The girl then repeated what she had said moments earlier over the intercom, "Hi, I'm here to see Kelsey." I replied, "Okay, he's here. Just follow me up," and I held the door open for her. She grabbed the handle, and I turned around to head back up the stairs. As I was walking back up, I quickly noticed that this Kaylee girl was not following me up. I glanced over my shoulder and saw that she was still standing outside holding the door open, only now she was staring off to her right, almost as if waiting for someone. At this moment, a tidal wave of fear crashed over me as I realized something horrible was more than likely about to happen. I continued walking up to my place, quicker now. After turning the corner of the stairs, I heard the door swing open and then heavy footsteps running up the stairs behind me. I looked over my shoulder again, and what I saw shook me to my core. A tall, gangly man with sunken-in eyes and greasy long hair down to his shoulders was running up the stairs straight at me. He was wearing a sleeveless black t-shirt, and apart from the cheap-looking tribal tattoos I saw creeping up his arms, I noticed he was also holding what looked like a lead pipe in his right hand. At this moment, my body shot full of adrenaline as I turned around and raced back up the stairs and into my apartment. I turned around to close the door and saw the man, who was now only a few feet from entering my apartment, the pipe over his head. With less than a second to spare, I slammed the door and locked it in one swift motion. Immediately after, I heard the thud of the pipe hit my door. I stood facing the now closed door, paralyzed, as the man hit the door 3 more times while shouting obscenities at me. He eventually gave up and ran down the stairs and out the front door. I ran into Kelsey's room to wake him up. After telling him what exactly had just gone down, he responded by telling me that, yes, he knew a blonde girl named Kaylee, only he had just met her earlier the same day. Apparently, while I was out with my friends, the doorbell rang while Kelsey was home alone. Instead of going down to let her in himself, Kelsey buzzed her up after just hearing her name, thinking she was a friend of mine. When she reached the door to our unit, he opened it and let her in. He said it seemed like she was confused, mentioning that she was looking for someone named Felix. Kelsey responded by saying his own name and that no one named Felix lived here. He mentioned she stayed near the entrance of the unit and kept reaching behind her to make sure the door stayed open before leaving only a few moments later. After hearing this, my theory is that these same people came earlier in the day and, not expecting to have someone just let them up through the buzzer, the girl made the mistake of forgetting to keep the door to the building open, rendering the attacker unable to enter during this first attempt. Either way, we both got extremely lucky that night. We did call the police, who arrived and asked for more information about what happened. They asked if there was anyone we knew who might want to do us harm, and we answered no, which was the truth, as this seemed to be a completely random attack. The cops left soon after, saying that there was nothing much they could do. We never saw that Kaylee girl or her scumbag partner again. It was a few months after I started high school, and I was trying to keep in contact with my friends from middle school, especially my one friend that we call Winter. I've never talked to Winter over the phone, but I've always texted her. I stupidly didn't save her number, but she was the only one that texted me at that time. I remember her number ended with 86. So, one night, my family was in the process of moving home so I could be closer to school. I got a text from Winter asking how I was doing. I carried on with normal conversation for a very long time. I didn't think much of it since the number had 86 at the end. One thing that threw me off was that she was asking me to call her all the time. It was weird, but I never called her because I'm terrible over the phone. One day, I was at my mom's office, bored out of my mind. While I was texting Winter, she asked me to call her for the millionth time. I finally caved in and decided to call her because I had nothing else better to do. This is where things get very weird. I call her, and a guy answers the phone. Thinking it might have been her older brother, I asked if Winter was there. He then asks, "Who's Winter?" Totally weirded out, I said, "Oops, wrong number," and hung up. Not even a minute later, I got a text saying, "No, you have the right number." A few seconds went by, and I got more texts, but I didn't answer the rest of the day. A few days later, I got a friend request from a guy I don't know on Facebook, who we'll call Dick. I looked to see if we had any mutual friends, and we had one in common, my friend that I'll call Don, and they went to the same school. I had just gotten into high school and wanted to make friends, so I accepted him. Again, not a minute later, I got a message from him asking why I ignored him. I told him that I didn't even know it was him and that I thought I had been texting my friend Winter the whole time since both their numbers had a 86 at the end. He blew it off and started texting and messaging me nonstop. He began telling me really weird things like, "You're beautiful," and "I love you so much," even though we didn't even really know each other. I remember changing my profile picture, and again, he didn't waste time telling me how adorable I am. Things got progressively more uncomfortable towards Valentine's Day. He kept asking if I wanted anything, and I kept telling him no. I guess he wasn't getting the message and kept saying things like, "You look sexy in this," followed by pictures of thongs and lingerie. When Valentine's Day finally came around, he said that I was his true love. I finally told him that I wasn't interested in him and that he needed to calm down with the pervy stuff. He was hurt, but it stopped at least for a little while. He then started texting me morning, noon, and night, and I would ignore him all the time, but he still wasn't getting the message that I didn't like him. Come April, my friend Mary, Don, and some of his friends from school decided to go see a movie together. I thought I was going to have fun. Well, I'm the first one to the movie theater at the mall, and my brother and dad decide to wait with me for my friends. I'm on the first floor and can see the elevator going up to the movie theater in plain sight. I turn around and look up, and there's Dick going up to the theater. He makes eye contact with me. He totally knew I would be here, and I never told him once about my plans. I became ultra paranoid and told my brother to come with me into Hot Topic just so I could be out of view from him. We looked around for a bit, and I saw Dick listening to music in the store. The guy will not quit, so my brother and I left the store, and I told my dad. He said we should wait out in the car until my friends arrived. When we were in the car, I texted Don and angrily told him that Dick was there. At this point, Don knew how much I didn't like him, and he didn't like him either. I asked why he was there, and he said he might have said something about our plans, but he assured me he didn't invite him. So, Don, Mary, and Don's friend arrived at the same time, and I couldn't be more relieved. I walked into the mall with them and ignored Dick for the whole movie. Afterwards, he whined about how no one wanted to talk to him the whole time, and I said he shouldn't have come. Then Don laughed. The next day, I got a text from Dick whining about how it was really rude of me to ignore him, and I just went off on him. I said, "You were the one who wasn't invited and decided to come anyway. How do you think it makes me feel when I tell you countless times you make me uncomfortable and all of a sudden you just show up?" He then started blaming me for something that I don't remember. I blocked him, deleted his number and anything I could do to make sure he wasn't able to have any contact with me. Fast forward to that summer after freshman year, I'm on vacation and I get a friend request from Dick. I freaked out because I thought I had deleted him, but it occurred to me that he might have made a different account, so I blocked that one too. Sophomore year, I got with my now boyfriend Bob. We were talking about weird stuff that happened to us, and I told him about this. Bob asked, "How did he get your number anyway?" That question made my skin crawl because it never occurred to me to ask Don if he handed it out, and I really don't think he would do that. So the question still remains, how did Dick, a guy I never met, get my number? It was my junior year of college. I had moved off campus into a student apartment building. My roommate was sort of assigned to me by the school in the sense that he was just someone else who needed someone to live with. His name was Arlo, and he seemed like a nice guy at first. He was friendly and polite, always smiling and making small talk. But as the days went by, I started to notice strange things about him, little quirks and odd behaviors that made me feel uneasy. It started with the way Arlo would always linger in my room, asking pushy questions about my personal life and poking around my belongings as if he were way too comfortable doing so. At first, I brushed it off as harmless curiosity, even if I found it kind of weird. But the more I thought about it, the more it bothered me. Then there were the sounds I would hear coming from Arlo's room late at night, talking and shuffling noises that were slightly concerning. I tried to ignore them, telling myself it was just Arlo watching TV or talking on the phone, but deep down I knew something wasn't right. One night, unable to sleep because of the strange noises coming from Arlo's room, I decided to investigate. I crept silently down the hallway and pressed my ear against Arlo's door, straining to hear what was going on inside. What I heard was just weird. It was the sound of Arlo whispering to himself, his voice low and muffled. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the whispering stopped, and there was nothing but silence. Then I heard, "Kane," Arlo said my name. Did he somehow know I was outside his door? I quickly and quietly tiptoed away from his door and went back to my room. I silently crawled back into my bed. I didn't know what to make of this. Why was Arlo talking to himself? Was he hiding something from me, or was he sleepwalking? But then, how did he know I was outside of his room? I couldn't shake the feeling of uneasiness. The next day, I kept thinking about the night before. As the days went by and the sounds from Arlo's room persisted, my paranoia only grew worse. I couldn't shake the feeling that Arlo was hiding something from me. Arlo's behavior also became stranger. I started to notice little subtle changes in his behavior, like he would make strange glances at me, and his movements seemed a little furtive. One night, I woke up at some off hour in the night and heard Arlo's whispering voice from outside in the hallway, like right outside my door. It was genuinely freaking me out, and I was wondering if he was sleepwalking. I went to the door and put my ear up against it, and like last time, the whispering stopped. Then Arlo once again said, "Kane." This time I replied and said, "Yeah, you good?" He didn't respond. I just heard his footsteps walk away to his room. The following night, I woke up to the sound of my bedroom door closing. I heard Arlo's footsteps walking away in the hallway. This was getting out of hand. The next day, I decided to confront him about his potential sleepwalking. I told him I'd been hearing him walking around late at night and heard him close my door last night. I then asked him if he had ever been known to sleepwalk or have any kind of sleeping disorders. He seemed to not know how to answer at first, but then he said yes, he does tend to sleepwalk sometimes. I wasn't buying it, though. Something was up. I decided to search Arlo's room for answers. I knew it was risky, but I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that something was wrong. I waited until Arlo was out of the apartment, then I crept into his room. I knew that I might not have much time, so I searched quickly, tearing through drawers and closets in search of anything that might explain Arlo's strange nightly behavior. And then, just as I was about to give up, I found it, a small, nondescript drawer hidden at the back of Arlo's closet. I pulled it open, and my blood ran cold at what I found inside. It was a collection of photographs, dozens of them, mostly featuring me asleep and one other guy who looked to be our age. They were taken from different angles and distances, some of them so close up that I could see the pores on my skin and individual strands of hair on my head. I felt sick to my stomach as I realized what I was looking at. Arlo had been secretly taking pictures of me while I slept, without my knowledge or consent. I couldn't believe it. I had been living with some kind of sick voyeur. He had been violating my privacy and invading my personal space for who knows how long. I wanted to confront Arlo, to demand answers, but I was afraid of what he might do, afraid of what he might say, afraid of what might happen if I confronted him alone. So I took a picture of the contents of the drawer and then took a handful of the photos as evidence to use against Arlo. I packed my things, and the next day, I showed the photos to the department in charge of student housing accommodations, and they told me to let them take the appropriate action. I was lucky and got assigned to a different apartment with a normal person who needed a roommate. I never spoke to Arlo again. Even now, years later, I still can't shake the memory of those chilling photographs and Arlo's whispering and creeping around at night. I never found out who the other guy in the photos was. It was definitely his old roommate, but I was never able to find his name. But who knows, maybe he also found out. The New York City subway system is a scary place. I've been an MTA worker for 7 years, and nothing really surprises me anymore. When friends and family ask if I have any stories, though, there is one that stands out among the rest, one that I can't explain. This happened to me about 2 years into the job, but I remember it like it was yesterday. I was pretty acclimated to everything at that point, and things had become routine. I was stationed in Brooklyn at the time, and I was doing some routine maintenance in High Street Station. There wasn't a soul on the platform. It was actually kind of eerie. You're used to these subway stations overflowing with people, so seeing them empty and almost deserted looking was a strange adjustment to make. I hadn't seen a person on the platform in hours, and it was dead silent except for the buzz of the lights and the occasional passing train. Out of nowhere, I heard a clang from somewhere down the track. It startled me so badly that I dropped my mop in shock. The sound wasn't something I was used to hearing. The best way I could describe it to you is that sound that a rock would make if it had been dropped on a metal rail. I stopped what I was doing and looked into the tunnel, listening for other noises. After a while, I concluded that whatever I heard had either been caused by an animal or a falling piece of cement. After all, these stations were pretty old. I went back to work, not thinking too much about the sound. About 10 minutes later, the same sound shook me from my concentration. Only this time, it was probably about twice as loud. This time, I actually became a little concerned, dare I say, scared. Was it really possible that 2 chunks of the ceiling had fallen in the span of 10 minutes? I put down my supplies and walked over to the tunnel entrance, trying to be quiet. I peered into the darkness and couldn't really see anything. I debated whether or not it was a good idea to call out into the tunnel and ultimately decided against it. I still figured it was nothing, but after the initial fear had worn off, I was more confused than anything. I kept trying to think of things that could make a sound like that, not once, but twice. It was especially bizarre since the second sound was louder. I tried to keep my mind off the sounds and went back to work, finding a good rhythm again. I was almost done with my work on this platform and was pleased that I'd get to leave this weird station soon. As I was wrapping things up, I heard something that gave me the chills. A child's voice called out for help from inside the tunnel, and he sounded like he was in distress. I instantly stopped what I was doing and made my way over to the edge of the platform. I hesitated for a few seconds before deciding that a child in anguish wasn't something my moral conscience would allow me to ignore. I walked down the steps leading onto the tracks and waited for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. I shouted into the tunnel, asking the kid if he was okay. No response. That's weird, I thought, starting to feel nervous about this encounter. Just then, the kid's voice rang out again, repeating his call for help. I yelled back, asking him if he could hear me. He responded, yes, and I asked where specifically he was. There was a brief moment of silence before he just said, in front of you. Just keep walking. I really didn't want to, but couldn't just leave some helpless kid all alone on those tracks. It was dangerous. I began walking forward when something dawned on me. I yelled into the darkness one more time, this time asking the kid what was wrong. An uncomfortable pause again before the kid responded, "Just keep walking." I didn't like that. This whole thing was off. My eyes finally adjusted to the darkness, and I was able to slightly make out what was in front of me. There actually was what looked like the shadow of a kid just up the tracks, but there was something else that almost made me scream in fear, another shadow, this one much taller, obviously an adult. My blood ran cold, and I stopped in place. This wasn't happening to me. As slowly as I could, I turned around and made my way back to the platform. Luckily, I wasn't chased on the way back. The kid shouted, "Wait, where are you going?" once I reached the platform, but I wasn't sticking around another second. I made my way up the stairs and called the police as soon as I got cell service. I told them everything, and police were swarming the platform in a matter of minutes. I waited to see what they turned up. After about 30 minutes of searching, they did find something chilling. There was a single kid's shoe just lying in the tunnel, which the police hypothesized could have signified a struggle. After hours more of searching and scouring every available database for missing children, we were told we'd receive a call if anything ever came up. It was concluded that whoever had been down there, though, had hidden somewhere in the tunnels. I have no idea what to think of this experience. This is the best theory I can come up with. Some psycho kidnapped a child and forced him to yell for help in an attempt to lure some unsuspecting Good Samaritan into a trap. Or hell, maybe it's their own kid who they're raising to also be a psycho. I can't think of any other reasonable explanation besides this one. But if I'm right, I can only imagine what that kid must be going through.
I worked as cleaning staff in a local hospital. I was used to seeing people coming to the hospital in the worst way possible, but this one patient will always be remembered by me. His name was Mark, and he was admitted to the burn unit. I heard one night his house caught fire while he and his wife slept in their bedroom. By the time they figured out the lurking danger, half of the house was on fire. Mark was rescued by his neighbors and brought to the hospital, but his wife Lily died in that fire. People say she was so severely burned that her flesh melted, leaving her body as ashes. Mark's left hand and left leg had serious injuries, but overall he was in a curable condition. Among all the cabins in the hospital, his room was the only place that made my skin crawl. Every time I went there to clean, I could barely stand the smell of burnt flesh. And not just that, his room felt extremely cold. Mark was highly sedated with painkillers most of the time. Needless to say, the amount of pain burn victims go through can't be explained in words. Anyways, one time I was assigned to the night shift. Honestly speaking, I preferred the night shifts more. I could work peacefully while all the patients slept. It was around 1:30 a.m. I went to mop the floors of Mark's room. As I entered the room, I saw a vicious-looking figure standing in the middle of the room and sobbing. I recognized it was Mark, seeing his burnt hand and limb. He was looking at the dark corner of the wall and whispering very creepily. "Why? Why are you doing this to me? What more do you want from me? Please, I beg of you, leave me alone. Hey man, is everything all right?" Mark turned at me, and I saw the pain in his face. He then pointed at the dark corner and said, "Tell her to go away. She keeps coming back. Isn't she supposed to stay dead? What are you talking about? Lily, my wife. She keeps coming back for me." He then fainted on the floor. I was in such shock and fear that for a while I didn't realize I had to inform the doctors and nurses. But when I did, they came rushing to his room. Everyone was shocked to see how, with such a painful condition, Mark managed to get out of the bed on his own. Since that night, every time I went to clean Mark's room, I was terrified. I knew there was a logical explanation for all this, but trust me, when I stood inside that dark room in the middle of the night, hearing nothing but Mark's deep breathing, I couldn't help but think, is his dead wife standing in that corner and watching me? A few days passed, and Mark's condition worsened. He started to show signs of trauma and fear in his behavior. Many times, I could hear screams from his cabin and saw doctors and nurses rushing there to control him. I changed my shift just to avoid going to his room. But it seemed like life had different plans for me. One morning, my boss called me. He said they were willing to pay me double if I attended tonight's shift as well. Who doesn't need money in this world? So I agreed. Anyways, I had half the next day off, so I knew I could pull this off. I went home and took a small nap before going back to the night shift. Hence, my head was clear enough to know what I saw that night. Like usual, I began my cleaning. After 5 to 6 rooms, I decided to take a break and then do the rest. I went to the empty cafeteria to get a drink. I was standing in front of the vending machine when I heard footsteps in the distance. I looked and found Mark standing at the end of the corridor. His arm and leg were still covered with burn wounds. Half of his face was scarred. Hey, Mark. What's going on? Are you all right? You should go back to your room, Mark. I was becoming really disturbed seeing Mark this way. He was staring at me like a statue and breathing in a very scary way. Mark, you are scaring me, man. She won't rest until she kills me. Come on, Mark, not again. No, she's telling me right now. She is standing right behind you and telling me to, too. I turned back and saw no one, but an eerie feeling shivered down my spine. What Mark did next was the scariest thing I saw in my life. He took out a surgical knife and started cutting the flesh off his lips. Blood drops started to cover the white floor beneath him, but he didn't just stop there. He started to chew his lips. The munching sound started to make me nauseous. He screamed in pain while munching his flesh. Are you happy now? Are you? You are angry because I lived, huh? Fine, I am ending this. I am ending everything now. Saying this, Mark started stabbing himself in the chest. It was bloodshed. Doctors and nurses came running, and he was taken to the ICU right at that moment, but he didn't survive. I don't know why, but I feel like he did see his wife's ghost. Sometimes people who die with desires in their heart come back to their loved ones. And in some cases, they haunt them too. What do you think happened to Mark back then?
At the age of 17, I was working as a pizza delivery boy for a local pizza place. I had been doing it for months by this point and had completed countless deliveries already. My first car was an old cheap Toyota, which was perfect for bopping around town. It was a Friday or Saturday night, and I was working the closing shift, which ended at 12 a.m. The pizzeria stayed open later on weekends. This happened towards the end of the night, past 11 for sure. My boss, who I'll just call Mario, would always give me the details for the houses I'd be delivering to and their orders. We had an order for 1 pie to a woman named Kim, ironically. It was an unusually long drive, about 15 minutes. Most orders came locally, around 5 minutes away on average. I expected a better tip for this reason. I brought the pizza to my car and off I went, listening to my usual playlist on the way. I pulled down the block of the address and parked in front of the house. It was a small-sized house, as were most of the houses in the area. It seemed to be a lower-income area. The lights were on in one of the rooms on the first floor. I was approaching the door when suddenly a woman called out from a window of the house next door, saying, "Excuse me, that pizza is for us. We gave the wrong address." So, I walked next door to the front door and saw that the doorbell was broken. I opened the storm door and knocked really loud on the main door. There wasn't an answer for a good 30 seconds, so I knocked again and heard a woman's voice on the other side yell, "1 second." However, they still took forever to open the door. Another minute passed before the door finally opened, and a woman, probably in her mid-40s, answered the door. She immediately smiled at me and gave a flirtatious head-to-toe stare at me, as if she were checking me out. She said in a loud voice, "Charlie, come look how handsome the delivery boy is." Another woman, about the same age, came over to the door and did the same thing. Right away, I felt my cheeks getting red as I was a bit shy around older women like that. The woman who opened the door, who I assumed was Kim, asked me what time I got off work. That was when I started getting really nervous because I wasn't good at flirting with women at that age. I said, "This is probably my last delivery." One of the women asked if I wanted to come in and have some wine with them. I knew my friends would all rip on me forever if I blew this opportunity, so I said, "Yeah, sure." They asked how old I was, and I said 21. They both laughed, and one of them said they didn't care if I was under 21. They told me to sit on the couch, so I did. They both sat on either side of me. This whole encounter felt too good to be true. Nothing like this had ever happened to me before. I had a feeling these two women were already very drunk. From there, the women were both being very flirty with me, commenting on my dimples and saying how cute my shyness was, and all this stuff. I was drinking some wine, pretending like it didn't taste disgusting to me because I didn't drink wine at that age at all. The woman, Chelsea, started saying they wanted to show me something in the basement. I laughed and said, "What is it?" They both laughed and said it's a secret, but I'll like what it is. They wanted me to go down first. Honestly, I had my own fantasy about what was going to happen in the basement. Unfortunately, it was nowhere near that. I walked over to the doorway of the basement and looked down into the darkness below. I looked back at them and noticed they weren't laughing anymore. They had these blank faces until they noticed me look back at them, and they started to laugh and smile again. I said in a firm voice, "What's down there?" They said almost in unison, "It's a surprise." I started to walk slowly down into the basement, asking where the light switch was. One of them said, "Leave the lights off." Now, this part I'm not 100% certain of, but I was looking down into the basement and I thought I saw something move, something like a person's arm or hand. I turned around and saw the two women weirdly creeping towards the door sneakily. I stepped out of the basement and shut the door. I told them I needed the money for the pizza as I nervously walked around them closer to the front door. This was when I spotted a towering huge man standing in the doorway of an adjacent room, probably the kitchen. His 5 words have stayed with me all these years later, "Let's just make this easy." I turned for the door and said, "The pizza's free." I ran to open it and slammed it behind me, only to hear it open seconds later. I got in my car, locking the door first thing, and that man was already outside my passenger side window looking in. He tried opening the door and then knocked on the glass. I put it in drive and got out of there, not looking back. I got back to work and told my boss what happened and why I came back empty-handed. He and the rest of the staff were in shock. I called the non-emergency number to report what happened just in case anything else should be reported at that address again. The police would know that something awful is going on in that house. Whatever trap I was about to walk into. Thank God I didn't find out what it was. I live on the east coast of the United States. Recently, I moved to Florida from Georgia and figured it would take a couple of days to sail my boat down there to our new waterfront house. I didn't have any cars with a tow hitch to carry the boat, let alone a trailer to carry it with, so sailing it seemed like the best option. While my wife finished up moving the rest of the stuff to our new house, I kissed my family goodbye and set sail. None of them were really willing to come with me on this adventure, and I didn't blame them. But anyway, I brought enough food and gas to last me the whole trip. The first day was a breeze. I got some sleep, then sailed for 10 hours the next day, with breaks in between, of course. By nightfall, I went to bed in the cabin. Sleeping in a rocking boat isn't exactly the easiest thing to do, so I was up for hours rolling around on my sides, trying to find a comfortable position, trying to press my head firmly enough into the pillow, thinking it would hide the unbearable feeling of the boat rocking over the ocean surface. Eventually, I heard sounds coming from above my head that I could best describe as small thumps, and it sounded like someone walking on my boat. I couldn't tell yet. With a medium-sized fishing boat floating out in the ocean, random sounds like creaks and thumps are going to be made, but these thumps were coming so rapidly and consistently. I started to get sick with the thought that someone out this far could be on my boat. I had to get out and look, but I wanted to be quiet. So, I opened the cabin door very slowly. But before I could even open it all the way, I heard a big splash in the water. It sounded to me like someone or something jumped into the water. I was honestly scared I wasn't alone, even though it made no sense to me. I didn't want to go outside. I felt I should move the boat away from whoever or whatever was out there in the water. So, I ran outside to the cockpit and started the boat engine. I gave the boat some gas and got myself the hell away from there immediately. I heard my boat bump into something in the water. Not something heavy enough to cause any kind of impact, but heavy enough to hear it and slightly feel the boat bump. I didn't see what it was because, to be honest, I wasn't paying attention to whatever was out in the water. Plus, the lights weren't on anyway. I sailed for a few hours in the deep night because I was wide awake anyway. When I started to get tired, I killed the motor and went back to bed. Emphasis on the word bed, not sleep, because even though I felt tired, I was still having trouble falling asleep. I figure half an hour passed, and I started hearing more thumps. This time, the thumps seemed louder and more clear for some reason. In a split second, my heart started racing again. The thumps were consistent and deliberate sounding. Again, no way it was just boat noises. I felt like I was being followed by someone. I couldn't just sit there and hide in the cabin like this all night. I had to sum up the courage to go outside again. But when I checked, there was no one on the entire boat. Was it my imagination? Were these sounds really just coming from the boat? I decided that must have been the case and once again went back inside the cabin to bed. I lay there extremely silent now, trying to listen for any little noise. When I did this, I heard something. I knew I did. It wasn't the sound of thumping or anything like that. I had to perk up my ears to really pay attention. I figured out what I was hearing. It wasn't the sound of the wind outside or the water hitting the boat. It was the sound of someone breathing. It was not the sound of my breathing, but someone else's. It was coming from inside the cabin. Of course, I panicked, but I tried to maintain composure so as not to make it obvious. I got out from the bed, walked outside the cabin, and locked myself in the cockpit. I intended on sailing until I could find a dock by the shore. There's a small window that looks into the cockpit from the cabin. It has a curtain. I turned to it every minute or so, at least once, to look back at it, expecting to see someone watching me. One of the times I looked back, I did see someone. The curtain was curved up a little bit in the corner, and I saw someone's eye and maybe a quarter of their face peeking into the cockpit. I turned away right away, acting like I didn't see them. I had the thought, what if it was my young son trying to scare me? But it wouldn't make sense. I saw him waving goodbye when I set sail from the house. It was 3 or 4 tense hours of hell, thinking at any moment someone could break into the cockpit and stab me. But I made it to shore and sailed through the narrow canal. I had already called the cops 15 minutes earlier, requesting they have a few officers waiting at the dock I was headed to. It was still dark out, but I saw people standing on the dock, and I couldn't have been more excited to get there. When I stopped the boat next to the dock, I came out from the cockpit, screaming at the officers to help, pointing at the cabin door. The 2 officers went into the cabin with their hands on their pistols. 10 seconds later, I heard them yelling at someone. They pulled out some guy with really long gray wet hair and a similar beard, wearing wet skinny ripped jeans and a gray t-shirt. They had him in cuffs. As they walked him past me, he looked at me and just laughed this insanely off-putting laugh. The guy looked and sounded like a meth head, the best way I could describe him. The police questioned him, but he never answered anything as to how or when he got on my boat or what he was trying to do. But thinking back, when I heard breathing in my cabin, it's likely he was hiding under my bed, and that's the most horrifying thought imaginable. By then, I was exhausted and went back to my cabin and fell asleep right away. By late morning, I made it to the new house, and my nightmarish adventure was over. After several friends of mine and I were done lighting off fireworks, one of my friends, Tom, took about 4 of us to this unfinished house in a relatively new neighborhood. 2 of the people became disinterested pretty quickly, so they left before we even started examining the house, leaving only 3 of us, Tom, myself, and Chris. None of the walls were completed on the house. It mainly just consisted of floorboards and 2x4s holding up the place. We could see outside in most parts of the house, and the basement had a cement floor and cement walls. The house consisted of 2 floors and a basement, so 3 floors in total. The steps were completed enough so that we could travel up and down them easily. As we started inspecting the house, Tom told us to keep our phone flashlights off as much as possible because the houses next to us were finished and inhabited, and the people living there might call the cops if they noticed us snooping around. We, therefore, were mainly just going off the moonlight from outside for vision. The 3 of us stuck together most of the time. As soon as we walked upstairs, we could hear a voice from the main floor or the basement, so we would run downstairs to find out what it was, and as soon as we did that, we would hear a noise from upstairs, so we would run up there. This pattern continued for a good while. We assumed the noises were just the wind knocking over pieces of wood, pipes, or whatever else was lying around, or it was some kind of animal running around the house. Eventually, as we were walking slowly in the basement trying to discover who or what was making the noises, I saw someone slowly walking up the stairs next to me. I could see a light emanating from his or her phone, but it wasn't strong enough for me to be able to see who he or she was. I whispered to Tom and Chris, "Is that you?" They both said it wasn't them, and it turns out that they were both right in front of me. Shortly after I asked that, I saw a bunch of pipes that were leaned against the unfinished wall fall over down the stairs. It didn't look like they fell over by accident. It looked like someone deliberately pushed them over. At that point, I knew whatever we were hearing was not an animal or the wind. I knew that someone else was in the house. After that encounter, the 3 of us stormed out of the house. We all stood on the neighborhood road a decent distance from the house, discussing what just happened. Tom was convinced that the person I saw was one of the 2 friends who decided to leave earlier. I told him that there was no way it was either of them. One of them was a girl who didn't want to get her shoes dirty, and the other was a guy who was dating this girl and was around her all the time, so I couldn't picture either of them doing that. I tried to convince him that it wasn't them, but he didn't fully believe me. He then realized that he lost his keys and had to go back in the house to find them anyway. That left Chris and me to stand around to wait for him. As Chris and I were waiting for Tom, I thought I could see a big dark figure coming from around the right side of the house. but I couldn't tell for sure. We were still trying not to use our flashlights so the neighbors wouldn't notice us. After a few minutes, Tom came back with his keys and said he saw someone in the house again. I told him what I saw, still convinced that it was our other two friends messing with us. He walked around the left side of the house, and Chris and I followed him. When he got to the back of the house, I saw him jump up and say, "Run." We ran away. He later said he saw a tall dark figure reaching his arms up and slowly moving towards him. I ran out to the road in front of the house. I thought both Chris and Tom were following me, but I could only see Tom behind me. When I stopped running, there was a giant dumpster in front of me. I was on the left side of it, and Tom was on the other side. I saw Tom look to his right to an area behind the dumpster that I couldn't see from where I was standing. I heard him say, "We don't want any trouble." He then told me to run to his truck. He drove me to the house in his truck. And Chris drove separately. Apparently, Chris had already gone to his car. I ran towards the truck, and we took off. Tom told me that he saw a big dark figure approaching him after he said, "We don't want any trouble." He saw the figure going behind the dumpster, heading in my direction, and that's why he told me to run for the truck. Chris later mentioned that as he took off in his car, he saw 3 figures running after him in the rearview mirror. Chances are these figures could have been neighbors messing with us, but the way in which they acted was very strange considering how big and tall some of them seemed to be. It's hard for me to believe that they were just teenagers. Tom was in his early 20s, Chris was in his late teens, and I was in my late 20s when this happened. I can't help but wonder who those people were and how capable they were of doing something far worse than just messing with us and scaring us away. I can't help but wonder if maybe there were some weird members of a cult who regularly got together in that house late at night. And that's why they were trying to scare us away. Since this was the 4th of July, there was a bigger chance of weirdos walking around, but Tom said that there were people who chased after him another time he was at that same house. I wasn't there with him that time, so I can't go into too much detail on that story, but I wonder if those were the same people. I was driving in Clearfield County, Pennsylvania one night to avoid traffic getting home. It was probably a little past midnight at this point, and the road was basically deserted, just the way I like it. I was listening to my usual podcast on the radio when a ding came from my car alerting me that I was low on fuel. I put a pit stop into my Maps app for the nearest gas station, which was a little ways up the secluded road. About 5 minutes later, I pulled into the gas station on the right, the only parking lot for miles as this road was basically nothing but woods on each side. The gas station was some generic no-name gas station. I pulled next to the pump and noticed a man filling up the tank of his old beater pickup truck. He was looking at me as I walked past him and into the shop. Inside the shop, I bought a coffee and paid cash for my gas. When I came back outside, I noticed the man at the pump getting into his pickup truck, then driving away. After a couple of minutes of filling up the tank, I got back in my car and continued my drive. But not even a minute after leaving the station, I noticed on the side of the road, on the grass, was that same pickup truck from the gas station. It was just sitting next to the woods, turned off. Interesting. I kept driving, looking in my rearview mirror to see if it would turn on. Nope. I turned my podcast back on and continued my drive. A few minutes passed, though, and I heard another ding come from my car. My dashboard screen showed that one of my tires was very low. I slowed down and started hearing a wobbling sound. I opened a window and knew right away I had a flat tire. I pulled to the side of the road and went to investigate. It was my rear driver's side tire. It was flat. I didn't think I hit anything. I would have felt it. The thought came to my head, what if that guy at the gas station slashed it? I took out my phone and was looking up the number for my roadside assistance company on Google. I heard the sound of a car or truck engine a little down the road behind me. But oddly, I didn't see any headlights. It was just pitch black down there. Then the sound of the engine suddenly stopped, and it was quiet again. I went to my trunk to grab the SOS flashlight out of my toolbox my dad gave me 1 year as a Christmas present. I grabbed the long light rod, turned it on, and aimed it down the road. I saw the reflection of a truck's headlights pulled on the side of the road about 200 feet away. It looked like that pickup truck again. I gasped and ran into the woods and ducked behind a big bush and tree. I took out my phone and called 911. I heard the sound of the truck down the road starting, and this time the headlights were on. I heard and saw through the bush the truck pull up next to my car, and then, after a short moment of silence, a man yelled out, "You need some help." I knew better than to answer. 911 picked up, and I whispered into the phone my location and that someone slashed my tire and that I think the person who did it was right here following me. The lady asked a bunch of standard questions, asking me to describe the man and his truck. I heard the truck door open and close. I told the lady over the phone that the man got out of his truck. She told me to remain hidden in the woods if I thought he was a threat. She asked if I could see if he was armed, and that's when the call disconnected. I had shitty cell reception here. I waited, hoping she would call me back. I'm sure she was trying to, but it wouldn't go through. I heard the sound of another passing car on the road. It was slowing down, then I heard talking. It was the voice of another man. I crept closer to the edge of the woods to get a view of the road. I saw the man from the pickup truck standing next to this other stocked pickup truck in the middle of the road. He was talking to a person in the truck. I overheard the creepy man coming up with this fake explanation as to what was going on here. At that moment, I rushed into the road yelling, "Help!" I don't know him. Both the man in the truck and the man who followed me looked over to me. I said to the men in the truck that this man slashed my tire and followed me here. The man in the truck's reaction was to look at the man with a disturbed look. The creepy man denied having done anything to my tires and claimed he's never seen me ever. At the same time, he hurried away to his pickup truck and started backing up until he cleared both of our vehicles, then drove off. The man in the other pickup truck got out and examined my flat, then offered me a ride into town. I told him I had police officers on the way, and sure enough, within a few minutes, a cop car with its lights on pulled up beside us. The man vouched for me when I told him about the other man. The police officer said he'd go down to the gas station and request to see the camera footage to see if it caught the pickup driver actually slashing my tire. The officer took my info, and he waited with me while I waited for the roadside assistance company. The tow truck driver gave me a ride to a shop where my dad picked me up. I never heard from that police officer, so I guess he didn't see anything in that video footage. It's scary how close I was to probably being abducted, though. My wife and I got married in the Church of the Hofskirkja in Iceland in 2015. We invited all of our close friends and family, including the family that neither of us really liked because that's just what you're supposed to do. My wife Mika has this estranged aunt, Lucy, that no one in her family is really close with. She used to have serious drug problems, which spiraled her down a path that led to a rift between her and the rest of the family. Well, Aunt Lucy was invited to the wedding, and when she showed up, she surprisingly came with a date. But unsurprisingly, He didn't look like the kind of guy you want to bring home to mom and dad. Right from the first time I laid eyes on him, I knew he was different, not in a pleasant, quirky way. After the wedding ceremony, of course, came picture time. The bridesmaids, groomsmen, and my wife and I all went to this nice backyard section of the church campus to have pictures taken by the hired photographer. Some close family from both sides came along as well to watch, while most others went to the party hall. Lucy and her boyfriend came to watch us take pictures as well. This was when I first got his name, Tom. The two of them were making everyone uncomfortable. Like, everyone in the bridal party would joke around and we genuinely laughed. Then either Lucy or Tom would yell out these weird, inappropriate things. They just kept doing it to the point where they created awkward silences, and all of us were just internally cringing, dreading what weird things they'd say next. It got very awkward very quickly, to the point I wanted them to leave altogether. Anyway, we eventually finished with pictures and migrated to the party hall connected to the church where food and drinks were being served. Being the groom, all the attention is on you at all times. You barely have a chance to sit down and gather your thoughts or even eat. Every second, I had someone else coming up to congratulate me, and eventually that person was Tom. He shook my hand again, his breath terrible and his arms scarred up. He wasn't wearing a long-sleeved shirt, rather a stained gray polo. He seemed like a filthy person all around. He started talking to me with this loud, almost demeaning tone. I did my best to just be polite, and eventually, he walked back to Lucy. This was the last time I saw him that day. Eventually, I saw Lucy sitting by herself at the table, so I asked Mika where that Tom guy went. She had no idea either. After a while of Lucy sitting by herself, Mika went up to her to ask her where her date was. Lucy didn't know she hadn't seen him in an hour. Lucy also explained that they met in rehab and that she had only gone out with him 2 times. Mika grew concerned with this man being here after hearing this. We asked our parents and some close family to look around for the man to confirm if he was still there or not. There was some concerning news when one of my relatives said that some of the gifts in the room where the gifts were being stored were missing. We immediately attributed this to Tom and had an employee ask over the microphone for everybody to keep an eye out for Tom. Lucy wanted to call his cell, but she couldn't find her phone. This put a slight damper on things, but we didn't let it ruin our wedding day. Our parents called the police and dealt with them on the side, with the help of Lucy giving information about Tom. After the wedding reception, a few close friends came back to our hotel room for a little after-party of sorts. Lucy texted Mika asking for our home address because she had to drop off her gift that she forgot to give. Mika responded, and then our good time was interrupted by a distressing phone call from Lucy's phone number. Mika turned off the music and put it on speakerphone. There was a male's breathing on the other end, horror movie-like, as if he was trying to creep us out. Mika kept asking where Lucy was, to no avail. Eventually, the person on the other end hung up. Mika called her grandma, who was the only one close enough with Lucy to know where she would be, and she confirmed that Lucy was staying with her for the night. Lucy got on the phone and said she lost her phone at the wedding and didn't know her Apple ID or password, so she couldn't even track it with Find My iPhone. Our best guess was that it was that Tom guy. We were now concerned that he knew our address and that we weren't home. We were too drunk to go home, so we asked my dad to stay there for the night and watch the house. He gladly did so, and the next morning, he woke up to texts and missed calls from my dad. He said someone kept tapping on different windows of the house as if to be messing with them. He called the police, but they didn't find anyone. That same day, we went to the police station to see what could be done about pursuing Tom, who we suspected was the one behind all of this. But without video cameras catching the thief in, and given that Lucy's phone had been turned off or destroyed, there was little to nothing the police could do. Lucy told us that she and Tom had gotten into a verbal argument, and that he blamed us for whatever she was saying. He thought we didn't like him and, in his words, we sabotaged him. This just further led us to believe he was responsible for that weird phone call and coming to our house in an attempt to scare or harass us. We never saw or heard from that Tom guy again, and we have only started to further distance ourselves from Lucy after that. This happened back in 2004 in northern Wisconsin. I was 16 at the time and out deer hunting with my dad and a friend of his, Frankie. I remember this day like it was yesterday. The dialogue isn't word for word, but the idea of it is 100% accurate. As a side note, it was one day after 8 people were shot less than 2 hours away. My dad and I had a few different stands over an area of maybe 3 to 4 of a square mile. He had been hunting there for at least 10 years, and I had been going with him since I was 5, up until I was 12, the legal age to hunt with a rifle. I had just been tagging along. This particular morning, we walked to my stand first. It was about 5 a.m., so it was still dark outside. I got situated, and my dad and Frankie went off to our other 2 stands over a ridge, maybe another 500 to 600 yards off. Sitting there in the dark is always a little eerie. Not long after my dad and Frankie left, I saw a flashlight from the general direction of where they were headed, maybe 200 yards away, roughly moving my direction. I figured they forgot something from the truck or something, so I radioed to see what they were doing. We're sitting in my stand. Frankie is about to head to the other one. He says, obviously, this flashlight is someone else, but this isn't super uncommon, and I guess it really wasn't a big deal at first. Those woods do get crowded sometimes, and there is a spot to park in that general direction. I turned on my light so the other hunter could see that there is someone here. He stops, I see the light turn and go a different direction. No big deal. I ended up dozing off while it was still dark out. When I wake up, the sun is up, and it's around 8 a.m. I sit there for a little bit and radioed my dad again to see if he has heard or seen anything moving, and nothing yet. A couple gunshots off in the distance is all I get up and go for a slow little walk to get my blood moving a bit, not far, maybe 30 yards out, back trying not to make a sound. I come back to my stand, sit down, and take a real good look around. Nothing really going on. I finally look out to my left where I had seen the flashlight before, and I see orange. For anyone unfamiliar, hunters have to wear blaze orange during gun season. I radioed my dad once more and Frankie to see if either of them were moving around. Dad says no, and I hear nothing from Frankie. I grab the binoculars out of my backpack to see if it's Frankie. It's definitely not. This guy's looking at me through his scope with his rifle aimed directly at me. This is a huge no, massive rules we all learn in hunter's education. Never point your rifle at something you don't intend to shoot. But dumb people still do it, though it's few and far in between, but it happens. This is why normal people use binoculars. My first thought was, what a jackass. This guy, even with me looking at him, doesn't even put his gun down. Now I'm starting to panic, thinking I'm going to be the next hunting murder victim. I slowly grab my rifle and get up, staying behind as many trees as I can, and I walk down a little path to the side of my stand. My stand was on this little knoll on the side of a much larger hill. I get a hold of my dad to tell him what's up. He tells me to sit tight and to stay out of sight. Obviously, as a youngster, I couldn't do that, and I had to keep looking. Every time I looked, the guy was aiming in my direction. He was always standing in a different spot. Like I would look, go back to hiding, look again, and he would be 30 yards from where he was the last time. About 10 minutes of this goes by when my dad radios me, "How you doing, bud?" Looking back, he was very obviously trying to keep me calm at the time. I thought he just wasn't taking me seriously. He's still there, but he keeps moving. I don't know what his problem is. I said, "Dad told me to just keep hitting, and that he'll figure it out, and that he'll be coming up near him in a minute or two." And that's when I hear the shot. I lost my trying to get a hold of my dad. Did he just get shot? Where the hell is he? Did he have to shoot the guy? What is going on? I sat there for maybe 2 to 3 minutes straight, and that's when I hear, "All right, come out and head toward my stand." I peek up over the little gull I was behind, and I see my dad waving from along the ridge the random guy had been on. I make the check on over to him to see what happened. It turns out Frankie was feeling a little restless and took a little stroll and ended up on the other side of that particular ridge. The stranger was on, not even knowing he was there. He had knocked his radio battery loose while he was getting situated earlier in the morning and had no idea anything was even going on. The shot that I heard was actually Frankie shooting a deer. Dad said, as soon as Frankie shot, the guy walked off away from us toward the road. We helped Frankie out with his deer and decided to call it an early day. Although I was extremely nervous, the rest of the week went on with no incidents. I worked for DoorDash as a delivery driver for a short period of time. I made a little bit more money delivering food for them than I did at my first job, plus I enjoyed it more. I really liked how I could put together my own work schedule and work when I wanted. I was a full-time college student, so that was particularly why it was so much more convenient to me than a traditional part-time job. It did come with its consequences, though. One being this creepy guy I ran into that I'm about to tell you about, and two, how I used to have to make deliveries late at night, which was a horror story on its own. I wasn't scared, I just heard horror stories about delivery drivers over the years getting mugged, hurt, or even disappearing after working late at night. So sometimes, I would be on edge if I had to deliver in a sketchy or unfamiliar area. Sometimes, I had to deliver to houses that were in the middle of nowhere, like Serial Killer Central. Around 5 p.m., I was finishing up with my studies, and I decided to take a rest. I laid in bed for a bit while I watched TV and fell asleep for a few. I woke up after a short 30 minutes, looked on my phone, and realized that I had fallen asleep. So I got up, took a shower, ate something real quick, and then off I went to work. It was around 6:30 p.m. After I dropped my first delivery off, I was on track to being able to do 8 or so more deliveries that would require me working late into the night. Sometimes, I could get 2 deliveries done per hour, but on average, most deliveries took me around 45 minutes to complete, all the way from driving to the restaurant, then waiting for the food, and of course, driving to the customer's drop-off location. This meant that most nights, I would easily be out until 12 or 1 a.m., sometimes even later. The only restaurants in my area that were open that late were McDonald's, Taco Bell, and this one diner in town. They were all open 24/7 and were huge hot spots for DoorDash at night. I would get constant orders from the late-night stoners who would step out in the middle of the night and wanted a quick and convenient snack. I would say around 11-ish, after I picked up the order for the customer, which was probably my 4th or 5th delivery, the customer messaged me out of the blue, which wasn't unusual. But his message was what got to me. I still remember his name as Angus. He told me that the address might not show up on maps, that he doesn't live at the house, and that he was homeless and just needed an address to use to get the food. He said he thought the house was vacant. I probably should have contacted DoorDash and had them drop the order for me right then and there, but in the moment, I didn't, and I don't know why. I just did it anyways. He told me to call him if I had an issue with finding the place. I thought his request was really weird and strange, but I felt like I had to help him get his food. If he really was a homeless man, how did he have $40 for DoorDash? These are the questions I asked myself, but still, for some reason, my brain convinced me to go through with the order. As I turned down the street of the house he was supposedly on, I quickly realized just how off-grid we were, and the further I went down the road, the more narrow the road became. It seemed like it was getting darker by the second as I continued driving. I started to get an even more weird feeling because, at this point, I was practically in a secluded area. The houses were few and far between, and it was mostly fields and trees. That was when I received another text message from Angus. It read, "Hey, I saw you turn around. You drove past me, silly goose." I pulled into the next driveway, turned around, and texted back saying I didn't see him, but my message wouldn't go through due to the fact that I lost service on my phone. But it wasn't long before I saw a dark figure up ahead, and it had to be him. So I started driving towards him, and he flagged me down. Next thing you know, I handed him his food, and there he was, standing directly at my driver's side window, which made me really uncomfortable. It made me even more uncomfortable that he was wearing some type of elastic ski mask. "What the hell?" I asked if he was Angus, and he said yes. I honestly didn't know if it was really him, but chances were that it was. I didn't even care if it was him though. I just wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. As I was just about to start pulling off and started to roll up the window, he started to pull on the door handle, but luckily I had it locked. He then tried to get his hand in the window, but it was rolled up high enough to where he couldn't do anything like grab me or the lock. That's when I saw he had a syringe in his hand. He made a final attempt at breaking in by trying to smash the glass window open, but it didn't work well. He cracked the window a little bit, but I managed to pull away before he could take another swing, which potentially saved my life. That was my creepy encounter while door dashing. I reported it to DoorDash, and they said they would ban him from using the app for good, but I have a feeling that's not going to stop him from trying Uber Eats. Unsure if he hasn't already. Anyways, he should probably be blacklisted entirely from the internet, but I'm not sure that's even possible. This experience has left me very paranoid in a lot of ways. It was the late hours of the night. I could feel the thud of my heartbeat inside my chest as our armored vehicle veered off the gravel road, plowing through the dense underbrush. It had been weeks since Bravo unit had gone silent, vanishing like a wisp of smoke on a windy day. The distress call had crackled through our comms earlier, an unexpected sign of life from our long-missing comrades. But what haunted me more than their sudden re-emergence was the content of their message, a cryptic string of numbers repeating endlessly. "Sergeant Robert, are you sure this is the place?" I asked over the static hiss of the radio, cutting through the silence that had settled over our squad. "That's what command confirmed." "Get ready," Robert replied as our vehicle came to a halt. The dense fog seemed to get worse as we disembarked into the unknown, the silence of the abandoned base growing increasingly unsettling. Buildings stood like hollowed-out husks with windows shattered, doors ajar, a living town not even a few weeks ago, now just a ghost town. Robert ordered us in a whisper to stay sharp as we moved forward, our boots crunching on broken glass and debris. Signs of a struggle were everywhere: overturned furniture, bloodied rags, and scattered ammunition littered the ground, painting a picture of the chaos that had taken place here recently. The base, once a bustling hub of military activity, was eerily silent now except for our own shallow breaths and the distant echoing cry of the numbers broadcast. As we neared the command center, the transmission grew louder, a constant chant that seemed to bore into my mind, its meaning as elusive as the shadows in the fog surrounding us. Entering the command center, we found it abandoned, the air stale, the only light coming from the blinking consoles. The radio speakers crackling with static repeated the sequence over and over in a monotone voice, 58247, 5824. Corporal Titus, what does it mean? I saw her eyes wide as she scanned the room. Commander Donald might have known, Robert said. Commander Donald was the name of the unit's leader who had vanished along with his team. We continued our search through the desolate base, hoping to find a clue, a survivor, anything. But it was the laboratory that changed everything. The door was ajar, hanging off its hinges as if forced open. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of decay and chemicals. Shattered vials and overturned equipment were signs of activity halted abruptly. Then we saw them, bodies, members of Bravo unit, or what was left of them, sprawled across the floor, their faces contorted in expressions of terror. It was a massacre, but the cause was unclear. No bullet wounds, no signs of struggle on their remains. Then Titus gestured toward a corner of the room. There, amidst the pile of research notes and hastily abandoned experiments, lay the body of Commander Donald. Clutched in his stiff, lifeless hand was a notepad, the numbers 58247 scrawled across it in shaky handwriting, followed by a single chilling sentence, "They're coming for us." The revelation struck us like a physical blow, the implications of his words spiraling into a million questions with no answers. Who was coming for them? Was this distress call not a beacon of hope but a warning? It was then that the reality situation descended upon us, the isolation, the eerie silence broken only by that relentless strain of numbers. We were not the rescuers, we were the next victims. Panic set in as the base seemed to close in on us. The fog outside felt like it was thickening. Our only choice was to flee. We ran, stumbling through the fog, guided by the distant light of our vehicle. The numbers continued to echo in my mind, a chant that seemed to follow us, whispering through the fog. Just as the vehicle came into view, a shadow emerged from the mist. A chill colder than death itself crawled up my spine as the strange man, cloaked in shadow, moved towards us. "We need to go now," Robert's shout snapped me back to reality, the urgency in his voice mirroring a primal fear within me. Our training had prepared us for many different types of enemies, but we had no idea what we were dealing with here. We scrambled into the vehicle. Titus's hands were shaking as she manned the communications with obvious fear and shaking in her voice. "This is Stephen Unit calling command. Mayday, Mayday. We need immediate extraction from Zone Bravo. Do you copy? Over." The radio crackled, the numbers interrupting her plea for help, 58247. I couldn't shake the feeling that those numbers held some kind of meaning to what we had stumbled into. As the base faded into the distance, swallowed by the fog, so too did the person who emerged from the shadows. Yet the terror it inspired lingered. As we raced toward an uncertain future, Robert broke the silence and said, "We can't let this end here. We need to find out what those numbers mean and what happened to Bravo Unit." I wanted nothing more than to find these things out as well. I felt like we owed it to them, thinking of the twisted, lifeless bodies we'd left behind. As the first light of dawn began to pierce the darkness, I felt a grim determination settle over me. We had survived the night, but the real battle felt like it was just beginning. Armed with nothing but a string of numbers and the haunting memories of what we had witnessed, the mystery of those numbers and the horrors of what could have happened to Bravo Unit still remain a mystery. It stays with me, haunting me. I'm sure it stays with everyone from my unit. The horrors at that base were just a chapter in a story far greater and more terrifying than any of us could have imagined. It was approaching Halloween. We were in the middle of October. My cousin Connor's birthday is October 15th, so for his 12th birthday, we all went over to our Uncle Aiden and Aunt Nava's house, as they were throwing him a family birthday party. We have a pretty big family, and so our family gatherings can often get hectic. It was still warm outside, so the party was mostly in the backyard. Their house is pretty big, and we always used to love playing hide-and-seek type games because of it. Connor and I are the same age. My older brother David is 2 years older than me. He would play with us too. Our other cousins were a little older, but they'd still play with us too. We would just make teams and take turns as hiders and seekers and give each other time limits to find the opposing hiding team. If you were found, you'd have a chance to run outside to the backyard to be safe. If you managed to not get tagged, we could use the whole house minus our aunt's and uncle's bedroom, and I'm not exaggerating when I say there were hundreds of places to hide in the basement. There's a separate room that's considered Aunt Nava's fashion room, as we call it. She's a fashion designer, and inside of it, she has a bunch of mannequins with different pieces of clothing she's designed. Some are full-body mannequins, others are just torsos without heads and regular stands underneath them. She also has some studio lights, some official camera equipment, and a green screen drop. We had been playing the game for a little while already. David and I were hiding now. We both chose to hide in the basement. David hid somewhere in the main section of the basement, while I hid in the fashion room. I actually grabbed 2 blankets from the ottoman in the basement and brought them into the fashion room, one for me to hide under and the other one I was going to throw over one of the mannequins as a decoy. With the blanket thrown over it, it genuinely looked like it could be a person hiding underneath. I thought it would be a funny little gotcha moment whenever someone yanked the sheet off of it. So, I got into my hiding position under a desk in the corner of the room and I hid under the blanket. Now it was a waiting game. That was honestly a big chunk of the game, if your hiding spot was good. After quite a long time, I heard commotion outside in the main room of the basement, as David and one of my cousins were laughing and yelling, presumably as David was being chased around the basement. I heard them then stomping up the stairs. By the sound of it, David was trying to make it to the yard without being tagged. After that, I waited in silence for over 10 minutes easily. I was getting uncomfortable in this position and quite honestly bored. Finally, David came downstairs into the room and called my name, and then he said the food was being served outside, so the game was over. I was starving. I hurriedly rushed upstairs into the backyard where all the catered food was now out and being served. At some point after eating and having a conversation with Aunt Nava, I remembered that I totally left those 2 blankets in her fashion room. Most importantly, that I left one over her mannequin, which she would not be happy about. So, after going to the bathroom, I went back down to the basement and to the fashion room where I turned on the light and saw that the blanket was no longer on that mannequin but rather covering something else. It appeared to be another mannequin, though this one seemed to be propped in a seated position, which I wasn't aware of any mannequins that were in a seated position. The closer I got, I started to realize that it was moving and I heard breathing. On top of that, there was this funky smell that wasn't there before. There was a person under there, but who? I laughed and said, "Who is that?" They didn't answer. I felt this feeling of uneasiness growing in my stomach. I looked down to see if I could see the shoes they were wearing, but what I saw were the bare feet of a black person. Nobody at this party was black back then. I turned and headed for the door. I rushed back outside and said to my uncle to call the police. "There's someone in the basement." Others overheard me and panic quickly ensued. My uncle and a few others rushed down to the basement. I followed behind. When we got to Aunt Nava's fashion room, the blanket was now on the floor and whoever was underneath it was gone. I swore up and down that someone was just underneath it, explaining the bare feet and the smell. A bunch of family members searched the whole house, and ultimately my uncle called the police, taking my claims very seriously. When the police showed up, it was kind of a whole scene, and everyone at the party was concerned. Neighbors even came out to see if everything was okay. Every possible hiding place was checked, and no one was in the house. I didn't make it up, though. It was genuine what I saw, and I just wish he did turn up so that everyone would have seen I was right. Even if mostly everyone did believe me, I still just wanted them to see what I saw for themselves. During parties, they leave the doors unlocked since family circulates in and out for hours. So it's no shocker that someone off the street could have just walked right in, maybe a homeless person, which would account for the smell. The whole thing still just felt so crazy, and it's a haunting memory for sure. I was too young to remember what the house originally looked like. Mom showed me pictures taken with the old couple standing out in front of it a few times. The husband passed away in early 1995, and with no one left around to help her day to day, his wife sadly had to go off to a nursing home. By most accounts, they were a much-loved part of the neighborhood. With their loss, there seemed to come a rapid decline in its fortunes. The sell-offs were gradual at first. Before anyone caught on, almost 20% of the homeowners had moved on to greener pastures. Not all of those owners sold outright. A small group decided to hold on to their properties and rent or lease them out. This unfortunately began to attract tenants of a much lower income level. In a matter of a few short years, the neighborhood had sunk so low that only a handful of those original families from 30 years before were still around. Those that replaced them rarely stayed longer than 6 months at a time, and the damage they managed to do in that period was often things that couldn't be fixed with a little drywall and sod patches. I think I was around 13 or so when I began to notice how bad things were. It wasn't out of the ordinary to see open deals, and shootings had become commonplace. The last few remaining original families were far from happy with the way things had turned out, but there wasn't much they could do. Most of them were older couples, previously unfamiliar with any form of crime. Once the drug dealers moved into the old couple's house, the remaining law-abiding citizens feared for their futures. After the couple's deaths, the house was left to one of their children. They had rented it out for the first few years, but when the tenants destroyed it one too many times, they sold it off to a young family. The new owners took the time to renovate the house only to put it back on the market within the year. They were good people and weren't prepared for the dangers ahead of them. The current homeowners are largely a properly invested company. They managed to rent it out once or twice, but by the time the dealers began squatting, it had been empty for over 2 years. Although most of the old families had moved on, there were still enough left to be angered by the dealers' actions. The old couple had been loved so much that the very idea of drugs being dealt out of their home was sacrilegious. It was bad enough that the neighborhood had been turned into an open-air drug market, but turning a house, especially that one, into a crack den was a step too far. At first, a few of the men on the street asked the gang to move somewhere else. Their pleas fell on deaf ears and were answered with curse words and certain finger gestures. They tried calling the police, but by the time officers arrived, no one would be present. The strategy didn't do anything other than anger the squatters. They got their revenge one night when they caught Mr. Jerry, my friend's dad, with his guard down. He had gone out to put a letter in his mailbox when the dealers pounced on him. It was initially just a beatdown, but when he tried to fight back, he was pistol whipped almost to death. This ended up being the final straw. The gang wouldn't see what was coming, and after it was all over, they would cease to ever be a problem again. My friends and I began to notice our parents acting extra strange, sneaking off to talk and going mum the second we approached them. Things went down a few weeks later. Early one morning, at around 4 a.m., I was awakened by sirens and lights from across the street. When I rushed to the window, I got there just in time to see the roof of the dope house collapsing in flames. The fire department did their best, but the house was completely consumed by the time they arrived. I noticed my folks were already out front watching, which seemed odd. I joined them and the rest of the neighborhood on our lawns to take in the festivities. I don't remember there being a single person upset to see the house go. After the attack on Mr. Jerry, the house went from being a beautiful symbol of a greater time to a den for dangerous animals. The fire had burned itself out by dawn, and that was when they began to bring out the bodies. 6 in total lost their lives in the fire. The smiles on many of the men's faces struck me as a little cold, but given the trouble they'd had, I couldn't blame them for being a bit happy. I was still shocked to see what came next. The arson investigation began within days. The suspicion among most of us was that it was electrical or the result of a lit cigarette. It eventually turned out to be a blatant arson. The evidence showed several trails of accelerant around the outside of the house. A few investigators traveled around the neighborhood asking each owner if they had seen anything suspicious. No one had, or so they claimed. One incident still sticks with me today. I overheard my parents speaking to the investigator. My father mentioned more than one attack upon the house by an opposing gang. The problem is, I don't recall the gang ever having trouble with anyone but the neighbors. I have since come to form my own opinions on the fire's cause. By the end of this month, the case was closed and ruled an arson attack from a competing drug gang. A demolition company came along right before Christmas and leveled the remaining structure, and that was in 2017. The lot has been empty since then. The neighborhood, while not as good as it supposedly once was, is a happier place without the dealers. While the drug trade continues in the surrounding area, our neighborhood has remained rather quiet. As I grow older and think of starting my own family, I am of the opinion that the fire could be seen as a sign of better things to come. Maybe the way it was done shouldn't be so important. Every class has their resident oddball. Back when I was in high school, ours was Thomas. He stood around 6'3" and had the body of a jock, but was never part of the cool clique. That's because of his social skills. See, Thomas was really, truly weird. For example, he once got caught going around collecting roadkill and then mailing the remains through people's doors. He used to get his kicks from tormenting the younger students at our school, but not in the usual way some people do. He'd go overboard, hitting them really hard with sticks and forcing them to get on all fours on the ground, then sitting on them like they were his chair for long periods of time until their limbs and backs gave out. His antics had earned him a suspension in the past. So like I say, he was weird, but because he was huge and muscular nobody ever bothered him, especially not me, seeing how small I was for my age. Anyway, within our year group he mostly kept to himself. That all changed on the night of the prom. It was sometime in the middle of the evening, and while I was hanging around a punch bowl, 2 of my buddies came up to me. They told me that they'd seen Thomas outside the venue. He was apparently hanging around out by the surrounding forest all alone. Somehow he'd gotten hold of a hatchet. They didn't know if he'd found it somewhere, or if he'd brought it with him and stashed it. Either way, they said he was brandishing it at them, and saying some messed up stuff about how someone was gonna meet the Reaper on prom night, and how he just hadn't decided who, yet. What a nut, I said, and proceeded to forget all about it. Just some empty, meaningless nonsense from Thomas the Loon, I figured. The night continued, and while dancing with my date, I got a sudden urge for a cig. I'd nabbed a few from my brother earlier without him noticing. "Be right back," I told her. I walked out into the hallway and snuck out one of the side doors to the venue. I lit my smoke and relaxed, contemplating the evening. Damn, proms weren't as fun as the movies made them out to be, I thought. As I stood out there all by myself, puffing away, I looked out to the nearby woods. It was dark that night, but thanks to the moonlight, I could just about make something out in the tree line. It looked like a person. You know when you can just sense that someone is watching you. Well, I couldn't see their face, but I could feel their eyes all over me. Suddenly, the figure began full-on sprinting in my direction. My heart skipped a little. It was a tall guy in a tuxedo. They stopped abruptly, about 6 feet away from me. It was Thomas. "Edward. Old buddy. Boy, am I glad to see you," he said, the same way an alien new to our planet might think a human communicates with other humans. "Say, why don't you come down to the woods real quick? I've got something I want to show you. I think you're really gonna like it." I remembered what my friends had told me earlier, how Thomas had been waving a hatchet around. Luckily, he didn't seem to have it on him in that moment. Then again, maybe that's what he wanted to show me in the woods. No thanks, man. I just want to get back to dancing. No offense. I tried to push on the door to go back inside. Problem. It was one of those fire escape doors. The ones that only open from the inside. I was trapped out there with him. "Come with me now, Edward. I insist." "No thanks, Thomas, I'm really not in the mood." Thomas was much bigger than me, and his size and demeanor were quite intimidating. I was only 5 feet 6 inches. It was like David and Brian. Still, I stood my ground, refusing to go with him every time he insisted. I'd never felt more alone than in that moment. I eyed Brian over. "I know what you're thinking, Edward," he said. "You're thinking where you should hit me if you have to take me down. If I try do something to you. What you should do. Where you should run. What you should shout." He stepped closer to me. "But you can't do nothing, Edward. If I want to hurt you, there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it." There was an eerie silence as he stared at me for what must have been half a minute. Then, deeply, "And I want to hurt you. I want to hurt you real bad." I was paralyzed with fear. "Come on, man," I said. "Don't be like this." His eyes stared at me with a fiery intensity, wide and soulless. His expression was disturbingly neutral. Not a moment too soon, my buddies from before came walking around the corner of the building. They'd asked my date where I'd gone, and she told them I went outside. Remembering Thomas from earlier, they both began to worry about me and came to check I was okay. You can't put a price on good friends, let me tell you. They saw Thomas trapping me against the wall and came running. Thomas sprinted away, disappearing into the trees. He was big, but he couldn't take all 3 of us. We went back inside and told one of our teachers what happened. Nothing came of it. Graduation came and went after that, and life went on as normal. I erased the Thomas incident from my mind entirely. Years later, while surfing the internet, I decided to look up all my old friends and see what became of them. Many had married, others seemed to be doing well. On a whim, I decided to check Thomas's name on Facebook as well. Couldn't find him. I Googled his name instead. I was shocked by what I read, but I can't say I was the least bit surprised. Thomas was serving a life sentence in prison after taking the life of his college roommate. He'd used a hatchet. The town I grew up in was pretty country, to put it lightly. Nothing but farms, crops, abandoned churches, and ugly worn-down houses. Everyone around us was pretty broke. Property taxes were like $1,000 a year, if that. With that came a lot of sketchball characters. Hell, even our neighbor was a weirdo, nice but weird. We weren't well off ourselves, but things at least got a little better for my family when my siblings and I were old enough to work too. When this app Hot or Not was still a thing many years back, I matched with this girl Laura, who I started seeing for a while. We matched in late summertime and we were seeing each other through September. Already this was early October, Laura and I were looking for a nice cheap date to go on. Really, there wasn't much to do around there. We've gone on hikes, explored, and gotten food, not much else going on. So we took a new route in the car this day, somewhere neither of us had been, just to find something. We found this little restaurant sitting in a random parking lot on the side of the road. It had outdoor seating, so we went there. It was a warm, cloudy day when we arrived and got seated at a table outside the restaurant. We were there for 45 minutes to an hour, and after leaving, it grew noticeably foggy out. We continued to drive down this route we'd never been down before, a really desolate road with just open fields and farmland on either side with occasional patches of trees and woods. Then we passed something different. It was a sign for a pumpkin patch, only it was a very cheaply made sign. It wasn't some big billboard or anything like that. It was a wooden picket sign that said, "Pumpkin picking this way," and an arrow pointing to the right. Right behind the sign was a dirt driveway cutting through the field. Through the fog, we saw a house that the driveway led to, so in a spur-of-the-moment decision, we both agreed we wanted to check it out because why not, and drove off the road down the driveway. We passed the house into this back area, which was covered by trees in two directions, the left side and the far back side. Tucked between the house and woods was this big pumpkin patch. It was a genuine pumpkin farm, and we saw at least 200 pumpkins scattered all over the place, and that was just what the fog allowed us to see. We parked next to this old jalopy of a pickup truck, the only other vehicle visible on the property. We noticed an older couple sitting on the back deck of the house as we got out. The two of them got up and greeted us. I said we're here for the pumpkin picking, and the old woman said with a smile, "Welcome, pick anything you'd like." I asked her how much it would be for a pumpkin, and the old woman said, "It's free." We were surprised. The fog was acting as a sort of barrier, so we couldn't clearly see the two. It was a little creepy, but I could still tell that it looked like the old man was smiling at Laura. His smile was very gummy. It was kind of gross. We both said thank you and started walking into the pumpkin patch. A lot of the pumpkins were on the smaller side, were mushy, and just not very attractive. The ground was also kind of wet from the fog, I guess, and some of the pumpkins felt wet and muddy too. It was hard to find a really nice one, but eventually, we did find one. I picked up this big, healthy-looking pumpkin. It was heavy. I brought it over to the back deck where the old couple just was. They weren't there anymore. I asked Laura if we should just leave. She said probably. It really felt like we were clear to leave since we already thanked them, and they made it clear they were free. So we got back in the car, and I started doing a three-point turn on the dirt driveway to leave when we heard someone yelling outside. We both got startled and turned to face the house, where we saw a middle-aged man in a cap yelling, "Hey, stop." I lowered the window, and he put his face through the window and yelled, "What the hell are y'all doing?" "I'm calling 911. I said, "What did we do?" and he said, "Put that pumpkin back right now." Laura and I, talking over each other, both tried to explain to the man that the older couple told us to take whatever we wanted. I assumed they were his parents. The man said, "What older couple? What are you talking about?" I replied, "Are your parents also here?" He said, "I ain't got no parents." Laura and I, both equally confused, looked at each other. I said, "Sir, there was an older couple sitting on your back deck 10 minutes ago, and they told us to take whatever we wanted." The man said, "There ain't no older couples here." He asked where the pumpkin is. I told him in the back. I unlocked the door, and he grabbed the pumpkin. He said if we ever came back here, he'd shoot us, and then he spit at the ground and walked back to his house. I drove us out of there. We were as confused as could be. We considered the idea that maybe it was a joke, but that would be a real sick joke. I made a joke saying, "What if they were ghosts?" and Laura said, "Stop," clearly freaked out. But then I got the chills myself as I thought about what I just said. There was silence in the car for a few seconds, and I know we both pondered that idea. Out of curiosity, one day my two siblings went to that pumpkin farm to go pumpkin picking. They bought a pumpkin from the guy we saw, and they probed him a bit, asking about the farm and if the man lives there with anyone. The man said he lives there alone. This was unsettling to hear. It truly, to this day, doesn't make a lick of sense. Could the man have been lying about the older couple being there? I don't know, possibly, but why? The scarier question is, what if he wasn't lying and he truly does live alone? Then who were those people? When I was 12, the dawning of a new millennium took place on New Year's Eve. While people were fearing the worst with the Y2K bug or out partying and drinking, I was home alone. In 1996, my parents had split up and from there, they divorced. My mother and I moved across the country from Oregon to Tennessee with her best friend. On the eve of the year 2000, I was home alone and my mother was currently out of state. Now, this didn't worry me as this was not the first time. I often came home to find a note on the kitchen counter saying that they had gone to Florida for a few days and that there were groceries in the fridge. Since the divorce, she was habitually leaving me alone for long periods of time to go to Florida. We lived on a relatively quiet road surrounded by trees and set a few miles out of town. I knew most of the people, if not by name then by face, enough to wave and have a small chat with. I had never been given a reason to be afraid of being alone. On the night in question, I was staying up late watching television. I remember I was watching the movie His Bodyguard on the USA channel, and I had most of the lights on in the house. Not because I was afraid, but because at 12, I wasn't concerned with the electricity bills or even saving the environment. I felt completely safe and protected within my little bubble of home. As I was watching the movie, I kept hearing these weird sounds outside, but I remember thinking it was probably the neighbors. Though they weren't extremely close, a couple of them were having a party or people over for the holiday. About halfway into the movie, however, the power in the house suddenly went dead. I sat on the couch for a minute, just sort of in a panic daze because it was near midnight and pitch black. I remember thinking the power must have gone out and that it would come back on, so I just decided to sit on the couch with my blanket and wait. A few minutes passed by when I heard a noise in the kitchen where the back door is. My heart started racing in my chest because I thought it sounded like the back door being shut. The back door sits just off of the dining room, which is connected to the kitchen and leads directly into the living room where I was currently sitting on the couch. A few seconds passed after I heard the sound, and I was straining my ears to pick up anything that wasn't supposed to be there. Every noise suddenly felt magnified. When footsteps sounded on the floor, I immediately slithered off of the couch onto all fours, crawled around the ottoman, and started, as slowly and as quietly as I could, to make my way toward the space between the love seat and the couch. I knew I could fit under the side table and be completely hidden by the dark and the ottoman from playing hide and seek in the dark many, many times with my friends during sleepovers. I was nearly there when the footsteps became more apparent. I knew from the sound of them that whoever it was making their way through the kitchen now toward the living room. They weren't hurried or anything, it was just like they were moving around in the kitchen. I glanced up from where I was crouched on the floor, and to my horror, there was a dark silhouette standing in the doorway between the two rooms. To my credit, I didn't scream, however, I did panic. I stood immediately to my feet from my hiding spot and I ran down the hallway. I believe the only reason I wasn't grabbed by now is because the person chasing me had to get around the ottoman in the dark to follow me. I did what all children would do when they're afraid. I bypassed the front door, the guest bedroom, the bathroom, and I ran to the farthest door down the hallway, my room. In all honesty, I probably wouldn't have been able to get the front door unlocked and open in time as it was right off the side of the couch. As I ran into the room, I slammed the door shut and locked it. However, the lock was simply one of those little turn knobs that you can easily pop with a butter knife. I had barely gotten the door shut and locked and the person on the other side knocked on it. I have no idea why they knocked, if they did it to mock me or to scare me, but I knew in my heart that my little lock was not going to keep whoever it was on the other side out of my room. It didn't keep my mother out when we were arguing, and it certainly wouldn't stand up to brute force. I was panicking and on the verge of tears when the person started laughing. That after he had stopped, though being under my bed gave me no feelings of being secure. I didn't come out from under it because I simply had nowhere else to go. I thought about trying to go out the window, but I was afraid he might expect it and therefore be waiting for me on the other side. It was also several feet off the ground as the house was built on a raised foundation. I remember laying under my bed, terrified, for what felt like hours. At some point, I must have fallen asleep because I awoke the next morning to daylight. The fear of what had happened came back to me as soon as I registered where I was and why. Scared that whoever had been in my house might still be there, I decided to crawl out the window and run to a neighbor since it was daylight outside and therefore I felt less afraid. Crawling out this kind of window was a lot harder than it looks, and I did it less than gracefully as I was not, and still am not, the most coordinated person. Once I was back on my feet, however, I carefully made my way around the house. That's when I noticed that the back door was wide open. Scared but feeling braver now that I was outside and that it was morning instead of pitch black night, I walked back up the steps and started peering inside. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, meaning no terrifying man leering at me basically, I decided to go inside. Looking back, I cringe at how stupid this could have turned out, and I wish I would have told my younger self to make the smarter move and just go get help. But thankfully, no one was inside the house. I did a terrifying, heart-pounding room-to-room check, looking in closets and under beds, behind the couch, and anywhere I thought even a small child might be able to fit. I even popped the lock on my mom's bedroom so I could check it, and then relocked it afterward. When I was positive there was no one there, I went back to lock the back door. I had left it open in case I needed to escape, and I noticed that the breaker box on the opposite wall was open. The main switch had been pulled. I flipped it back on, locked both locks on the back door, and checked all the windows and front door. Then I called my mom, where I once again broke down crying hysterically. She called a coworker, who came and stayed the entire day with me as they drove back. My mom still took random trips to Florida after that, but I always went with her from then on. A couple of years ago, when I was in college, I went to a New Year's Eve party. For a little bit of background, I'm a female and lived on campus but went home for winter break. My parents' house was only about an hour away from campus, and I had a few friends who went back to school early. There was going to be a New Year's Eve party at one of my best friends' houses on campus, so I went back there for it. First, I went back to my college apartment and then arrived at my friend's on New Year's Eve at about 5 p.m. I was one of the first people there, and we just kind of hung out until the other people came over. For a long time, it was a lot of fun, and a lot of my college friends were there, but like many college parties that I went to, things soon became a little bit out of control. A lot more people started to show up at like 10 p.m. or so. The college that I went to is a very large university. I'm not sure how many people attended, but probably well over 25,000 or 30,000. The house soon had a lot of people that I didn't even recognize in it. I was still having a good time, though, until this one guy came up to me. He was a man who looked to be in his 29-year-old and had a tall, somewhat muscular build. Now, he wasn't jacked or anything, but he also wasn't fat, he was just big. He came right up to me, seeming drunk, and started asking me questions about myself. We talked, but not long into the conversation, he asked if I wanted to leave with him. I said no. He kept asking, and I soon walked away. It was very crowded, and the guy followed me all around just about wherever I went. By that point, it was probably midnight, and I decided to just leave. I walked through the crowd of people and found my friends. I told one of them about the guy who was following me, and then I said I would be leaving. I tried to point him out in the crowd, but at that point, I couldn't find him. Then I said bye to my friend, and I left. When I first got outside, I thought that the guy had finally given up. I didn't see him, and I was walking back to my apartment, which was only a few blocks away. But when I started to walk down the street, I heard somebody leaving the house and turned around to see the guy. He yelled at me, asking me where I was going. I told him that I was going home, and he started to walk towards me. Now I was concerned that he was going to follow me all the way back to my apartment. I tried to just ignore him and walk away and hoped that he would stop, but he didn't. I heard him walking down the street after me, trying to catch up. I walked as fast as I could without running. When I made it to where I had to turn, he was still behind me. He was a long way back, so I tried to lose him. I cut through a random person's yard and then went through their backyard. Once I got through there, I cut into the next block over and then walked the other way down the street. This ended up working, and when I got off of that street, I no longer saw him. I was able to make it back to my apartment, and I even checked outside when I got back to make sure that he didn't somehow follow me. Everything was fine, and I went to bed shortly after. The next day, I went back to my parents' house because classes didn't start for college for about 2 more weeks. After driving back home, I arrived sometime in the early afternoon. It was then that I saw I was added on Snapchat by someone. It was a guy named Basil. I didn't automatically assume that it was the same guy from the night before. My college was so big, and I knew a lot of people and didn't have all their snaps. To be honest, I got added by people on almost a daily basis, plus I didn't even recall this guy telling me his name the night before. But after the guy added me on Snapchat, he said hi to me, and I asked him who he was. He responded, saying we met last night, remember? That's when I realized it was the same person. Still, I asked him to clarify. He said he was at the party and then described himself. When he did, I blocked him. I wanted nothing to do with this guy because, after all, he had tried to follow me home. After that, he did not contact me, but the story doesn't end there. That night, I was at my parents' house in my bedroom. I noticed out of my window a car parked on the side of the road out front. It was kind of weird because our neighborhood was quiet and everybody's houses had long driveways with plenty of space to park. Plus, the car was parked like 20 feet from our driveway. It was a very typical looking sedan, but I couldn't see if anybody was inside or not because it was too far away. I decided to get up and walk over to the window to get a little bit better view. When I did, literally right when I got to the window, I saw the driver's door open. A man got out, and at first, I had no clue who it was. But then the guy came into our driveway and walked along the side of it. When he got a little bit closer, I realized it was the same guy. This really blew my mind. At first, I was not even near campus. I was at my parents' house an hour away. Why was he here? I watched him walk all the way up the driveway, but he didn't go into the front yard. Instead, He went around the side of the house and out of my view. It seemed as though he was going into the back. I hurried out of my room and found my parents. I told them about the guy, and then I called the police. We carefully went to a window in the back of the house and looked out to try to see the guy. It was really dark back there with many opportunities for places for him to hide. We didn't see him, but we knew that he was back there somewhere. For the next few minutes, he remained hidden. Then the police arrived. They came to the front door, and we let them know that the guy was probably hiding in the backyard. Our property was searched, and the man was located. He tried to run away, but was caught before making it off of our property. It turned out that the guy didn't even go to my college. He had found my location through the brief time that he had me on Snapchat because my location was on. This is an experience that is still almost unbelievable to me to this day. I feel lucky that I noticed the car and saw the man get out. If I didn't, I would not have known that it was his car or that he was hiding in the backyard. What he planned to do, I'm not sure, but I'm glad that we called the police. My uncle is really well off and has a really cool house on the water with a huge backyard and pool. For my 21st birthday, he let me use the backyard to throw a big party since he was out of town for the month anyway. Since it was my 21st and I wanted to go crazy, I invited all my friends and told them to invite all their friends just as long as they bring their own beer. The party started at 8. My uncle had a surround sound speaker system in the yard that was perfect for parties. I just plugged my burner phone in and put on a music mix that was good for parties. I told everyone that I invited to stay out of the house though unless they were going to the bathroom. It was strictly a backyard party. I quickly realized there were more people than I was anticipating. Almost all of my friends who I invited showed up with extra people accompanying them, and then on top of that, people I didn't even recognize were walking in groups together through the gates. I had to assume everyone here was invited by people who I invited. But when there were easily more than 80 people in the backyard, I started getting anxiety about the cleanup and potential damage I'd find tomorrow. I tried my best to keep an eye on who was going in and out of the house. It was a long night though, and being the birthday guy, I did get distracted often. The party got way more crowded before it started to slow down, and eventually, police came and shut down the party because multiple neighbors complained. So I had to tell everyone to leave except for a select group of my friends. There were about 10 of us left outside by the pool, and these numbers dwindled down until it was just myself and my friend Robin. My uncle told me I can't have anyone sleep over, but honestly, I didn't think it would hurt if only Robin stayed over. He was blackout drunk anyway and would easily just pass out on the couch. I walked him inside, then went back outside to lock both gates, then locked the back door. By the time I got inside, Robin was already sprawled out on the couch in the living room. And any time I'd attempt to talk to him asking if he's asleep already, he'd just make a half-effort groan sound, so I left him there. I checked the bathroom to make sure it wasn't too dirty, and minus a couple of empty beer cans on the counter, it wasn't bad. The cleanup wasn't going to be too bad tomorrow with the help of Robin. I went upstairs planning to sleep in one of the many bedrooms, wondering why my uncle was so strict with no one staying over when there are literally 4 extra beds. The 2 fancy stairways in the giant foyer led up to an upstairs balcony that overlooks the foyer, then a bunch of bedrooms and 2 bathrooms and another living area. I brushed my teeth with my finger in the upstairs bathroom and went right to sleep. I was drunk too, so I fell asleep with ease. I woke up about an hour later feeling really nauseous. I mixed way too many liquors. I had to run to the toilet to puke. After I puked, I walked back out into the upstairs balcony area and I heard footsteps from down in the foyer. I walked over to the railing of the foyer balcony and looked down. I said, "Robin, and I saw a figure in the darkness below stop moving. I felt like I could see them looking up at me, but with how dark it was in the house, I couldn't see the person's face or any features. I then heard something from the living room downstairs, the sound of snoring. It just dawned on me that the person in the foyer wasn't Robin. I said, "Who is that?" thinking maybe it was just another party guest who maybe passed out somewhere drunk earlier, but they didn't answer. I heard more footsteps from the kitchen area downstairs. My heart started pounding now. I said I'm going back to sleep, pretending like I thought they were just party guests, when in reality I was going back to the bedroom to lock the door and call 911 right away. But then I remembered Robin was down there. I had to try to warn him. I called his number and someone picked up. Before saying anything, I said Robin at least 3 times. All I heard was breathing on the other end. I hung up the phone and dialed 911 now, and while on the phone and whispering to the 911 operator, the doorknob to the door twisted around and then there was a light knock on the door. I asked the operator in a whisper if I should say I'm on the phone with the police, and he said no, don't announce my presence. I asked what about my friend Robin, and he paused for a second as if he didn't know what to tell me. Then he said just wait in the room until police arrive. If they think my friend is asleep, they probably wouldn't harm him. I could tell even the operator didn't really know what to do about that, but I figured that was the best option too. At this point, all I could do was wait in the locked room waiting out the intruders until the police got there. The operator told me police were arriving now and that they would try the front and back doors. The police were able to enter through the back door, which was left open by whoever the intruders were. Only then was I instructed to go downstairs and meet them. I woke up Robin and explained everything to the police while he listened, still drunk and confused. I searched the house seeing if anything was missing, but it wasn't my house, so I didn't really know what was there beforehand. My uncle's bedroom was locked, and he didn't have many valuables just sitting out in the open. The police searched the entire house before leaving. They said they'd keep an officer on the block for the night, which made me feel a little better. I never told my uncle about this until one day he asked where his Cartier watch was. Apparently, it was stolen right from the kitchen drawer by one of the intruders. It was then that I had to tell him the truth, and obviously, he was anything but happy. He never asked me to reimburse him for the watch, but he also never allowed me to throw any kinds of events at his house again, and I can't blame him for that. The call came in around noon. Nothing out of the ordinary, just a disturbance at an old house on the edge of town. My first day on the force and I was itching to prove myself. The dispatcher said it sounded like a simple domestic dispute, some old man screaming at his neighbors maybe. They gave me the address and I was off. The house was a relic from another era, sagging under the weight of neglect. The yard was a jungle of overgrown weeds and the porch sagged like a broken limb. As I approached, I noticed the windows were grimy, obscured by years of dirt and dust, making it impossible to see inside. I knocked on the door, the sound echoing through the stillness. "Police, anyone home?" I called out. No response. I knocked again, louder this time, and the door creaked open, revealing a dark hallway cluttered with old furniture and stacks of newspapers. "Hello, police." "Police officer, I'm here to help," I announced, stepping inside. The air was thick with the stench of rot and decay. My hand instinctively moved to the grip of my gun as I ventured further. I heard a faint, almost imperceptible shuffling noise coming from the back of the house. "Sir, ma'am, I'm coming in," I said, my voice steady. The shuffling grew louder, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of something being dragged across the floor. I rounded a corner into the kitchen, and the sight that met my eyes stopped me cold. An elderly man was lying on the floor, his body contorted in a way that no living person could manage. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling, and his mouth was twisted in a silent scream. "Jesus," I muttered, rushing to his side. I checked for a pulse but found none. That's when I noticed the blood, a thick dark pool spreading out from under him. I called it in, requesting backup and an ambulance, though I knew it was too late for the latter. As I waited, I decided to check the rest of the house. The shuffling noise continued, growing more distinct and closer. I followed the sound to a door at the end of the hallway. It was slightly ajar, and as I pushed it open, I was hit with a wave of putrid air. The room was dimly lit, the only source of light being a small grimy window. In the center of the room was a large wooden wardrobe. The shuffling was coming from inside. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. With one swift motion, I flung the wardrobe doors open, and there, amidst a pile of old clothes and junk, was a young woman, her eyes wild with terror. "Please don't hurt me," she whimpered, recoiling from the light. "It's okay," I said softly, reaching out a hand. "I'm here to help." "What's your name?" "Hillary," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Hillary, can you tell me what happened here?" She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "He kept us here, wouldn't let us leave." "Who did?" I asked, but she just kept shaking her head, her eyes darting around the room as if expecting him to return at any moment. I helped her out of the wardrobe and guided her towards the front of the house. "Stay here," I said. "Backup is on the way." As I turned to go back inside, she grabbed my arm. "Wait, there's more in the basement." "The basement?" I hadn't even noticed a door to a basement. "Okay, stay put," I said, trying to reassure her. I headed back inside, my senses on high alert. It took me a few minutes, but I finally found the basement door hidden behind a stack of old boxes. The door was heavy, made of thick wood, and it creaked loudly as I pushed it open. The air that wafted up from below was dank and cold, sending a shiver down my spine. I descended the stairs slowly, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The basement was vast, lined with old shelves and more piles of junk. But in the far corner, I saw something that made my blood run cold, a series of cages, each containing a person. They were emaciated, their eyes hollow and lifeless. Some were unconscious, others moaned softly. I rushed over, my mind racing. "It's okay," I said, trying to sound calm. "I'm here to get you out." As I worked to open the cages, I heard a noise behind me. I turned to see a man standing at the top of the stairs, silhouetted against the light. He was holding something in his hand, something long and sharp. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice a low growl. "Police," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Put the weapon down." He didn't move. Instead, he started down the stairs, his eyes locked on mine. "You shouldn't be here," he said. "Put it down," I commanded, drawing my gun. He paused, his eyes flickering with something like recognition. Then, with a snarl, he lunged at me. The next few moments were a blur of motion and noise. I fired, the shot echoing through the basement. The man fell, the knife clattering to the floor. I stood there, breathing heavily, my hands shaking. The adrenaline was still pumping through my veins, but I knew I had to keep it together. I finished freeing the captives, and soon the house was swarming with police and paramedics. As they carried the survivors out, one of the detectives approached me. "Hell of a first day, huh?" "Yeah," I said, my voice hollow. Hell of a first day. In the days that followed, the details of the case came to light. The old man had been a recluse, his descent into madness hidden from the world. He had kept his victims trapped in the basement for years, feeding off their fear and suffering. Hillary, it turned out, had been his first victim. She had been reported missing over a decade ago, and her family had long since given up hope of finding her. She was the one who had managed to escape her cage and find a way to call for help. That first day on the job changed everything. I had wanted to prove myself, and I did, but at what cost? The horrors I had witnessed would stay with me forever, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface of everyday life. I rent out my South Carolina house on Airbnb whenever I'm not using it. It's a modest 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom house by the beach. 2 of the bedrooms are guest rooms that are accessible to the renters, while I keep the master bedroom locked, as it contains my clothes and certain belongings. That room is essentially for me, and I have to keep my stuff somewhere instead of lugging it back and forth every time I go down there. I have a regular lock and then a deadbolt on the door, so no one is getting in there unless they chop the door down or break through the window. It's not like I keep anything super expensive in there, mainly just clothing. This was early last spring when it was still chilly up in Massachusetts, where I lived most of the year. I wanted to take a drive down to my South Carolina house for the week. For the most part, I work remotely, so I'm lucky to be able to do this when I want. Ordinarily, I would have my usual cleaning lady come and clean the house after each guest leaves. The cost of her service is baked into the price of the rental on Airbnb, but since I was going down right after the current renter left, I decided to pocket the cleaning lady's money and clean it myself. The last renter was a guy named Ramon. Through our messages, he told me he was renting with his fiancée and asked for good restaurants to eat at in the area. He seemed trustworthy. I always prefer to rent to couples or smaller groups of women as opposed to groups of young men because they're usually the ones who come, get drunk, and potentially damage the place. I started my drive very early in the morning. It was about a 16-hour drive, stopping only for a quick bite to eat and to use the bathroom. By the time I got to the house, it was about 10 o'clock at night. I went to unlock and open the front door first before going back to my car to grab my bags and go inside. I was shot from driving, so I didn't even bother checking the place out for a mess. I just went straight to my bedroom door to unlock it. I collapsed into the bed without brushing my teeth or anything. For those who haven't done it, a 16-hour straight drive will absolutely kill you. I crawled under the covers, and I was out like a baby in a matter of minutes. You'd think I'd have slept through the night, but no. I woke up in a black room, and the clock next to my bed read 11:30 p.m. I had only been asleep for a little more than an hour. Something woke me up. I grabbed my phone to check for any texts out of habit, then turned on the bedside lamp. I looked around the room and then got up and went out to the living room. I took this moment to start analyzing the place. I didn't notice a single thing out of place, not a pillow, not a can of beer, nothing. I went to the bedrooms. Both were void of any people, although the covers on a bed in one of the rooms seemed to have been moved. So yes, they did come. I thought they may have been the cleanest couple to have ever stayed in my place. I have a camera set up on the front porch of the house. I never really think to check it unless a customer is giving me any kind of hard time. But I was curious. I opened the app to the camera system on my phone and went to the movement history. It picked up on a man entering the house via the code lock 3 days earlier, just a man, though. He had no woman with him. Strange. I checked for any other movement updates from then until the moment I showed up, which it also caught on video, and there was nothing. I checked it over like 5 times and suddenly got the chills. I went to the Airbnb app to message Ramon, asking if he checked out okay. Even though it was late at night, I went to check the bedroom where I presumed he had slept. I started checking under the bed and in the closets. I was yanking the closet doors open as if I were ripping off a Band-Aid. Each time, I was greeted with an empty closet. I moved along to the second guest bedroom, and both twin beds in here were still neat and untouched. As I yanked open the last closet he could have been in, I saw that it was empty. I sat on one of the beds for a second to just stare at the conversation between Ramon and me. That's when I heard the master bedroom door click shut quietly, in a way that a person would have done it, not a draft. I went out to the living room and looked at the master bedroom door. I said, "Ramon, are you still in here?" with a shake in my voice. There was no response, but I could see the light was still on in the room through the bottom crack of the door. I got on all fours to look under the crack of the door, and I fell backwards when I saw 2 feet standing not far behind the door, maybe a couple of feet away. I went to the knife holder in the kitchen, planning to grab the biggest carving knife, but it was already taken. At this point, my only logical option was to leave the house and call 911, and that's what I did. I waited out front until the police showed up. Then, as we went inside, there was Ramon, waiting in the living room, no knife in hand. He spoke in this Portuguese accent, acting all innocent, saying he just needed a place to stay for one more night, which was complete. He denied ever picking up the knife, which was conveniently placed back in the knife holder. After 30 minutes of 2 police officers outside talking to Ramon and 2 inside talking to me, they actually let him go and told me I should contact Airbnb and try to work it out with them. I was just shocked. I felt like the police didn't do their job. After everyone left, I changed the lock code on the door and contacted Airbnb about what happened, though I didn't receive payment for the extra day Ramon squatted in my house. They did apparently ban him from ever using the app again, but it doesn't really feel like proper justice, especially considering he was potentially waiting to stab me in my own house, in my own bedroom. It was a cold and windy night and I was out working. I used to work as a pizza delivery driver part-time when I first got out of school. I needed money really bad, and delivering pizza was a relatively easy thing to do. At the time, I was actually quite happy with the amount of money I was getting. It wasn't much, but it was more than enough at the time as I still lived with my parents, and the only thing I had to pay for was my phone bill. Anyways, it was getting late, and this was probably going to be my last delivery of the night, depending on how fast I could get it done. When I arrived at the house, I walked up to the front steps and knocked on the door. There was nothing unusual going on just yet. They had the main door wide open with the screen door cracked open as well. I waited for about a solid minute and politely knocked again, this time a little bit louder. I wanted to be sure that they heard me. I heard music playing in the background, so I was thinking that they probably just didn't hear me. I waited for another minute or so, but still, nobody came to the door. I knocked 2 more times with about a minute between each time and still no answer. I was in shock as this wasn't something that happened to me frequently. Usually, when I arrived at the house and knocked on the door, the customer would be there in less than a minute. Just as I was about to knock for the last time, I noticed a piece of paper that had been stuck in between the door. I decided to grab it and read it. The piece of paper said, "Please deliver the pizza to the back door and knock loud and hard," with a smiley face on it. Right away, I picked that up as a red flag, but at the same time, I convinced myself I was overthinking. I almost just left the pizza on their front porch, but I didn't want them calling and complaining to the store about it being cold when they finally found the pizza. What the hell, I'll just do it. At that point, I had been waiting for almost 10 minutes, and I was genuinely starting to get irritated. As I made my way around the house, the closer I got to the back door, the louder the music became, and that's when I noticed they were having a little campfire outside. However, there was nobody outside, so I slowly walked up the back patio steps and knocked on the door sort of hard, just like the paper said to do. So I waited for somebody to come to the door. I was growing more and more impatient. I was just about to say screw it and just leave the pizza on the deck and get the hell out of there, but out of nowhere, I heard a loud noise in the house, and briefly after that, I heard screaming from both a woman and a man. It sounded like they were getting into it with each other pretty bad, and I wasn't sure what to do. I waited for a few minutes, and the screaming continued. It was only getting worse as time went on, and I was really starting to get concerned. It really seemed like someone was getting hurt in there. More than likely, the man was physically assaulting the woman, and that's what it sounded like to me. Right as I was about to call the police, the man came running over to the back door and grabbed the pizza from me. He also apologized to me and said that he was sorry for the wait. I told him it was no big deal and asked him if everything was okay. He was trying his best to act normal, but the way he gave me a response and from what I was hearing a few minutes prior, I knew he was lying to my face right through his teeth. "Look, man, here's $50. Please just accept my money and go. What's going on here is between me and her, and it's none of your concern." I then looked at him with a really unsettling look and told him that I didn't want his money and started walking away, already knowing that in the back of my head, I was going to call the police when I got to my car. When I made it back to my car in the driveway, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the woman came storming outside in my direction and started begging for help. She had been beaten so horribly you would not believe it. Both of her eyes were so swelled up that you could barely even see her left eye at all. She was crying, and she had bruises all over her body, and she was bleeding from her nose and her stomach. She told me that he had sliced her stomach with a knife and that he threatened her with a gun. She said she managed to get away from him by hitting him in the head with a hammer. She then ran to the other side of my car, got in the passenger seat, and told me to drive off. She was freaking out and screaming, telling me that we needed to leave before he came out there and killed us both. She was literally begging and screaming that I help her get out of there. So we drove off, and she called the police using my phone. I took her with me back to my work, and my boss was very understanding after I told him the situation. I ended up quitting the very next day, though, as it was just too much for me to cope with. I thought that I was better off looking for a different job, something that would be safer. You know, the woman who I rescued, Angie, called the police with my phone as soon as she got in the car, like I said. By the time the cops arrived, Thomas was dead. The man killed himself by shooting himself in the head. Thomas had been abusing Angie for years, and she had no way of escaping it. She didn't have a phone or any friends in the area, and he had been keeping complete control over her for the past 2 years. Apparently, she was pregnant, and Thomas didn't want to be a father yet, and that's what started the argument in the first place. He most definitely tried to kill the baby, but to no avail. Angie and I are now good friends, and we have each other on Facebook. I reached out to her recently to ask her how things were going, and she said she couldn't be happier and that she's in a new relationship with someone that truly loves her and cares for her. She even sent me some pictures of her and her daughter, and they seem to be in a much better spot now, which makes me happy. Me, Leonard, and our third friend Jack were going to spend a few unsupervised days at Leonard Beach House in LBI. Jack was a year older than Leonard and me and had recently gotten his license, so we'd be driving down in his car. The drive down was fantastic. Jack was a pretty uncoordinated driver at the time, so most of the ride was spent laughing at him swerving and cursing the road. It was great. We got down to LBI in good time and immediately moved all of our stuff from the car to the rooms we'd be staying in. The layout of the house is important to the story, so I'll briefly mention it. There's a front door, a garage door which connects the back to the front yard, a back sliding door, and a back upstairs deck that connects the upstairs bedrooms. There's also a spiral staircase that allows you to go directly from the back deck to the ground so you can enter and exit the house from upstairs. The house sits along a lagoon, meaning the back end of the house faces a narrow channel of water with houses on the opposite side. We were at that ripe age where chasing girls was a priority, and a nice beach house all to ourselves was the perfect occasion. We spent a few hours figuring out which girls were down the shore at the time and talked to them on Snapchat. Finally, we found a group of 3 cute girls that said they'd be down to come kick back at Leonard's house. I had more than enough weed to last us the weekend, and we had snagged a few bottles of our parents' alcohol before leaving. It was perfect. Things were going very well. The 3 girls, Rosie, Alexa, and Sophie, were fun and flirty, and the 3 of us could tell where the night would probably end up. At one point, the 6 of us decided to smoke in Leonard's backyard pool. It was small but perfect for 6 drunk kids. I remember the sight vividly, the gentle bay breeze blowing through my hair, the steam from the heated water rising slowly with the puffs of smoke from the joints. At our age, this was bliss. But then suddenly, Leonard turned the music all the way down and stared over my shoulder into the darkness of the lagoon. Confused, I turned around, peering into the darkness. I could roughly make out the houses on the other side of the lagoon, but I wasn't quite sure what Leonard was looking at. One of the girls asked Leonard why he turned the music down, and he whispered that he saw someone standing on the dock opposite the house. I figured he was messing with us, so I started laughing. "Who cares, bro? People literally live here," I said. Leonard shook his head. "I know that family personally. My parents said they're in Florida for the week." In all honesty, I still thought it wasn't a big deal or he was just messing around, so I kept chuckling. The girls were a little freaked out, though, and said they wanted to go back inside. I wasn't going to argue, so the 6 of us started making our way out of the pool. As we were drying off in the yard, Jack jumped and cursed, looking towards the lagoon. The rest of us turned, and even though the light was dim, I could definitely see what looked like movement coming from the opposite dock. The 6 of us froze in place, trying to get a better glimpse of what we were looking at. Just then, a passing car on the road across from us lit up the scene ever so slightly, and the sight was horrifying. There were 4 tall silhouettes standing at the edge of the dock, facing us. It was impossible to tell what they were wearing or what they looked like, but there was no doubt they were facing our direction. "Go inside now," said Leonard with a shaky voice, motioning us toward the sliding door. As we rushed inside, I heard a distinct sound that remains the most terrifying noise I'd ever heard, for consecutive splashes rang out from behind us. Those guys were swimming across the lagoon. We were in full-on panic mode at that point. The girls screamed while Jack slammed the sliding door shut and locked it. Leonard quickly ran to the front to lock that door too, and the 6 of us ran to a room that wasn't visible from the outside. We waited in silence, horrified at what we might hear next. A few minutes passed, still nothing. Out of nowhere, Jack cursed, revealing to us that he had forgotten to lock the sliding door on the deck. Leonard started to panic, knowing that this house was about to be broken into. Just then, we heard soft, quieted footsteps above us, and that was the last straw. None of us had any weapons on hand, and we were all intoxicated, so running was really our only option. The 6 of us sprinted for the front door and bolted to the car, which Jack started up in a flash. The chaos of it all was too much for Jack to handle, and he destroyed Leonard's mailbox on the way out of the driveway. Once we were far enough away, we called the police. The ordeal was a nightmare. We went back to the house once the police had searched it, but the news was shattering. All the valuables on the top floor were missing, but that wasn't the worst part. Leonard's family owned a medium-sized Boston whaler boat, which was also stolen, most likely as the getaway vehicle. Leonard's father tended to keep a spare set of keys inside a small hatch below the steering wheel, which the police concluded was how the culprits got away so quickly. How they knew where the key was hidden is something I still wonder. The police were never able to arrest the perpetrators and likely never will. Leonard, Jack, and I think whoever robbed the house might have been someone who knew Leonard's family. They knew where the key was and that the house was supposed to be vacant that weekend as well. It's been a long time since this chilling event took place, but I haven't let one day pass without locking every door and window in my home. Do yourself a favor and lock your doors at night. My 2 kids, Audrey and Radley, are twins. They're 6 years old. A year ago, we were living at our old house, but something happened that led to us moving. It's a long, awful story. I lived in my old house for 4 years. My wife Louisa and I got married while I was living there, and we had our kids there too. The neighborhood was slowly changing, and not for the better, but even still, we originally planned on staying in that house for the foreseeable future until this happened. We were a corner house, and the house behind us on the intersecting road was covered by a bunch of tall trees and bushes, so we hardly ever saw those neighbors. Our neighbor on the right, however, his name was Farley, had just moved there less than a year ago. At the time, I had only ever spoken with him a couple of times. Both times I could hardly understand what he said because of his heavy accent, and he just overall didn't seem like the friendliest guy. 2 of his windows overlooked our backyard. There wasn't much privacy, but whatever rooms the 2 windows were that overlooked the backyard, I had never seen the lights on in either of them. So I always assumed it was an unused guest room or something of that nature. One day in the summertime, Audrey and Radley were playing in the backyard in their blow-up pool and with their water guns while I was outside doing yard work. There came a certain point where I was walking towards the detached garage, and then I saw Farley next door at his window. For a second, only half a second after noticing him, did he turn and walk away from the window. It was slightly odd for sure, but I left it alone. Later that day, as the sun was going down, the kids went back outside to play again. It was a very hot day, so they went back in their blow-up pool while Louisa and I were in the kitchen as she was making dinner. Then the kids' laughter went quiet for a while, and suddenly Radley came inside and said there was a flashing light from the neighbor's window. I had to follow him into the backyard to ask him to show me what he was talking about. He pointed to one of Farley's upstairs windows that overlooked the backyard, and he said there was a white light that kept coming from that window. I immediately assumed the worst and asked the twins if it looked like a camera flash. They both said yes. I told them it was time to dry off and come inside. So I helped them dry themselves and then brought them in where I went to tell Louisa about this. She immediately assumed the worst, just like me. She said I should go next door and knock on Farley's door. So I did, but when I did, he never answered the door. His car was even in the driveway, so he had to be home. After a few attempts at knocking and ringing the bell, I gave up and went back to my house. I told Louisa he wasn't opening up, which made what the kids said seem even more credible. While we couldn't prove that the white light the kids were seeing was a camera flash, it sure did sound like it, and it was concerning to hear. Some time passed, maybe even weeks, before one night when Louisa and I were in the bedroom, we heard our side gate being quietly opened and closed outside. Louisa wanted me to go check outside, so I stepped out into the backyard and looked around. I had on all the lights as I searched. I found nothing and nobody, but I noticed the lights in Farley's backyard were on. I went over to look over the fence into his yard, and I nearly jumped out of my skin when he came up to the fence from the other side and asked if I needed something. I asked him if he'd seen or heard anyone sneaking through our yard. He said no. I took this time to also ask him bluntly if he had, by chance, been watching my kids, as they thought someone was at his window taking pictures of them playing in the pool. His reaction to this was a bit suspicious. He acted overly offended to my asking this, almost yelling at me for such an accusation. Again, without proof, I couldn't, nor did I want to, start issues with a neighbor. I apologized and went back inside. Louisa was not happy about this, saying he's full of it. The next incident didn't happen until another few weeks later. This time it was in the middle of the night when we were asleep. I woke up to Louisa shaking me in a panic. I looked around the room, confused at first, but then when I heard the kids screaming from their room, I exploded from the bed and ran downstairs to the kids' room. Radley was awake and crying, and I found out a few seconds later that his crying and screaming had awoken Audrey, who was crying and screaming in reaction to him. Radley said there was someone outside the window a second ago, and there was a camera flash from the window. I got goosebumps, but I also felt my blood begin to boil. All I could say was, "What did he look like?" He said he didn't see. I brought the kids up to our room to sleep in the bed with us. With the lights off, I peeked out our bedroom window to look across at Farley's unlit house next door. I looked at each window of his house, and I found him. He, just like me, was peeking out one of the upstairs windows in that same room that overlooks the backyard. I stormed outside next door and rang his doorbell like 15 times. He never opened his door. I did call the police just to make a report on Farley. That way, if any future reports were made about him from other people, maybe the police department would look into him. I never saw him again. Sometimes I'd sit out front, waiting to see him outside, but he'd clearly avoid coming outside when I'd be out there. Because of this, we ended up moving within a month to a new house in a different but nearby town, which has proven to be a better place to raise the kids anyway. I live on a farm with my brother and his wife. We split the responsibilities in the busy season. In the off-season, they go off traveling quite often. My fiancé passed away a few years ago, and I haven't really put myself back out there just yet. I spend a lot of time alone, and the off-seasons really get to me. This was early October, right around the time before our last harvest. My brother Alex and his wife were out of town for a few days. I figured something like this would happen while I was holding the fort myself. It was a night like any other. The windows in the house were still open to allow that refreshing October breeze to flow through the house. Outside, I suddenly heard a scream. There was a scream of a female. I couldn't tell if it was a teenage girl or a grown woman, but it was blood-curdlingly high-pitched. I sprang up from my lazy boy recliner and went to my gun safe in my bedroom to grab my rifle. I went outside to be greeted by the breezy, chilly air. I stood on the front porch for a second, waiting, and I heard the scream again. It was coming from the cornfield. I fired a round into the air as a warning shot. I didn't at that moment know what was happening. It could have been someone in danger or a group of teens messing around being punks. After I fired the round, I heard a woman's voice yell, "Help," before there was nothing but silence. I called out, "Who's out there? Where are you?" Nothing but wind now. I turned on every exterior light I had on my house and also grabbed my cell phone and called 911 as I walked into the cornfield, calling out and waiting for a response. After telling the operator what I heard, I was left to wait for a few police officers to arrive. There were a total of 4 that ultimately showed up, and with their help, we all checked the cornfield, shining flashlights and yelling out for anybody who needed help. I'd imagine that any time someone has reported screaming for help, the cops take it a little more seriously. After we ultimately found no one, I was told by one cop to call 911 again if I should hear anyone scream for help and that they'd be nearby. Then they all left. I went back inside of the house, not before taking one more look out to the cornfield. I closed the door and turned off all the lights. There's not much to do in this county for the local kids, so it didn't seem unbelievable that maybe it was some kids trying to scare some random farmers and homeowners. After another hour of watching TV, I went upstairs to bed. I took a couple of melatonins to help me sleep as I'm a chronic insomniac. Usually, I'd say that's unfortunate. After I'd guess an hour and some minutes, I heard creaks and clunks from downstairs. I just realized I never closed the windows downstairs. You can hear everything through the paper-thin walls in this house, and all the floors make noise. I grabbed my cell phone and called my brother Alex. He picked up, and I asked him in a whisper if he's home. He said no. In that moment, all the hairs on my body stood up. And I knew now I was in fight or flight mode. I told my brother there's someone in the house, call the police for me. He was a few towns away, so it would be the same dispatch center. He said he would, no questions asked, and hung up. I tiptoed as quietly as I could to the safe and grabbed my shotgun. I know for a fact I made a noise as I crept to it, though it was inevitable. I heard sounds from downstairs. There was definitely someone in my house. I crept to the door and opened it. I looked down the stairway to the downstairs. I could still hear the breeze flowing through the house downstairs. The hairs on my arms were standing up. I started inching down the stairs one at a time, trying my best not to make a sound, but I only made it down a few steps before hearing footsteps from downstairs on the wood floors creeping closer to the stairway until a tall, skinny figure appeared at the bottom of the steps. I cocked the shotgun and said, "Don't move." He didn't listen. He almost calmly walked out of sight. And I heard his footsteps then pick up to a run through the living room and then out the back door. I yelled, "Stop," as I briefly attempted to chase him, but as soon as he was out of my house, I locked the door and called my brother. He said the cops were on the way. I locked every single window on the first floor and waited for the police to come back. It was the same officers. They did a little search of the perimeter of the property, this time with all the lights on. One of the officers said he was going to stay on the property for the night, though I don't think that guy was coming back after seeing I was armed. In fact, he never did. But the story doesn't end there. I was finishing up the last harvest of the season in the combine, and while doing so, I noticed a shoe in the field. I stopped the machine to go pick it up and examine it. It was a woman's shoe, size 8.5. This got me thinking back to the screams I heard, followed by the man breaking into my house hours later. I called 911 once again and left the shoe where it was to not hinder any potential evidence. When police came, they did another investigation of the cornfield, and they took the shoe as a piece of evidence to a possible disappearance. They even brought police dogs to sniff out any possible scents. The strange thing is, there were no missing female reports in our county, not at the time at least. I hope whoever's shoe that is still alive today. It makes me sick thinking someone might have been murdered on my farm. When I was 18, I was very immature and naive. I was kind of a jerk when I was on the road, honking whenever I got impatient, borderline cutting people off. Looking back now, it was very stupid. If I ever have kids, I'll be that much more strict with them as far as their driving. That being said, I did drive a lot for someone my age. I went away to school 5 hours away from home. No matter what day of the week, traffic always gets atrocious the closer I get to home. So during breaks, I'll drive home at night to avoid this. What goes from a 4 to 5 hour drive down to a 3-hour drive? It was the beginning of winter break as the fall semester just ended. All my friends left for home on the same day. I just waited till later on in the night to head out because there's nothing I hate more than traffic. I used to drive a Mazda 3 that I would beat the ever-living crap out of, and admittedly, I used to be known for driving my car to a near-empty tank consistently. People would comment on it whenever they'd be in the car with me, and I'd always assure them that the car would still have at least 30 miles to go even after the needle would hit E. I found out the night I was driving home from school that I was wrong. I was only like an hour into my drive on the interstate. The needle was on E, and I was pushing my luck waiting for a gas station sign instead of looking up the nearest one on the map. The car started making these weird sounds suddenly and jolting, and that's when I realized I may have actually run the tank empty this time. I got off the first exit ramp and hoped it would lead right to a gas station. This exit was dark though, with no street lights, and there were just woods on either side. I was scared to slow down and lose my speed because I didn't know if I'd have enough gas to find a gas station. I blew through the stop sign at the end of the ramp and made a sharp left turn on the intersecting road, which was another dark road surrounded by woods. I was screwed. The car eventually came to a stop, and the engine died. Things only got worse when I took out my phone and saw I had no bars. I have T-Mobile, which is the worst possible reception anywhere far from a major city. I tried calling 911 because I was stupid and thought that 911 works even without reception. Of course, it didn't. I was terrified because I didn't know what to do. I turned on my hazard lights and just waited for someone to pass by. It was a long time before I saw headlights approaching. When I did, I flashed my headlights at them, and they passed me, made a U-turn, then pulled up on the grass behind me. I didn't know who was getting out of that car, though, and I was an 18-year-old defenseless girl. I just cracked the window down a little bit as this man approached my car. I told him I needed help. I ran out of gas. He offered to give me a ride to the nearest gas station. He was this bald guy with glasses on. He kind of looked trustworthy. I had no other apparent options but to accept his offer. I got out of the car and followed him to his car, making sure to lock my doors first. His car was a black Honda, year probably a 2010. It smelled funky in his car. I couldn't pin what the smell could be, though. He banged another U-turn and started driving in the direction he was driving before. He made conversation with me, asking where I was from and basic questions. I was honest with him that I was driving home from school. He said he lived in the area and that they don't get too many out-of-towners getting off the interstate for this quiet little town. The route we were taking lacked any buildings anywhere. It was just woods everywhere. I asked if he knew of any gas stations, and he said yeah, just a ways up the road. I started hearing bumping and thumping coming from the back of the vehicle. It sounded like the trunk. At first, I thought it was maybe just bumps in the road or a loose object in the trunk. He seemed to keep talking like he wouldn't stop. Finally, we got to a sort of town-looking area. There were some lights and buildings at last, a diner, and a few small houses. There was a red light at the first intersection since I got in his car. We came to a stop, and for the first time, there was silence. Then I heard the unmistakable sound of someone screaming in the trunk, followed by thumps and bangs. I looked at the man, who looked at me. In a split second, I unbuckled my seatbelt, opened the door, and ran while at the same time, he tried grabbing me and pulling me back into the car. I heard him get out as well, but instead of chasing me, he ran to close his passenger side door. Then I heard him floor it down the street. I ran into the diner and asked for help, making a scene. I used their phone to call 911. I waited there, and it became this whole huge thing with multiple police showing up to the diner to take a report. Given the gravity of the report that I was making, that I heard someone in the trunk of the car, they had to get every last detail from me about the man's car, his appearance, and where he picked me up. I was also given a ride back to my car so that they could also include the pickup location in the report. They also helped me get a hold of AAA, which eventually would come to my location to fill my car with gas. This was overall the scariest experience of my life. I was shaken to the core the whole rest of the ride home. I hope they found that man. I hope whoever was in that trunk is still alive today. For all I know, that man could have been bringing me to his house or somewhere else, and I was just lucky I had a chance to get out at that red light. Before getting into today's stories, I want to talk about today's sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. When my dad was a bit younger, he got into a serious car accident that left him with a few injuries. The other driver was at fault completely, and while the other driver's insurance covered the damages, my dad still suffered major pain and suffering. At the time, he never considered hiring a lawyer because the prospect of it was daunting. But little did he know, he could have had a lawyer fighting for him without getting off his couch. Morgan & Morgan has modernized the injury law process so you can submit a claim and communicate with your legal team all from the convenience of your phone. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm, having over 100 offices nationwide and more than 800 lawyers, with over $15 billion recovered for clients. Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. Submitting an injury claim with them is so easy that it's more like using an app rather than hiring a lawyer. In fact, it could even be compared more to ordering takeout than hiring a lawyer. In just 8 clicks or less, you can submit a claim without ever having to leave your couch. If you're ever injured in an accident, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. For more information, go to 4thepeople.com or dial #law, which is 529 pound from your cell phone. My friend Kyle has a 27-footer center console boat. In the summer, he's the go-to friend to have for boat days since none of our other friends have a boat. I'm not a boat expert by any means, but my friend has some kind of radar on his boat that warns of any kinds of land masses, shallow waters, and other boats. So with that, we're able to stay out on the boat past dark sometimes. The boat can fit like 8 people comfortably. This was on a hot summer day in mid-July. Kyle took 5 of us out on the boat just to drink in the bay. Then, hours later, he took us to some waterfront bar restaurant where we docked the boat, ate, drank, and chilled out for another few hours. We had an abundance of spiked seltzers in the cooler still, and it was a Friday night, so after leaving the restaurant, Kyle took us back to the middle of the lagoon where we cruised slowly with music blasting the whole time. Kyle doesn't really drink, so it works out that he's the one with the boat, and he just enjoys boating us around without having to drink. We passed by the lighthouse on the barrier island. We all had this conversation about how there's something so liminal and creepy about lighthouses at night. Kyle cut the engine, and we just floated in place for a while with the music still playing as everyone talked. I was kind of mesmerized by the lighthouse, finding myself looking at it over and over. I think because I was so drawn away from the conversation that was being had that I was the one to pick up on a screaming voice from the distance. I said, "Yo, cut the music," a bunch of times before whoever was on AUX paused it. I said I heard a scream from the distance. We were currently floating next to an island that sat in the middle of the mainland and the barrier islands. We sat in silence for a few seconds as we bopped around, and sure enough, I was right. There was a woman screaming for help coming from that island. We all looked at each other, and I could see the horror on my friends' faces. The screams were absolutely coming from the island. We were too far from both the mainland and the barrier island for it to be coming from there. We yelled back as loud as we could, and the woman's voice called back, "Help." We all screamed, "Where are you?" and the woman's voice called back, "I'm being followed." Communicating like this was hard as we could barely hear each other. One more time, we called, "Are you on the island?" and she screamed back, "Yes." Kyle started the engine without hesitation and started bringing us over to the island. He anchored us when we were close enough to the shore of the little island. All 6 of us got off the boat and started looking around and calling for the woman. This matter became a lot more concerning when she said, "I'm being followed." The island wasn't that big. And with 6 of us walking around with flashlights calling for her, surely we would have found her. On the opposite side of the island, suddenly we heard a blood-curdling woman scream, sounding like it was partially muffled. My friends and I all yelled at each other to meet on that side of the island. We all ran as fast as we could. I ran through painful brush barefoot, and by the time I got to the other side of the island, my feet were bleeding, but there was no one here. I met my friend Kyle and Jake, who were already there, and they said they heard the sound of a boat motor driving away. There was also a fresh wake in the water, clearly from a boat that just left, but it was too dark to see anything deeper into the water. I called 911 and reported this so that Bait Patrol could be on the lookout for any mysterious boats with its lights off. A Bay Patrol boat came to Kyle's boat where we anchored, and we all frantically told the 2 officers aboard what just happened. They walkie-talkied to, I'm sure, every other boat on duty, and it became a whole manhunt. I don't think the boat was ever found, though, because it didn't end up on the news or anything. All I know is there was no one on that island by the time we searched it. We were all so freaked out about this that Kyle brought the boat back to the marina, and we all just ended up chilling in his backyard, talking about what happened. To this day, we still don't know what that was about. There were no news articles of missing women as far as we knew. Was it some kind of kidnapping, or was it a group playing some prank? I don't think we'll ever know. I was in bed one night, feeling tired from a long day at work. My eyes were getting heavy, and I was ready to fall asleep. The room was dark, with only a sliver of moonlight coming through the curtains. The quietness of the house was comforting. I lived with 2 housemates, Bernice and Lionel, but they were both out for the night. Bernice had gone to visit her parents, and Lionel was at his girlfriend's place. I was looking forward to having the house all to myself. As I was drifting off, I heard a soft creak from the hallway. My bedroom door was slightly open, and I saw a shadow moving. I figured it was just one of my housemates coming back early, but then something strange happened. The door slowly opened wider, and a head popped in. It was too dark to see clearly, but I could make out the shape of a person. They looked at me for a moment and then quickly pulled back and shut the door. I was more annoyed than scared. They didn't even knock. I decided to get up and see who it was. Maybe Bernice or Lionel had forgotten something and came back. I turned on my bedside lamp, which cast a warm glow in the room, and walked to the door. When I stepped into the hallway, it was completely silent. The house felt empty. I called out, "Bernice, Lionel," but there was no answer. I checked the living room and the kitchen. The lights were off, and there was no sign of anyone. I felt a chill run down my spine. Where had they gone? I went back to my room and grabbed my phone. I texted Bernice first. "Hey, are you home? I thought I saw you a few minutes ago." A few minutes passed with no reply. Then I texted Lionel, "Are you here? I think I saw someone again." No response. I started to feel uneasy. I decided to check the front door. It was locked, just as I had left it. I went to the back door, which was also locked. My mind was racing. If both doors were locked, how did anyone get in? I walked back to the hallway, feeling more nervous with each step. I stood in the hallway, looking around, trying to figure out what to do. Maybe I had imagined it. I was tired, and my mind could have been playing tricks on me, but it felt so real. I decided to check every room just to be sure. I started with Bernice's room. The door was closed, and when I opened it, everything was in its place. Her bed was made, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I moved on to Lionel's room. His door was also closed. I opened it and saw his usual mess of clothes and books, but nothing suggested someone had been there recently. Feeling more anxious, I checked the bathroom and the small storage room. Both were empty. I was starting to doubt myself. Maybe it was just a shadow or my imagination. I went back to my room and sat on the bed. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself it was nothing, but then I heard it again, a soft creak coming from the hallway. My heart started to race, and I felt a cold sweat on my forehead. I turned off my bedside lamp and listened carefully. The house was so quiet that I could hear my breathing. The creaking sound grew louder, like someone was slowly walking down the hallway. I wanted to get up and check, but fear kept me frozen in place. Suddenly, the door to my room opened slightly, just like before. I could see the shadow of a person standing there. This time, I didn't wait. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. I pointed it at the door, but there was no one there. The hallway was empty. I felt a knot in my stomach. Something was very wrong. I decided to call Bernice. I needed to hear her voice. I dialed her number and waited, but it went straight to voicemail. I tried Lionel next. The phone rang and rang, but he didn't pick up. I left a message, my voice shaking, "Lionel, if you get this, please call me. I think someone's in the house." I didn't know what else to do. I didn't want to call the police and look foolish if it turned out to be nothing, but I also didn't want to stay in the house alone. I decided to wait in my room with the door locked. I pushed a chair against the door for good measure and sat on my bed, holding my phone tightly. Minutes felt like hours as I sat there, listening to every little noise. I kept the flashlight on, pointing it at the door. I kept thinking about the head I saw, the way it looked at me and then disappeared. Who was it? What did they want? Finally, I heard a familiar sound, the front door unlocking. I jumped up, my heart pounding. I heard Lionel's voice calling out. Relief washed over me as I rushed to the door, moving the chair aside and opening it. I found Lionel standing in the hallway, looking confused. "What's going on?" he asked. I told him everything about the head, the sounds, and how scared I was. Lionel listened carefully, then checked the house again with me. We found nothing unusual, no signs of anyone else being there. Maybe it was just your imagination, Lionel said, trying to reassure me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Even after Lionel went to his room and I tried to go back to sleep, I kept hearing those creaks and seeing that shadow in my mind. I never found out who or what it was that night, but from then on, I always made sure to lock my door and keep a light on.